Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day. Yesterday we were here all day. I didn't realize until I went outside, fairly close to 6 o'clock, how beautiful it was. Beautiful day, and it looks like the sun is shining again this morning. So we do have a lot of business to get through. A lot of discussions and again a lot of decisions that need to be made for this third and final day of the Assembly. So at this point we do have some information just to provide in terms of where we will be going today, as well as some information that we didn't get to yesterday. So at this point it is now 9:01 local time. We do have people joining from across the country, of course. So it is 9:01, and I would like to reconvene the Assembly and officially call today's session to order. Of course, that triggers 1 hour from now. There will be a count of those that are in the room here in person, also virtually, and that will determine the quorum numbers for making decisions today. At this point, a couple of things. Maybe what I'll do is go through a quick recap of what we will be proceeding with for today. Of course, we have two plenary sessions this morning, so we will start off very shortly with the United Nations Declaration Act National Action Plan update. So we do have three guests that will be joining us very shortly. At 10 o'clock, we have another plenary session on safe drinking water for First Nations legislation. We'll get a very important update on that as well. So chiefs, delegates, we have many resolutions to proceed with today. So the resolutions team has worked very hard, and what we will be doing is they've combined several resolutions into omnibus resolutions, so omnibus packages. Of course, you're aware what that means is we'll present them all together and we will deal with them with one mover, one seconder. We'll go through all the resolutions and proceed on that basis. So we have three omnibus packages that we are proposing. There are also several resolutions that will be presented individually by themselves. Before I continue on with today's agenda, just to let you know, of course, the process is, there is a deadline which is 5 weeks before the Assembly for on-time resolutions. There is also an opportunity for emergency resolutions to be submitted. Emergency resolutions are any matters that arise after the deadline that are of a national nature and also have gone through the executive and has the support of the executive to be presented. Also, there is normally an opportunity for late resolutions. The deadline for late resolutions was yesterday, and the hope is that we can deal with the late resolutions. Those are normally added at the end of the day once all the emergency resolutions and all the on-time resolutions are dealt with. So our hope is always that we can get to all the resolutions, including the late resolutions, but again, they are added to the end, and if we can deal with everything else, we do our best to get to those. But this is a caution. We do have many, many resolutions to deal with for today. So the first omnibus package will deal with 11 resolutions this morning after the second plenary session. At 11:30 this morning, we have the Honourable David Lametti, the Minister of Justice, will be here until 12 o'clock. On the agenda, we do have 1 hour break scheduled for 12 o'clock. We will see if there's an appetite at that point to continue. Hopefully we can deal with as many resolutions as we can. And then we will deal with 3 resolutions draft resolutions number 1, 38, and 26. And then there is a second omnibus package with 8 resolutions. So we're hoping to get to that, and then several individual resolutions that will be presented on their own. At 3:30, we have the Honourable Mark Miller, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, will be here to address the Assembly. Throughout the day, we also have the leader of the NDP party, Jagmeet Singh. We do have a video presentation that will be presented sometime today. We also have the Minister Haidu, Indigenous Services. We do have a presentation from her as well. So that'll be happening throughout the day sometime. We have a third omnibus package of 8 resolutions. So again, that is what we're proposing. Just to let you know, when I went through the resolutions process, normally what will happen, we'll deal with all on-time resolutions, any emergency resolutions, and then we'll go to late resolutions. If we do not deal with all resolutions at an assembly, the next step is that the resolutions are brought forward to the executive committee, and they can deal with those resolutions. They can pass a resolution, a motion to adopt those resolutions, those that they deem that they are comfortable proceeding with. So that can normally happen after an assembly if we don't deal with all the resolutions. So just wanted to let you know that is the process for the rest of the day. So we do have chiefs making their way in to the assembly room. Also a note, yesterday there was a vote on a specific resolution. We didn't give the numbers. We said we would come back with the numbers on the vote. That was emergency resolution number 2 that was dealing with the financial audit. So the numbers for the vote that took place, the total votes for was 124. There were a number of abstentions. There were 8 abstentions. That does not go to the total count. And there were 12 votes in opposition. So again, 124 votes for emergency resolution number 2, 12 votes against. So the resolution carried. So we just wanted to provide an update on those numbers. So with that, we would like to proceed. We would like to invite our next guests up to the stage. If we can have Jody Wilson-Raybould make your way up to the front, as well as Sarah Mainville. If we can have you please make your way up.
One of the chiefs asked me, you didn't give the score.
Thank you very much. So again, chiefs are making their way into the assembly room. We will now proceed with the first plenary session. So of course on the agenda, the topic is the United Nations Declaration Act, the National Action Plan update. So this is the AFN rights sector that is leading this next topic. And of course, in coordination with the Ad Hoc Chiefs Committee on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And again, this is a status update on the UN Declaration Act, the annual report, and the action plan measures. So I would like to call upon our guests to join us up on the screen. We do have Regional Chief Terry Teegee that will be introducing our guests and leading this topic. We also have Jody Wilson-Raybould, who will be providing a keynote address, as well as a legal overview to be provided by Sarah Mainville. So with that, I will now turn it over to Regional Chief Terry Teegee.
Thank you, Adam. Just want to acknowledge the territory, the Jipuktuk Mi'kma'ki people, the Mi'kmaq territory. My name is Terry Teegee. I'm the Regional Chief of the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, and as a part of the United Nations Declaration Act, as of last year, took on the portfolio of developing a national action plan for the Bill C-15. I just want to acknowledge how far we've come in this room with the help of many of you chiefs to allow ourselves to really create that space that we need to recognize and uphold our rights, our inherent rights, our treaties, to really fight for what many of our people have been fighting for many decades, whether it was in courts or on the land or in terms of advocacy. I just want to also thank Minister Lametti for his partnership for work like this. You know, in our experience in British Columbia, we've been down this road 4 years with Bill C-41, which is the Declaration Act in British Columbia. And certainly in our experience, it has been very challenging that despite the fact that we have political will in British Columbia to align many of the colonial provincial laws, it's important to know that now the hard work begins. Now that we have an action plan, the hard work begins, because to change colonial laws, the machinery, the culture, the thousands of public servants within federal government, within Parliament, need to know and understand what exactly the Declaration means. And to align many of these colonial laws, such as the Fisheries Act, is going to be very difficult. There's no two ways about it. It's going to be difficult because, quite simply, many of the bureaucracy, we've seen this in British Columbia by experience, are unwilling to change their minds or believe that Indigenous peoples have an ability to govern themselves. And that's perhaps just maybe an opinion, but in our experience in British Columbia, and you all know this yourselves, of how difficult it is to negotiate a fair, I suppose, arrangements, agreements, as it were, in the Declaration Rights and the Declaration Act, treaties, agreements, and other special arrangements. And certainly we've seen some success in British Columbia with Section 6 and 7 agreements. And these agreements, these Section 6 and 7 agreements, allow free prior informed consent. What we really pushed for in British Columbia is that we wanted to have a global agreement for all Indigenous peoples, all First Nations communities and nations in British Columbia. However, the province has taken a position to have one-offs, such as a Tahltan, such as other First Nations. But nevertheless, we're plugging away, and it has been a slow progress. And if that's really an indication, I think it's going to be a challenge here in Canada to implement the Declaration. But I think we can do it. I think we need to roll up our sleeves. We need advocacy, such as the Assembly of First Nations. We need chiefs to really push this initiative forward in terms of really recognizing our rights, title, and interests in this place we call Canada. That being said, I certainly don't want to take up much of the time here, but I want to also acknowledge that the AFN rights sector for all the help that we received, and also make sure that if there is any negotiation, that there is a regional view on the declaration itself, that it's distinctions-based, that perhaps if you require a bilateral arrangement, such as what we're asking for from British Columbia, that opportunity can happen. The Declaration National Action Plan, as we mentioned before, is an evergreen action plan, meaning that you can add to this action plan. It is a 5-year plan, as it was as we released the plan on June 21st of this year. And as relating to our last meeting in early April, is the resolution that was passed was to seek more resources. And I can indicate that Minister Lametti, matter of fact, I just met with Minister Lametti this morning in our caucus room, is the ask for, or the push for more resources. And we've definitely heard from all your regions. There has been more input from some more regions than others. And what we want to do is to continue to consult and to continue to get out there to your regions, provide more resources so your region can have input and talk about what the Declaration means to you. But ultimately, the Declaration, the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, is recognizing our human rights to govern ourselves, our own matters, and certainly it's going to be a challenge to implement the action plan. And as part of that, I just want to also thank not only the rights sector at the AFN, but also JFK Law for providing resources and not resources, providing capacity to the AFN so we can develop an action plan that can be tabled to really begin the work. And also further to that, we do have a keynote speaker, previous Regional Chief of British Columbia and previous Attorney General of Canada, Jody Wilson-Raybould. So with that, I'll end my comments there and invite Sarah Mainville from JFK Law to make a presentation. Thank you all. Merci.
Is there a clicker for the slide decks? Oh, right there. Thank you. Yeah, I got it. No, I'm good. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Miigwech. Bonjour, Kabamishi, Pinisikwe, Indigenous Kazmakwa, Dodam, Kuchting Nanoji. I'm happy to be here in front of the Chiefs in Assembly to give some background and analysis prior to the real person that you came to see today, Jody Wilson-Raybould, making some commentary on this National Action Plan. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the action plan just to set the table for you so you all have similar backgrounds and information about the content of the action plan and the work that we've done at the Assembly of First Nations to ensure that in fact it was an action plan. Measurable dates and focused on transformation. We're going to talk about the legal requirements inside of the legislation and making sure that Canada has in fact met its legal obligations in creating this action plan. Will the action plan, once implemented, achieve the objectives of UNDRIP is the underlying question. And then we want to give some recommendations and talk about accountability mechanisms inside of the action plan and making sure that as Indigenous partners, different collectives of First Nations, hold Canada to account for meeting the measures, but also that promise of continuing to add, revise, work with the action plan in that evergreen process that was committed to by Canada. So I can't read that, so I'm going to look at my slide. So this is basically the most important substantive sections of the federal legislation that we know widely is the UNDA. This is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Most notably in the title, it is not the implementation of UNDRIP Act. It is an act about UNDRIP. Section 5 is an important legislative obligation, is to take all measures necessary to ensure the consistency of federal laws with UNDRIP. That's an important process, and we have to make sure, as First Nations across the country, that Canada isn't doing this internally, that we're holding them account to ensure that federal legislation is in fact consistent with our perspective of the UN Declaration. Not the 10 principles, not other proxies for the articles. Articles 19, Articles 27, all those key important articles, Article 4. We want to make sure that federal law is consistent with the UN Declaration. The work that we're doing now under Section 6 is all about the National Action Plan, but there is also other work that we're doing regarding the annual reporting. Again, all about accountability, making sure Canada meets its commitments, and it's not just words and talking and dialogues and conversations, but we're focused on action. Just at the bottom of the slide, I just want to make it clear, and I know there's a large conversation going on about Métis rights and how Métis are bootstrapping under the the work that's going on for Indigenous peoples across Canada, how Métis are bootstrapping their rights to ours, basically saying every time we have a win, me too. We got to stop that. We need to make sure that this is truly a distinctions-based process, and First Nations and Inuit as inherent rights holders. There is, in fact, a hierarchy of rights in Section 35. So the action plan is measures, just to go over, is a review of this document. It's about that thick. The National Action Plan has 5 chapters within it. Of course, there's an important, there are supposed to be important commitments, and within the opening of the document, basically what they did was they republished the preamble of the legislation rather than making some solid commitments by the minister or by the federal government. They basically republished the preamble. But chapters 1, and this is again a bit of a risk. We're allowing chapter 1 going ahead for all Indigenous peoples in Canada, these 111 measures. Then chapter 2 is our chapter about the 19 measures for First Nation transformation of the relationship, the nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations. Chapter 3 is hard-fought wins for the Inuit. Chapter 4 is the Métis chapter. And chapter 5, and I definitely can commend the Modern Treaty Coalition for achieving this. Chapter 5 is some pretty significant measures. Again, not everything they wanted, but some good groundwork for the Modern Treaty chapter in the National Action Plan. I'm going to talk about these legal requirements in the legislation, but here are some of the questions that we have to ask ourselves, and we have to ask the ministers as we meet with them. Will the action plan, once implemented, achieve the objectives of UNDRIP? And we're talking specifically, and we have to always be very mindful and central, focus on the actual articles within UNDRIP. And does the action plan meet the other key prescribed legal requirements under Section 6.2 and 6.3? And I'm just going to go through that quickly. I know I'm running out of time. So there are measures in the action plan that I just want to focus on. And so there are 3, these APMs, another acronym, and I know that it confuses people, but basically in chapter 1 there are measures 1 through 13 about consistency of laws, federal laws with UNDRIP. And so what we need to do, the work that we need to do together or through coalitions or First Nation organizations, is develop a process and direction and to ensure that the bills and the regulations that we prioritize are consistent with UNDRIP. There's also Action Plan Measure 19 that we really need to have a conversation about. And I talk about the way that we've organized this, and obviously we need to refocus and think about how we go forward, because I have to say the Métis are running laps around us on how they're engaging in this process. So 19 is an important commitment, establishing an independent Indigenous rights monitoring oversight recourse or remedy mechanism to provide Indigenous peoples with access and prompt decision through just and fair procedures for conflict resolution and effective remedies for infringements of their individual and collective rights. The creation of this measure came from active engagement with ITK on a human rights tribunal. We introduced the plural measures because we want a distinctions-based approach to this. We're not sure if what we want is a human rights tribunal. We had conversations about what's happening with specific claims. We are thinking what we need to do is have an entity for dispute resolution that's not just born in Canadian law, but is actually created for place and purpose of Indigenous law, so that dispute resolution is done in a way that truly creates justice for First Nations across the country. The monitoring elements we need to really focus on, and we need to find ways and processes to work together. There are many divergent voices here, and we just need to be focused on the different doorways that we want to populate, so that we're doing the work of implementing the UN Declaration in the way that we want the UN Declaration to be prioritized and committed to. So there are key gaps and ambiguities. One of the key gaps, and we've heard this from Minister Lametti again and again, one of the central features of implementing the UN Declaration is all about jurisdiction, co-developing approaches. So there are doorways and opportunities, but there are no concrete measures in the action plan specific to jurisdiction. And we need to call the federal government to account for this. This is not a new declaration. It's existed since 2007. We're talking about everything but jurisdiction. We need to focus on jurisdiction in a real way. Historic treaties. Of course, in the March draft, there is very little said about historic treaties. Thankfully, some historic treaty rights holders came to the fore and co-developed measures related to implementation of better treaty relationships between Canada and treaty rights holders. Free, prior, and informed consent. Regional Chief TG has talked about this very pragmatically and practically using the BC experience. We're going to get there. There is a doorway for this, but we need to really focus on measures that are our priorities in our processes. And finally, legislative national standards. This is something that all kinds of experts have told us this is really the way to have Canada held to account, these legislated national standards. We have very few commitments on that. And so we need to utilize the commitment for making this action plan evergreen to introduce solid action plan measures with clear dates, clear measures, and third-party accountability mechanisms, so that it's not just them internally. We're not satisfied that the parliamentary process is enough accountability to hold Canada to account. So we're looking for quite a bit more. As far as the next steps, and I want to wrap up soon, we want to make sure that the structure, the new and existing mechanisms may be utilized, having permanent bilateral mechanisms, working national regional committees. And we want to make sure that there is strong First Nation advocacy. And the distinction-based approach doesn't mean that one First Nation rep, one Inuit rep, one Métis rep sits at a table and listens to the plans that Canada has underway. Co-development means significantly more, and co-development means something very specific regarding First Nations rights holders. And we need to, this is long overdue and long unsettled, and we need to really sort this out. Is a group of leadership on how to make sure that the process, in fact, is something that we can all stand behind. We need to think about the next steps, process, structure, what are our priorities, and of course, have a resounding voice in front of the ministers, including Minister Lametti. This needs to be properly funded, because what we've been hearing is that it's not going to be properly funded. It's going to be significantly underfunded, and we can't settle for less. So the implementation processes are going to vary. Of course, it's not just the Department of Justice working on these measures. There's a number of other departments, a significant number of other departments working on the different measures inside of the action plan. But we need to make sure that we have transparency. We are far less opaque. The action plan process itself after March was incredibly non-transparent. And we can't allow that to happen. We need to make sure that every First Nation that wants to engage has the opportunity to engage. And so we need to work harder to ensure that there's more transparency and more opportunities for First Nations to be part in the driving seat of these processes. So just a reminder that the work that we're doing is in working with a ad hoc Chiefs Committee, and I just want to do a shout out to Elder Barney Batiste, who said, we don't do anything ad hoc. We build things right, so let's make sure that this UNDA Chiefs Committee is no longer ad hoc. Let's give it some structure and making sure that the diverse voices across the regions are formally, they're all participating and properly have the capacity to be the voice of the regions across the country. So we need to renew that membership, and we need to have a conversation about this former resolution on an expert panel, because we've heard this on child welfare, we've heard this on other really substantive transformation that's going on across the country. You need a significant technical capacity partner, and this expert panel might be the recourse that you have to ensure that there's the technical capacity going forward, because you're dealing with a number of bureaucrats, lifetime bureaucrats, who have their own vision, is shallow and lukewarm they are to inherent rights, and we have to counter that with our own experts. So there's a number of accountability mechanisms that we need to fight harder for. In this slide, I'm just outlining some of them, but again, through this committee, we need to flesh out and work harder on ensuring that we walk through the doorway and we make sure we come out with something substantive that's going to produce results for First Nations. And all treaties are treaties at the end of the day. Some modern treaties are from 1975. They're all treaties, and the treaty relationship is, I think, something that we have unity on, to make sure that the treaty relationship is held in much higher esteem, much more of a priority for this federal government. So the priority APMs that I suggest that we should be working on is in Chapter 1. The mechanism to dispute resolution is APM 19. Ensuring that the federal legislation is consistent with the UN Declaration, and doing the hard Section 5 work under the legislation together in a real, truly code-developed manner. And then the internal guidance on duty to consult, which will get us to FPIC under Measure 68. The other thing that I know the rights team is working hard on is making sure that there's significant capacity funding for the implementation by First Nations for First Nations across the country. Thank you so much, and I'll leave it for Jody to do her magic. Miigwech.
Thank you, Sarah, and want to acknowledge the ad hoc committee. Just want to thank JFK Law. Now want to introduce our friend, former regional chief.
Thank you. I do see somebody at the microphone. The preference is to present all the information. It's the same topic, and then we can open it up if there is time. Same issue. Thank you. You got Chief King.
Former regional chief of British Columbia Assembly First Nations and the best Attorney General Canada ever had. Jody Wilson-Raybould, let's welcome her.
Gala Kusla, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Gala Kusla, good morning, everyone. I am incredibly pleased and honored to have been asked to come here to the 44th Annual General Assembly of the Assembly of First Nations, and I want to acknowledge the ancestral lands of the Mi'kmaq peoples. Thank you for allowing us to be here. I want to acknowledge the elders, veterans, the matriarchs, all of the chiefs and proxies in the room, government officials, and community members. My name is Jody Wilson-Raybould, which means, or my traditional name is Puglas, which means a woman born to noble people. I am incredibly proud to come from the Muskama and Zawakdanak and Likwithka people off the northern end of Vancouver Island. We are Kwakwakiwak, also known as the Kwakwala-speaking people. My father is Bill Wilson. His name is Himas Klalilikla, my mother, Sandy Wilson, and my grandmother, Ethel Pearson, her name was Pugleti, and I'm so grateful to see some of our elders from British Columbia and one of our hereditary chiefs, Robert Joseph, in attendance. So while I have spoken to these assemblies many times in the past, both as Regional Chief for British Columbia and as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, it has been a few years, but it is, again, a pleasure to be here with all of you today in Mi'kma'ki. So I've been asked to share a few words about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNDA, the legislation, and the recent federal action plan and what role it can play or cannot play. Now, I know you've been discussing this, the UN Declaration, its development and implementation in your communities and collectively in assemblies like this for many years, and that is important. And I certainly remember early drafts being circulated in the 90s, and actually, in fact, as we know, the Declaration is a decade and a half old now. And of course, the reason UNDRIP came into being, as has been said, is because of all the hard work and determination and advocacy and leadership of Indigenous peoples in Canada and around the globe, including many in this room. So I know you've examined the 46 articles of the Declaration from many perspectives and set direction on how you want to see them implemented. And I know you have also identified where and how the articles of the Declaration are insufficient in meeting the needs of your peoples and communities. And this is right and good and necessary. The Declaration, after all, only presents the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. They are the floor, not the ceiling. They are one starting point, a human rights lens for addressing the legacy of colonialism. But as we all know, they are not themselves sufficient or complete. They are a tool to the degree they are effective. Now, having said all of that, it's also important that you're gathered here as leaders discussing the actions needed to implement the Declaration. This is the right time, the right moment in time to collectively take stock of where we are at in the implementation of the Declaration and to assess the opportunities and challenges with the efforts that have been made, both by Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous governments. So it's been 2 years since the passing of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDA, by the federal government in 2021. And recently, as has been talked about, on June 21st of this year, they released the APTN National Action Plan to meet the objectives of the declaration that is required by UNDA. And it has been almost 4 years since the province of British Columbia and First Nations enacted the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, DRIPA. And as many people know, out west in BC, in addition to an action plan, there have been ongoing efforts at legislative change to achieve consistency between the laws of British Columbia and the Declaration. So in other words, we have some evidence before us to assess where we are at, how we are doing, and we need to ask, I believe, is the focus on UNDRIP affecting change? Is the Crown following through? Have there been successes? What are the challenges? And while I realize UNDA makes reference to new legislation and amendments to legislation, we need to ask if this is the legislation that we need. Now, I know these are questions that are on your mind, and you have other questions, and you are continuing your focus on deliberations and work around this issue. So with this in mind, I thought I would offer 3 observations this morning on the implementation of the UN Declaration and the Federal Action Plan. Now, to be clear, these are my personal perspectives based on my experience and background and my learnings from the various roles that I've been fortunate enough to play. And I hope they might be helpful in charting some of your next steps. So observation number 1, nothing has changed yet. This is obvious, right? There is lots of lofty rhetoric, but the passage of this legislation has not resulted in one piece of land being given back, treaty promises being upheld, a family lifted out of poverty, a nation moving out from under the Indian Act or clean drinking water running in a home on reserve. Yes, UNDRIP is an important human rights instrument, and UNDRIP is an important instrument of change, but this legislation, UNDA, has not driven change yet. It is not fulfilling the promise of the UN Declaration. And of course, that change on the ground in our communities is the litmus test. What matters most is the well-being of our peoples and our communities. And that well-being requires that our rights and our treaties and our governments and laws are upheld and honored. And in that regard, to be honest, nothing has changed in any measurable way since the passage of UNDA, even with the best intentions of many. Now, let me be clear. And I had a conversation with Sarah about this. I am an optimist, and I am hopeful, and I do believe there has been and continues to be change and progress. This change and progress, to be sure, are primarily a result of generations of our people leading the way, advocating, pushing for action and change. But as we well know, this change has been and continues to be slow. It is inconsistent, and every little bit of progress requires massive efforts by our nations. The main reason for this inconsistency and slowness of change is, of course, in my view, the Crown's limited understanding and intransigence. I've seen and experienced this lack of understanding and intransigence on all sides. I will say it bluntly. Many of the people in positions of power still do not get it. I have told many stories of sitting around with government colleagues and speaking about the recognition of Indigenous rights and the implementation of treaties, and how to make transformative change to support self-determination, including self-government, and how it was like I was from a different planet. It was like we were speaking different languages, and even when we used the same words, it was clear we understood them very differently. And at the same time, and related to that limited understanding, and in some cases ignorance, is the reality that the federal government remains designed so that everything and anything to do with Indigenous peoples, and especially title, rights, and treaties, is nearly impossible to advance. The Colonial Indian Act, the absence of enough of our people in positions of influence and power and being listened to when they are there, the layers of approvals and mandates needed, the denial-based and yet still standing old policies, an organizational culture that still struggles with systemic racism, and the list goes on. Well, legislation, UNDA, has not changed any of that, and frankly, it will be hard for UNDA to shift these fundamental dynamics of limited understanding and intransigence, even with an action plan that, well, ultimately relies on political will alone. So UNDA is a high-level statute, as has been said, that places procedural obligations on the federal government, namely to, 1, have an action plan to meet the needs or to meet the objectives of the declaration, 2, to take all measures to ensure the laws of Canada align with the declaration, and 3, to report annually on itself. Again, these are all procedural. To develop a plan to do something, to take steps to align something, and to tell the public how it's going. Now, I will say more about the specifics of UNDA legislation later and how it can be helpful, but right now, my point is the litmus test of tangible and real change for our communities, for Indigenous peoples on the ground, is not met by UNDA. So, as it has always been, and you know this, we will have to struggle, lead, and fight to see if UNDA can be a tool that we need to meet that litmus test. So my second observation, the action plan continues the pattern of process over substance. I think this might be obvious too. The 72-page action plan that Canada has released sounds nice and it looks nice. It includes, I will say, critically important goals such as ensuring Indigenous peoples exercise and have full enjoyments of their rights to self-determination and self-government, that treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements are affirmed and fully implemented, colonial laws, policies, and practices are repealed and amended, legal pluralism, and that our governments have access to ongoing, long-term, and stable funding mechanisms and revenues. Goals that, if they became a reality, would reflect a transformation in the lives of Indigenous peoples. The action plan includes a long list of actions and assigns responsibility over them to specific ministries and agencies, which can be helpful given the long history of different departments trying to avoid responsibility. And it tries in some ways to demonstrate how actions proposed are reflective of the minimum standards in the Declaration. But for all those efforts to look new, to look transformative, and look like tangible and measurable shifts, when I read the action plan, I actually see something quite familiar, which is the federal government, like provincial governments as well, doing one of those things they have always done, which is to say the right thing and to focus on process while avoiding substance, setting up for more talking and not actually making change. This is seen both generally and specifically in the action plan. The action plan says early on, the action plan is a starting point for ongoing consultations and cooperation. In other words, it's a starting point for more talking, not action, talking. And many of the actions throughout it are about engagement and process. For example, develop and implement a process and further direction for federal government departments and agencies, thank you, to ensure bills and proposed regulations are consistent with the declaration. Co-develop and implement a process to review and update the action plan. Develop guidance on engaging with Indigenous peoples around natural resource projects. Now, let me be clear. I know there are challenges and problems with how Canada works with us, with our governments, and with our peoples. And it is often paternalistic, disrespectful, insufficient, and ineffective. So yes, this has to change. That has to change. But I also note two other things to be true. First, and I saw and heard this time and time again when I was minister, government uses engagement and consultation as an excuse to delay doing what they know needs to be done. This is a certainty. Second, and incredibly importantly, we as Indigenous peoples have the solutions. We know what our people and communities need. We have made this clear time and time again over generations. These solutions have been documented, debated, and discussed for decades, from RCAP, TRC, MMIWG, to countless other studies where our people were in the lead. The solutions have been stated time and time again. In other words, we do not need an action plan that is a starting point to more consultation. We need governments, other governments, to say, we hear you, the solutions, and we know the solutions also. And here are the tangible and measurable actions and mechanisms to implement the solutions in laws and policies, which will be felt on the ground in your communities. Now, I know many of you in your communities or institutions have invested a lot of time and energy on the process already in assisting to develop the action plan. And reflecting your feedback, there are some actions that are substantive and could make a difference if fully and truly acted upon. So I hope that I am wrong and that it's not all about process and delay, because there is a real opportunity if all the dozens of processes referenced in the established plan or in the plan themselves actually result in true action. Otherwise, I fear it is more raising expectations, more talk, and then not delivering. The third observation: there is importance in having a tangible, measurable, and principled action plan. But Canada's action plan does not meet this mark. The action plan required by UNDA legislation is to meet the objectives of the UN Declaration. Well, the fundamental objective of the UN Declaration is understood to be remedial. That means to be a remedy or a cure to the harms inflicted on our peoples as a result of colonialism. As the Special UN Rapporteur stated, it is a remedial instrument that aims at repairing the effects of the historical denial of the right to self-determination and other basic human rights. Well, for something to be a remedy, a cure, like the medicine or a treatment that we take when we're sick, it must have certain characteristics. One of these characteristics is that it must have a clear diagnosis of what the harms are that we are addressing or intending to address. Another characteristic of a remedy is that based on the diagnosis, it must coherently and substantively address that harm, not cause additional harm or compound it. And a third characteristic of a remedy is that we need to measure and monitor how effective it is and adapt and adjust as is necessary. To say it another way, when we apply a remedy to something that is ill or diseased, we do so in a principled, tangible, and measurable way. Well, the illness the UN Declaration and the Federal Action Plan is seeking to remedy is colonialism. But I'm sure that the action plan may not, I'm not sure that it is sufficiently principled, tangible, or a measurable remedy to colonialism. Here are just a few examples of why I have this concern. So on my reading, many, if not all, in some way of the actions in the plan are restating or repeating commitments that already exist around health, around anti-Indigenous racism, around fiscal realities, modern treaties. In other words, instead of assessing what an UNDRIP article means and then how to implement it in a way that meets its remedial objective, things that were already being done without consideration of UNDRIP were included in the plan as a laundry list. Another concern, foundational and critical standards of UNDRIP, standards central to meeting the remedial objective, were largely ignored or left out of the action plan. Two very obvious ones, free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, and redress, which are not taken seriously in the action plan as seriously as they need to be. Let's be clear. This is like saying we know the medicine for the disease, but we simply are not going to take it all. The action plan itself includes some elements that actually reflect the harm more than the remedy. One example of this is in relation to distinctions between First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Indigenous peoples are distinct and different, including with respect to our histories, cultures, and rights. While the action plan tries to suggest it is upholding these distinctions, including by having separate sections for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, it also conflates certain subject matter in old pan-Indigenous ways that are particularly harmful for First Nations or to First Nations. For example, look at page 31 when it speaks about lands, territories, and resources as an example. And further, the use of confusing and unclear language instead of clearly and uniformly using the term Indigenous peoples as synonymous for nations. The action plan uses many different terms such as Indigenous partners, organizations, and groups. This undermines rights holders. The many ways the actions are stated in the plan makes them effectively unmeasurable and not subject to serious evaluation. And most critically, perhaps, there are even some ways of reading the action plan as being in violation with UNDA legislation itself. UNDA is drafted, as is DRIPA in British Columbia, in a way that the obligation to have an action plan to meet the objectives of the declaration and the obligation to take all measures necessary to achieve consistency between the laws of Canada and the UN Declaration are distinct and separate obligations. This separation is really important and deliberate. The obligation to take all existing laws, or the obligation, to take all measures necessary exists right now, at this very moment. It applies to all existing laws and to all proposed new laws. With each and every one of those, Canada should be actively taking all measures necessary for alignment right now. This is unlike the obligation to the action plan, which is a plan for things to take place and be implemented over years. An action plan in 2 years. Co-develop and implement a process to review and update the action plan every 5 years. But look at what Canada has done. They have included alignment of laws in the action plan. I think this is a mistake and this is wrong. There should have been active, constant, ongoing efforts at alignment occurring from the moment the legislation UNDA was passed and a review of all new legislation. That is what the law seems to say to me on its face. But this is not happening. And instead, it looks like Canada is trying to subsume that required legislative change in the longer-term project of the action plan. Now, BC has come to understand this distinction between the obligation to have an action plan and to align laws. BC rightly has stated, it is important to note that the action plan does not include all provincial initiatives to advance reconciliation in British Columbia. Actions proposed in this plan do not replace, limit, change, or stop existing initiatives or related commitments. These efforts will continue alongside the development and implementation of the action plan. Canada needs to realize this also. Now, as I said earlier, I am hopeful, or I was hopeful and am an optimist, and I meant it. So I will say the action plan is not all bad. I think there is importance and value in continuing to move and push the Crown towards developing coherent approaches and plans and forcing Canada to develop an action plan and associated work plans to meet the objectives of the Declaration. That is certainly part of it. And to be sure, there are some actions and important work that can benefit from having an action plan as a backdrop and a guide, such as Action 8 in Chapter 5, the treaty part. This is the only place, or one of the only places in the plan that has a specific date attached to a deliverable. Think about that. But taken as a whole, this plan does not meet the remedial markers it needs to. Much more tangible, principled, and measurable work must be done. So, how did we get here, and where should we go? Well, while there has been some progress, and we cannot understate that, including because of all the efforts our peoples have made to make truths of colonization known, public, and irrefutable, the reality is that Crown governments are still not committed to or consistent in making the core substantive shifts that must be made. As I often have said, they remain focused on the performative rather than substantive reconciliation. More often than not, they choose what is easy and primarily symbolic rather than what is hard and essential for transformation. Too often, political leaders are focused on being seen to be doing the work of reconciliation rather than actually doing it. The Federal Action Plan has elements of this performatism. Some may say I am being a bit harsh, but it is something that looks long and extensive and the product of lots of work, which is how it is presented and discussed with the public, but actually has few firm commitments, lacks specifics, and provides little that is truly new. The term I use for this kind of product is a laundry list, something pulled together almost randomly and put together to make it look like a whole and which lacks cohesion and precision. But of course, we do know better. I know many of you have been making this clear from various vantage points and in various ways, that if we are going to have a plan to meet the objectives of the UN Declaration, it must be better, stronger, and more coherent and principled, and better reflect the solutions that we know are essential. And, of course, returning to the issue of UNDA itself. If this is the legislation, and if this is the legislation that we need, well, my views, both when I was BC Regional Chief and when I was Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, are well known on these issues. They haven't changed, and they have been public for a long time, so I will repeat them here very briefly. Legislation, from the Indian Act to the Criminal Code to lands and resource statutes and so on, have been a central weapon in the Crown's arsenal of colonialism. Legislation has, for our peoples, been used as a tool of oppression. The work of true reconciliation requires fundamental transformation to Canada's laws, that Canada needs to get its house in order so Canada can be in proper nation-to-nation relations with our governments, laws, and jurisdictions. The path to doing this is new foundational legislation that does, at a minimum, the following things. 1, establishes legally binding standards and principles based on the recognition and implementation of treaties, title, and rights for all public officials. 2, binds the Crown to follow the self-determined paths of First Nations that they choose to get out of the Indian Act to their model of self-government with practical mechanisms and supports for that transition when the First Nation says it is time. 3, establishes new effective and efficient mechanisms for land back and resolution of disputes outside the courts, as well as new Indigenous institutions, independent from the federal government that supports the work of nation and government rebuilding. 4, establishes oversight and accountability mechanisms that are independent from the federal government and has a responsibility to ensure the government is following through on the implementation of Section 35 of the Constitution and UNDRIP, and entrench the human rights of Indigenous peoples as affirmed by the UNDRIP and commits the government to upholding them. This legislative agenda is not new. In various forms, elements have been called for over generations, including in RCAP. And as you see, what we have in UNDA is one of the elements that is needed. All of the other elements are practical and specific mechanisms that are needed and necessary to effect change. And indeed, this is the challenge I believe that we are now experiencing. UNDA, as a piece of legislation, has no practical tools, as I've said, to effect change. Tools that will enable us to translate the 46 articles of the UN Declaration into practical and meaningful benefits on the ground in our communities. And, as I think you all know, this model for transformative legislation was committed to by this government 5 years ago. In typical performative fashion, in a dramatic speech by the Prime Minister on February 14th, 2018, where he pledged to adopt a new recognition and implementation of rights framework. And then, almost in same typical performative fashion, it did not happen. So here we are. Laws such as UNDA and DRIPA in BC, while politically and legally sufficient or significant, are just a small part of what needs to be done. What they are is a marker for future work that needs to be done that, in truth, we could have been well down the road to doing with or without UNDA legislation. As I've said, even with the passing of legislation, governments have no mechanisms for the implementation of the minimum standards to implement the articles of the UN Declaration. Governments have no new supports for nations to self-determine, including self-govern. And if any government official, political or administrative person tells you otherwise, it means that they do not understand their own legislation, their action plan, its impacts, or the reality and necessities of what actually is required to deconstruct the ongoing colonial legacy and transform relations. The UNDRIP laws, as I've said before, are a small step forward, not more, not less. So, if I was to leave you with one message about where we go from here, it is this. Do not let UNDA and the action plan take up too much oxygen in the room. Do not let them be the only focus. Yes, use it, improve it, strengthen it, hold government to its commitments. Do not accept their performative acts or half measure. Make them implement the processes they have committed to, and through those processes, take real action. And do not let governments act like they have already solved the problem by passing this legislation or having an action plan. It is not the panacea. Continue to advocate for the transformative legislation legislative shifts that are needed. Those practical and effective measures that will make the difference on the ground in honoring treaties, recognizing title and rights, and support self-determination, including self-government. And of course, finally, while I have not really spoken about this today, the work that we have to do as nations always has to be at the forefront. Rebuilding our nations and governments and getting our own houses in order on our own terms as an expression of self-determination. In other words, let us continue to do the work that we have been doing for generations. Gala Kusla, thank you for allowing me to speak here this morning, and thank you for the ongoing and fundamental work that you do back home in your communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, for those very critical observations and recommendations. Certainly, we know and acknowledge that the National Action Plan and perhaps UNDRIP itself has many shortcomings. So really appreciate those critical observations. As a token of our appreciation, I have a gift for you.
Thank you.
Go to microphone 2. Or, just hang on.
So we do have a number of other very important issues on the agenda, important resolutions. So we will take three speakers, so that we can move on to the other important resolutions that you would like addressed. So with that, we'll go to microphone 2, 3, and then 1. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chief Wilfred King from Gull Bay First Nation. I want to thank both the presenters. Jody, I read your book, Indian in the Cabinet, and it was quite a very good book to read. You know, it gave me a really good understanding of the inner workings of Cabinet. In your book, you were very critical of the PMO office, in particular two individuals, which are, for the public record, was Gerald Butts and Katie Telford, and how much power they had within PMO, and almost undermining your leadership as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and the lack of independence of a person in your position when you're in that position at the time. And I would agree with you. I think that there was no transformative change that you were trying to implement when you were the minister. From my perspective, I think the problem is, and irregardless if you're a Minister of Justice or Attorney General, there's such a thing in this country known as national interest. And I think national interest doesn't bode well with Aboriginal or treaty rights. And I think that's a fundamental problem we have, whether you are a Minister of Justice or not. You know, the prevailing interests of government, whether it be the Liberals, Conservatives, or even the NDP, is the issue is what's best for Canada and what's not best for First Nations. So my thinking is that we have to have, the only way to have this transformative change is that we have to really fight for Aboriginal and treaty rights, and it has to take precedence over national interest. That's my question to you. I'm not sure if you want to respond to that.
I'll take the first. 3.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So we will take the 3 comments. So we've closed after 3 speakers. Microphone 3, go ahead.
Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band, and thank you very much, Jody, for your presentation. That was a very enlightening of what you said, and I think that's one of the things that we should all be listening to is what she had spoken about was that UNDRIP and all these others, they talk about minimum standards, and I ask everyone in the room, give us a definition of what exactly is a minimum standard, because we go to the Indian Act, we can all see what the minimum standard is, and that's called the social safety net, and they're always talking about the special, rights or what we actually get under the Indian Act, but it's actually social safety nets, and even at that, it's even lower in what the actual standards are. You look at social assistance to our people, for an individual, it's $175, and that's below what the social safety net is off reserve. So what are we talking about when they're talking about establishing minimum standards or, to Aboriginal rights? Well, look what they first done with the 2 court cases with the Marshall decision. One, they talked about the actual right with the first decision, then it came in there of modest income, and look what the definition of that is. And whenever government talks about minimum or anything, we all have to have our ears on and understand clearly that this is not in our best interests. You know, you look at all the other Supreme Court decisions that we've won, you know, and they do not talk about minimum standards. They talk about our full rights. And this is one of the areas that we really need to focus on, is these wins where it talks about our full basket of rights, not these minimal standards of what they want us to accept. And I really thank you again for your presentation, because that was a real eye-opener, and I think everyone should be listening to what Jody had said about this. And again, you're one of our very best leaders, and it was a pleasure to always support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hello. Eglina Teitanse, Kalina Thungaye, Fond du Lac, and Nississalina First Nation, Treaty 8. I'm the great-granddaughter of a well-respected leader for my community a few years ago. I just want to commend Jody for her speak and the stuff that you did when you were Minister of Justice. And I want to first acknowledge the territory that we're in, the Mi'kmaq leaders, the chiefs, the elders, the youth. I guess my question Jody could possibly answer. I was a little upset yesterday because I learned that, you know, NAG is the big thing, and it's part of the 94 calls to action. So I found out that 15 of our youth from my Saskatchewan were denied to come to the games, to NAG, because they were not fully vaccinated. And according to the council thingy, the NAG council, that everybody has to be double vaccinated, and I'm here to be the voice for those 15 youth, because since the beginning of the year in Saskatchewan, we have lost 15 youth to suicide. And then to deny these kids because they're not double vaccinated, that's wrong. That's wrong. And I guess my question to Jody is, like, why weren't Indigenous people able to protect themselves from the vaccine? Because a lot of other religions and cultures or groups were allowed to, except Indigenous people. And, you know, that's very problematic to me because, you know, we weren't able to protect ourselves from it. Some of us were forced to get, coerced to get the vaccine. And how come coming here, none of us were asked if we were double vaccinated. NAG is being held here in a couple days. Everybody is required, and that's so wrong. And, you know, it's frustrating. And I'm sorry, like, you know, I commend everybody who's worked towards NAG, all the athletes. Mike Tanton from Saskatchewan, he's done tirelessly job, and, you know, I want to commend him. And yeah, so maybe Jody can answer and ask why we were not able to protect ourselves from the vaccine, yet other people were. So, Marcicho Tanigi. Yeah, thank you very much, and Jody, just keep being deadly. Right.
Thank you. Before I go to Jody Wilson-Raybould, I did see Proxy Cuisance behind microphone number 2. So I'll go back to Chief King. You had your question. So I'll go back to Proxy Cuisance, and then I will turn it over for a response and final comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, the preamble before Jody spoke, some of the very important issues that she brought out, sort of the footprint, the work that has to be done of holding Canada accountable. You know, they want us First Nations to be accountable within our communities. And you know, Jody knows this, politicians, all they do is tell half-truths. And like she said in her presentation, is process is what they use to delay success. And like the preamble speaker, sorry to call you that, but I don't know your name, but the most important thing is she put out a footprint for us as communities. And Mr. Speaker, you just stated that this is, we got a lot of important things to do. UNDRIP is one of them. And you know, you look at our front table, where's our executive members? I only see 2 or 3 here. And you know, the work has to happen, and the work has to go back to the communities. The whole process of the gaps that we have within what was discussed, the jurisdiction issue, the treaties, the consent. And all that goes back to our treaty right holders in our communities. The most important part about this is the hierarchy system is not working for Indian people. We know what the solution is our culture, our traditions, our inherent rights process within our ceremonies. That's the answer. I've been saying that for 10 years, and you look at all the wording of nothing mentioned about inherent rights or treaty rights or traditionals. We have a process within our culture and traditions, and we have to go back to that. Spirituality, not politics and half-truths. And for Jody Rabel, truth-telling, Jody, there's always consequences.
30 seconds.
And Jody, you were telling the truth. That's why you're back with us here today. Keep up the strong fight, and it's all about truth-telling. It'll get you a long ways and us a long ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over back to Jody Wilson-Raybould for a response and closing comments.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the chiefs, well, everybody. Thank you, and to the specific comments. Thank you for the kind remarks. Maybe I can just go quickly through some of the specific questions to Chief King. Thank you. I'm glad you read Indian in the cabinet. I felt an obligation to write of my experience and the learnings that I was able to gain through my experience being in the federal government and the challenges that exist with partisanship, hyper-partisanship and control in the Prime Minister's office. To your comments about the national interest, just to say briefly, I believe it is fundamentally in the national interest for governments, the federal government, provincial and territorial governments, to settle this issue. And I don't like to call it an issue, but to create the space for Indigenous nations to rebuild within a stronger Canada. That is how this country is going to become what it can be, by finishing the unfinished business of confederation, where our nations were left out, bringing our nations, creating that space for us to rebuild based on our own self-determination, including self-government. That is in the national interest. That's how we are going to become better as a country. To Chief Lewis, thank you for your comments. And you know, I talked about the minimum standards of the UNDRIP, and they are the floor, or they're the floor, not the ceiling. The hard work that we are doing and continue to do back home in our communities, making determinations about what it is that we want to do, how we want to self-determine, and what the needs of our communities are based on our traditional laws and protocols, based on how our patterns of behavior and how we have acted that have enabled us to be here since time lost in memory, is how we're going to fill up that box. And I know that there's lots of important work that we can build on that's happening across the country in our communities, so we need to continue to build on that success. I think your name was Vonda from Treaty 8. I'm sorry I missed your name, but thank you for your comments. And not necessarily specifically about NAG, because I'm not involved in the organizational realities of NAG or the requirements, but what we're talking about in terms of whether it's vaccines, whether it's around education, whether it's around lands and resources, we're talking about the jurisdictional needs and realities that need to be placed in our communities. It's what it says in 2 words in the action plan, talking about legal pluralism. Indigenous communities have jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction needs to be able to be exercised. But I guess some closing comments. I really appreciate being here. Thank you again for all of the important work that each and every one of you are doing. And again, we have the solutions. Let's focus on those solutions, build on them, and work in partnership with other governments, but know that we know what needs to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Jody Wilson-Raybould and Sarah Mainville. I'll turn it back to Regional Chief TG for closing comments.
Okay, I've been called a lot of things, but I'm just kidding. Thank you, and certainly Sarah for all the work that you've done, and also Jody for those, once again, enlightening and I think substantial comments about where we're at with the National Action Plan. Very critical recommendations, I would say, and certainly would like to keep your notes. A good roadmap to perhaps move ahead with some of the shortcomings. And just want to also acknowledge, I see Wilton Littlechild here, all the work that he's done with UNDRIP and an international stage, and Sakej Henderson for this moment. I think overall, just in closing, is that what we're trying to do here is we're not going back. We're not going back to the way it was, but certainly as Sarah and Jody and myself have said, it's not going to be easy to go ahead to change a colonial structure, a machinery, the culture that was born out of what we've seen over the last couple of years, these doctrines, doctrine of discovery, doctrine terra nullius, which, you know, by the way, the Vatican and the Pope did denounce. They need to do that as well. And it is in the preamble in Bill C-15, but it's one thing to say it, and it's a different thing to enact it. And certainly where we're at right now is exactly what Jody said, is process over substance. We need to get to that substance to see the changes for our people, for our grassroots people. That's where the change needs to happen. So with that, I thank you all, and I thank you for being here. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief TG. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Weena, for the next panel. Miigwech.
Miigwech, merci Adam pour cette introduction et
Thank you, Adam, for this introduction. Thank you so much to our panelists who came to discuss this important subject, which is UNDRIP and its implementation. Now, before Minister Lametti's visit, which is expected for 11:30 this morning, we'll have a second panel to react to an omnibus resolution package, omnibus resolution number 11. We need to have finished the discussion before 11, and we have 30 minutes.
Next panel is an update on the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations legislation. And to provide this update and background, current status, and next steps related, as I mentioned, to the legislation and the ongoing co-development process, we'll have opening remarks by Regional Chief Hare, and then we'll have other guests, panelists for that, but I'll present them to you as we arrive to that part of the panel. So on that, I'll turn the floor over to Regional Chief Hare for introductions. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay. Now, bonjour, miigwech. Dan makko nam kinawiya. Tam kwa miigwech and dam jende Mi'kmaq gay no inch bad, begin the going in the way mounting. Mnash gay no kinegamax and them debjik, Koyak and Kitagajik. Mnash when the Kendasun Bermidod, couldn't call them, me which couldn't them get any. When goes getting the stab in nose and Bermidon, chicken getting donji. Mapigeni not mageni gan Jargonisha bun. Good morning, everyone. Acknowledge the land of the Mi'kmaq that we're on, that we've been inviting in the last few days, enjoying your territory. And again to all the Gimakkwek, counselors, proxies, knowledge keepers, youth. It is you and us that work together to make us breathe and drink water every day. We need to rely on each other to make that good. My name is Gwen Gomes. I'm Ontario Regional Chief from Chiging, Manitoulin Island, Ontario. So thank you very much for joining us today to share information to discuss one of the most critical priorities as First Nations, and that's safe and clean drinking water and adequate wastewater. The purpose of this preliminary session is to provide delegates with information regarding the background, status, and next steps related to ongoing co-development process on First Nations safe drinking water. Since 2013, the AFN has advocated against unilaterally imposed water legislation and has been directed by the First Nations in Assembly through numerous resolutions to urge Canada to repeal the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, which came into force on November 13th, and to co-develop the replacement legislation. Gatin gina kime when they go up we've been going. Kegi no squigbo said me gum, quibin botchegum, gay notion and kitagejik. Kegi no, we've been going, Mandagation Kigabashinda. And our team and the team up here and Chief Woodhouse and us that carry this file. We lobbied the government for an extension that was asked from our technical expertise, and we got it. So we will be reaching out to each and every one of you in the next few weeks and months, coming months. We need your input, everyone. We need your input very much. So we need all your expertise, because only you, as we always hear, you know what's best for what's coming from your community. We have been engaging with First Nations from across Canada on the key elements of the replacement of the legislation since 2018, which has informed our advocacy related to the necessary components that must be included and addressed in the new legislation. It's also an opportunity to give delegates an update on all the work that we have engaged in under the mandate of Resolution 2322, recommitment and co-development of replacement safe drinking water legislation for First Nations, which is an emergency resolution that was passed by the First Nations in Assembly at the December 22 Special Chiefs Assembly. I'll just stop here for that. I'll slow down for my interpreter. Sorry. As directed by the First Nations in Assembly through this resolution, the AFN successfully urged Canada to halt the introduction of Canada's draft legislation, which did not significantly address the 5 critical requirements identified by First Nations, which risk failing to ensure the First Nations will have access to the human right to safe drinking water and sanitation, leaving First Nations unprotected. Throughout this process, we have clearly stated that the AFN does not support the introduction of the draft legislation that does not address First Nations needs and priorities, and we have continued to urge Canada to recommit the meaningful co-development of legislation and have repeatedly reminded Canada of its obligation to ensure that this legislation is consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. During today's session, we will hear from the AFN-appointed co-lead on this file, Ogimakwik Linda DeBosque from Chiging First Nation, who is a technical lead on the status and next steps related to the co-development of the replacement of this legislation. Former AFN National Chief Phil Fontaine was also appointed as the co-lead, and he is the political lead. Mr. Fontaine sends his regrets as he's had other commitments. We will also hear from the AFN infrastructure sector, who will provide us with an update on the current work and advocacy efforts that the AFN is engaged in to ensure First Nations priorities and needs are addressed in the legislation. Following that, there will be an opportunity for all dialogue sessions attendees to ask and receive answers to their questions from our team and our presenters. And I say miigwech for giving me a few minutes to echo our strong work, good work from our technical team to be up here today and present this to you. So with that, I say miigwech.
Can we have our deck up? Safe drinking water. Miigwech. Bingla blagi din dishna kas wikwem kong donjwa adawan dodem migisi do adawan daw migisi dodem. Miigwech tugdanak nunganda mikmagi man pigi bibgit ni kong wibigi kitang with bat among mandan nabi. I thank the Mi'kmaq for allowing us to come and speak here to talk about what's very important for everybody is water, safe drinking water. We're going to be as efficient as we can here, given the time, and thank Regional Chief Hare, and also acknowledge Regional Chief Woodhouse, who have been supporting us on this file, very, very much so. Thanks, Miigwech, for that. We're going to have a little bit of background. First, I'll just go roughly through the agenda. After my opening remarks, we'll have Agamakwe, Linda De Bosque, who is one of the co-leads, have been appointed, assigned to work with us, work with our team, along with former National Chief Phil Fontaine. They have been working with us since December of last year, when we had the emergency resolution passed to get this whole thing back on track and can start really co-developing the legislation. And then after Agamakwe, who is from Chiging First Nation, will be followed by Dr. Kerry Black. He's our advisor, water advisor, has been assigned to us, and Kerry has been with me for well over 13 years now, following this file, providing her advice and support. And then will be followed by Maryland Fair from from Fair Law. Again, Maryland has been with us, supporting us on this file for well over, again, same time, 13 years. And we will have a short presentation or support of the draft resolutions on DR 17, and also another resolution that impacts infrastructure and safe drinking water. DR 39 is a co-developed resolution with AFN Environment. So very quickly, in terms of the next slide, do we have a slide mover? Just a little bit of background. We've been pursuing this for quite a while. 2009, the first version of the Safe Drinking Water Act developed by Indigenous Services Canada, and it was brought into force in November 2013. And our direction from you, Chiefs Assembly, First Nation Assembly, is to work on repealing and replace that Safe Drinking Water Act, which had a lot of resistance over the years because of no identified resources, no funding, also did not respect First Nations water rights, or no adequate consultation. So the repeal and replace of the Safe Drinking Water Act was mandated by Chiefs Assembly, and Next slide, please. It was repealed, successfully repealed through your support and our efforts, advocacy efforts, on June 23rd of this year. I won't go through all these. It just gives you an idea of how many resolutions have supported this for quite some time. Actually, we did a count one time. There's actually about 20 resolutions from the First Nation Assembly that have followed this. So we're going to go to the next slide. And we'll be calling on Gimakwe Linda Debosque to give us context and set the stage for our discussion here. Chimigwech.
Minokijep, Gimakwe Linda Debosque, Dishnakas, Chiging Donjaba. I'm the elected chief of Chiging First Nation, and I've been asked last December to help co-lead this safe drinking water legislation file. I just want to make a comment. It's 10:40 right now. We need to end at 11 a.m. But I just want to express my frustration and concern with the structure of the AFN Assembly keeping water to the last day. As Anishinaabe leaders, as women, you know, we say water is life, we use that rhetoric, but when we put water to the last day, we don't have enough time to give it the attention it needs, and that's a failure on our part from a traditional sense as well as a leadership sense. So I just hope that this assembly supports water being on the first day of the next assembly, so we're given the appropriate time and we give that respect to the beach, the water that it deserves. So I'm going to speak very briefly. I have three more colleagues that are going to speak. As I had mentioned, I was appointed as co-lead to this file in December, but I've had many years of experience both from a professional and a spiritual aspect with the beach. So I'm just going to go really quickly. They had intended to introduce legislation in January. Our team worked through the holidays, Christmas and New Year's, to ensure that we were respecting the mandates provided by the Chiefs and Assembly. We were successful in having that introduction pushed back. We did an engagement session in March, and this is in addition to the years of engagement we have been doing with First Nations. And then they were attempting to introduce the legislation again. We had it delayed, and in around May, we had been provided with information that there was to be an introduction of the bill. The bill still has not met the requirements as mandated by the Chiefs and Assembly. I know there's been mention of the 5 key elements, but there's also all the other pieces, and we can't forget that this safe drinking water legislation now includes wastewater as well. And water, obviously very important that all of our people have access to clean, safe drinking water. That has been our priority. So in terms of timing, we've been focusing on the 5 key elements already expressed, and we continue to do so. We were successful, and the AFN executive, and I acknowledge Regional Chief Woodhouse as well as Regional Chief Hare, to ensure that we did not support the introduction in May, for the very reason that we were concerned, and rightfully so, that without the inclusion of our key elements, that the legislation would fail to ensure that First Nations will not have access to clean, safe drinking water. So I'm going to end it there. Well, no, I guess I should say the next steps. We are working with Canada to actually co-develop a mandate for the inclusion of those elements to ensure that our First Nations will have that legislative support to ensure those provisions to our communities. And we've been of the opinion, of the mind, to not accept anything less. And as the previous speaker and the last plenary spoke, is that we need to push back, and we continue to push back. And for those who know me, know that I hold no punches when I deal with the opposite side of the table, and will continue to do so. First for water, for that spirit, and for our communities, our people, and for those yet to come. Miigwech.
Miigwech Ogimakwe. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carrie Black, here to update you on the safe drinking water legislation. Thank you to the interim national chief, the regional chiefs, the chiefs here today. It was over 10 years ago that we came together on this topic in 2010 and then again in 2011 on Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. We're here again to talk about new legislation that has a great opportunity for First Nations if we can advance it to a place that is acceptable. I want to remind you today about the engagements that we've had in regions over the last few years. Starting way back when, but in particular in 2019, we've been engaging in the regions about what legislation needs to include and that it needed to have meaningful co-development. As part of that co-development, we know that it needs to have a certain minimum number of requirements in order for us to achieve our goals. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over a few slides here and just show you just the sheer amount of feedback that we have from 2019 to 2021 on the key topics that we have to include. These preliminary concepts that you see that were endorsed by the Chiefs in Assembly contain everything from how we want to think about water and view water, to your water rights, to recognition of jurisdiction, to transboundary water issues, to standards, to governance, to funding in particular, and to liability. These are all considered to be the minimum requirements, deal breakers for legislation. As part of co-development, we continue to push in each of these areas. Right now, where we're at the end of this timeline, we are as Ogimakwe mentioned, working on co-developing this legislation in order to ensure that we have something that First Nations will accept this coming fall. Just a few months ago, we met in December and we talked about co-development hitting a few bumpy roads. And as a result, Resolution 23-2022, the emergency resolution that was put on the floor, recognized those minimum requirements that we need to see. Those are the rights, national standards, funding, which has been echoed across every region for the last decade. Funding to support First Nations in capital, operations and maintenance, and all the wraparound supports that you require in order to have proper water and wastewater management. To address liability, to ensure strong First Nations governance, to have mechanisms that address your transboundary water issues and source water protection. First Nations want to be protected from what's happening upstream within their nations. That's what we continue to push for at the negotiations table, and my colleague Marilyn Fair will speak a little bit to those key elements within the legal process. But I wanted to remind you that we have been listening for over a decade. We continue to push as hard as we can. And over this last winter, we've engaged again, hearing from First Nations from coast to coast to coast on what legislation needs to include. That is why we push so hard to delay introduction of the legislation and why we continue to work throughout the summer in the hopes of coming back to Assembly to update you on the state of the legislation, at which point we hope it contains all of those elements that First Nations have been calling on for over a decade. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Marilyn Fair, to speak a little bit about some of the legal components of the legislation. Miigwech.
Hi, everybody. We're moving through this at record pace, and I will, in 2 minutes or less, summarize the key legal pieces that we're facing right now, because we are in the process still of intense discussions with Canada. From the beginning, based on your direction for the last decade and many resolutions on this, First Nation, we have approached these conversations with Canada from the perspective of getting actual mandatory commitments in the legislation, not just or not only provisions that are about potentially doing something in the future or optional ways to deal with this. Now is the time to deal with this in as binding a way as possible. There are many issues on the table, but the 5 critical ones previous colleagues mentioned. We are, of course, talking about rights recognition, the inherent right to self-government over drinking water and wastewater, but fundamental to that is still on the table, is source water. There's no point always focusing at the end of the pipe with cleaning up a problem after you've created it. Inherent right to protect waters is critical. Another one is governance reform. You heard Jody Wilson-Raybould talk about the need to change Canadian institutions and to have decision-making be different with Indigenous people at the table. And so the idea of governance institutions and how they work with other Canadian institutions is in discussion. The First Nation Water Commission has been called for many years. That's part of that dialogue. Agreement making is critical. Water moves across jurisdictions, including Indigenous jurisdictions, and the legislation needs to affirm the right of Indigenous nations, Indigenous peoples, to be part of water agreements that involve other governments, because we all need to work together for water to be protected. Standards are critical. Water quality standards. Every First Nation person should be able to know, no matter where they are in Canada, that they have a standard of water quality that they can rely on that ensures that they have access to safe drinking water. This is the same with water quantity standards and also wastewater effluent standards. We're not talking about at the minute the legislation comes into force, we want standards to be in place. And then the final piece is, of course, probably the most important one is the funding commitment. None of those commitments matter if the money's not there to back it up. And so we are, and the chiefs have been so clear about this for so many years. You've lived with the problems associated with insufficient funding. And so finding a way to get a funding commitment is our biggest path right now and our most important conversation. We are looking at options of ways to make it binding and a firm commitment. And so I will, I said I'd do it in 3 minutes or less, and I have. So thank you.
Earlier, I forgot to add, I want to thank our Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure who've been supportive of this, not just at the AFN, but within the regions. I'd also like to thank our regional water coordinators. So we're at 10:51, and I want to introduce class counsel for the drinking water settlement, Darian Piscataway. The class counsel were successful in obtaining a settlement in relation to communities who suffered long-term drinking water advisories, and part of the order is to ensure that Canada did repeal the legislation and introduce new legislation. I just want to state that there is so much more for us to say and share. We were kicked off the agenda over several meetings now. We've been given limited time. We are officially done at 11. So I just want to offer that support to fellow chiefs in this room who are waiting for very important resolutions that we're trying to respect this time. But again, your support for water to be at the first day of the agenda next assembly would be incredibly amazing. Darian, you have a few minutes.
You go ahead, Chief. Okay, so we have a few minutes. I timed myself. I'll be quick. So, good morning. Good morning. I'm very grateful to be here with you all today. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Darian Bascataway, and I'm from White Sand First Nation in Northern Ontario, just up the highway from Chief King's community of Gull Bay. So I'm a lawyer at OKT working on the drinking water class action and the settlement. But for those who do know me, have probably already asked me, where's my check? When is it coming? So today I'm here to provide a brief update on when that check is coming. But first, I want to let you know that we recently released a resource for you to draw upon to help you access funding to realize Canada's legal commitment in the terms of the settlement agreement. We also want to explain your rights in the settlement agreement. So we know that ISK is still working through the policy and program amendments to meet the requirements of Canada's legal commitment in the settlement, but as a result, your regional office may still be in the process of implementing 4 actuals. Actuals for O&M, actuals for construction, actuals for maintenance. So if you have any issues, please copy in our colleague Devin Rutherford, who is a litigation team lead at ISK. And this resource is available at the distribution table and online on our website at firstnationsdrinkingwater.ca. So, continuing on to the claims timeline. So, for people who submitted by the March 7th, 2023 deadline, compensation will start flowing in the coming months. While we hope to start flowing by the end of summer, it's likely that compensation will not reach most people until later this year. And so the timing for each person will largely depend based on the completeness of their claim form. So if it's a perfect claim form, it'll be pretty quick, very easy to do. Whereas if they missed something, didn't put down when they lived in communities, that will impact the timeliness of their compensation being paid out because you need more information, and so Deloitte will have to follow up and do that process for you. For people who submitted after the March 7th, 2023 deadline, their claim will be processed at the close of the next deadline, March 7th, 2024. It's at this time, after March 7th of next year, that the specified injuries, the medical claim, will also be processed. So at this time, it's just the base payments that are being paid out this year. And so I want to be clear here and to let you know that people who claimed on behalf of kids, minors, will also start to receive letters from the administrator, Deloitte, asking how they want to receive the money on behalf of their children, whether it be paid out into a trust until they turn the age of majority, or if they want to be paid the compensation directly. This process is largely based on the rules of the provinces. So each province would look different in terms of how much money you can get, when you can get it, or when it has to be paid into a trust. So not all of it will be the same. And so that's the condensed version from me. If you have any questions, I'll be around, but also our website has pretty much all details, as well as contact information for both myself as class counsel and the administrator. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you for listening to our presentations. I want to thank our team again for doing the best that they could within the time limit provided. In the interest of time, we'll forego any questions, but you can approach Carrie Black and Maryland Fair when you see them if you have any other questions. Miigwech.
Yep, thank you very, very much to our panelists. We can, yes, a good round of applause to our panel. Very important panel, I'm sorry. So I thank them for their update on safe drinking water for First Nations legislation. And on that, here we are. First resolution we'll deal with this morning, just before Lamity, Minister Lamity. Minister Lamity will be with us at 11:30, so we have a hard break. We need to be done at 11:30 at the latest. So here is what we propose, and this is based on the resolution committee advice. So as you're used to it by now, we at the end of the like on the third day of this 3 days AGA, we deal with we try to deal with the most, we try to deal with every draft resolution we receive on time, and emergency resolution as well. So the resolution committee combined draft resolution that are related to the same or similar topic in what we now call an omnibus package. So we'll deal with the first omnibus package right now. And this is all combined in a package given the time left for today and the number of draft resolution we still have to deal today on this last day. So this first omnibus number 1, is related to water, rights, and governance. It contains 11 draft resolutions. So here's, in brief, how we will handle this process of dealing with an omnibus package. So first, Haley will come at the microphone and she will read the number and the title of each of the 11 draft resolutions included in this omnibus package number 1. She will then make sure it is duly moved and seconded. So there's a new mover and seconder for this omnibus package. If you know them and you know they're not in the room, we will need them pretty soon. So once it is moved, it has been moved and seconded. Haley will then read the operative clause, so that therefore be it resolved section of each of the 11 draft resolutions contained in this omnibus package number 1. And then once she's done with that, I'll come back to open the floor for discussions and debates, and we will start with the mover as usual. So I'm counting on you, and I'm sure all chiefs are counting on all chiefs to deal with that in the short time we have in front of us. So as Adam mentioned yesterday, if you support, the best way would be to vote in favor. Not maybe taking the time, but it's up to you. It's your assembly, but we need to be done at 11:30. So on that, I turn the floor over to my dear colleague. She's still alive today. I mentioned yesterday, sorry, sometimes I have expression in French, in English based on French, and it can be laughable, but I count on you to laugh, have a big laugh, but not that much, just for, yes, having a good fun. So on that, I'm turning the floor over to Haley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Co-Chair Weena. Good morning, everyone. I hope you rubbed the gum out of your eyes this morning. Moving forward with this Omnibus 1 through water rights and governance, I will begin with naming every single resolution within this package, starting with draft resolution number 8, titled Supporting First Nations to Receive Funding for Off-Reserve Members. Draft resolution number 9, titled Support for Increases to Tribal Council Funding. Draft resolution number 17, titled Proposed Federal First Nations Drinking Water and Wastewater Legislation. Draft resolution number 18, titled Revitalization of Indigenous Laws and Legal Orders. Draft resolution number 19, titled Support for First Nations Wildland Firefighters and Impacted Communities. Draft resolution number 30, Addressing Impacts from Mining Activities. Draft resolution number 35, Recognition of Canada's Indian Residential School Genocide and Reparation for Survivors and Descendants. Draft resolution 39, just waiting. 37, sorry. Draft resolution number 37, Securing Accountability of Nuclear Technology Waste, Transport, and Storage. Draft resolution number 39, First Nations-led process for national water stewardship and the Canada Water Agency. And draft resolution number 43, titled Demand Consultation on Section 50, Policy and Amendments under the Indian Act. And lastly, draft resolution number 44, Support for the Reform and Enforcement of First Nations Laws. So those are all the draft resolutions that will be in Omnibus 1, with our mover for Package 1. Do we know? We're just going to get the movers here and make sure they're present. We're just going to confirm our mover is present and here, that we have a name. So our Our mover is Chief Byron Lewis. Are you present? He's here. Awesome. Stand close by. We're going to have to go through the resolutions first. Our seconder. Our seconder is Judy Wilson, proxy. Are you present? Hello. Okay, awesome. I'm glad you both are here. With that, we will have to go through every single therefore be it result of the resolutions before our movers and seconders are able to speak on their behalf. Can I get draft resolution number 8 on the screen? Thank you. Supporting First Nations to receive funding for off-reserve members. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, call on the Government of Canada to work with First Nations to seek of new funding formulas and transfer agreements that provide adequate funding so all First Nation governments can provide safe, reliable, culturally appropriate programs and services to both on and off reserve members. Number 2, call on the Government of Canada to direct the funding that it currently transfers to the province on behalf of First Nations members who reside off reserve to First Nations governments to enable them to provide improved services to the members who reside off reserve. Draft resolution number 9, support for increases to Tribal Council funding. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, call on the Assembly of First Nations to provide political support for First Nations in securing increases in funding for the existing Tribal Council program through renewed funding agreements that include indexation, are needs-based, sufficient, predictable, and sustainable. Number 2, call on Canada to ensure that Tribal Council program funding be increased to address chronic underfunding since 1996. Number 3, mandate the Assembly of First Nations to immediately bring forward this resolution to the Government of Canada and to keep the First Nations and Tribal Council apprised of the status of discussions. Revised draft resolution number 17, proposed federal First Nations drinking water and wastewater legislation. Therefore, it be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, reject the consultative draft legislation titled An Act Respecting Drinking Water, Wastewater, and Related Infrastructure on First Nations lands in its current form, and support the Minister in delaying the introduction of the legislation to address the critical requirements identified by First Nations, including A, recognition of First Nations rights and jurisdictions over lands and waters. B, mandatory requirements for Canada to provide water and wastewater treatment that meets minimum national standards, bracket, or where requested, the more stringent of the federal requirements or provincial standards governing residential water quality. C, adequate and sustained funding, including at a minimal capital operations and maintenance and inspections to address water and wastewater. D, mechanisms to address transboundary waters. E, liability protection for owners and operators. And F, recognition of rights over source water, minimum binding national standards, commitment to funding, liability protection for First Nations governments, water governance structures led by First Nations, and mechanisms to address management of transboundary source water. 2, direct the AFN and Canada co-develop laws, scratched out, regulatory instruments and policies that support or are made under the replacement legislation. An act respecting drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nation lands. 3, call on the AFN in Canada to co-develop a funding formula for adequate and sustained funding, including but not limited to capital operations and maintenance inspections, liability protection for First Nations governments, management mechanisms of transboundary source water, and the establishment of First Nations-led water governance structures. Number 4, call on Canada to fund and support First Nations-led engagement on the critical requirements identified for the proposed drinking and wastewater legislation in each region through the summer and fall of 2023. 5, call on the Minister of Indigenous Service Canada to work with the AFN with the guidance of the AFN Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure and the Advisory Committee on Climate Action and the Environment to co-develop regulatory instruments and policies that support are made under the replacement legislative, an act respecting drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations lands, and to bring back the draft legislation for approval at a future assembly. Revised draft resolution number 18, revitalization of Indigenous laws and legal orders. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, call upon the Government of Canada to support First Nations initiatives to revitalize their traditional justice practices by adequately funding an innovative First Nations-led approach to justice and healing that is meaningful, informed by the sacred knowledge keepers and oral traditions of First Nations. Number 2, direct the Assembly First Nations to continue engagement with First Nations and national or regional Indigenous organizations to determine options to support all First Nations as they seek to revitalize their legal practices and traditions, and where requested, by working with all First Nations and required internal and external partners in their co-development of processes that will revitalize Indigenous laws and traditional justice systems where mandated to do so. Moving on to draft resolution number 19, that is support for First Nations wildland firefighters and impacted communities. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to recognize the requisite knowledge, skills, and abilities of First Nations wildland firefighters as more than adequate and on par with non-First Nations wildland firefighters. Number 2, call upon Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, and its regional partners to work with the AFN and First Nations wildland firefighters on formal recognition of the requisite knowledge, skills, and abilities of First Nations wildland firefighters. Number 3, call upon ISC to engage with other federal departments and work with First Nations impacted by wildland fires to support and adequately fund initiatives that incorporate the expertise and knowledge of these communities, given First Nations mastery over their unique hazardscapes. Number 4, call upon ISC and its regional partners to include First Nation wildland firefighters and First Nations in any economic opportunities arising out of wildland firefighting or suppression activities on par with the inclusion of Mexico, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and Costa Rica, and or any other wildland firefighting organization called to assist Canada. None. 5, direct the AFN contingent on funding resources to work with First Nations wildland firefighters in developing a policy proposal within 2 years for presentation to the First Nations in Assembly, which would provide clear recommendations to government for support, adequate and stable funding for culturally relevant training, and recognized certification for First Nations wildland firefighters. There is changes on draft resolution number 30. If we could get those changes up on the Google Doc, please. Is there? Okay, thank you. Revised draft resolution number 30. Ding, 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 ding. Just kidding. Awesome. Okay. Draft revised resolution number 30. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly call on federal, provincial, and territorial governments to ensure that all mining and mineral extraction projects taking place on First Nations lands and waters, including but not limited to mining and minerals permitting processes, regulatory process development, mitigation, and remediation reporting mechanisms and emergency response processes to water, land, and environmental contamination adhere to the minimum standards of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including the principles of free, prior, and informed consent and protections under the Constitution Act 1982. Number 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to call upon the Ministers of Environment and Climate Change Canada, ECC, Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, and Natural Resources Canada, and RCN, to dedicate funding and resources to work with First Nations to review and renew existing policies, legislation, and regulations to A, develop protocols that improve all aspects of operations, including but not limited to sewage treatment, fuel storage, tailings, pond security, monitoring, safety, accountability, enforcement, and oversight of mine tailings management, seepages, leaks, and breaches, and to protect First Nations downstream and/or occupying lands across provincial or territorial borders of such operations. C, prevent and mitigate any deleterious or negative effects on First Nations due to emergency events and industrial activities. 3, direct the AFN to work with relevant chiefs committees and technical bodies to holistically identify First Nations priorities related to mine activities, including the impacts on terrestrial ecosystems, hydrological systems, human health and safety, and ultimately any adverse effects to First Nations rights due to emergency events and industrial activities. Oh, I need glasses. Just like this. Number 4, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada, provincial and territorial governments to work with First Nations to create and co-develop a database of mine tailing spills, gaps, and failures in managing, monitoring, enforcement, and reporting mechanisms, and to establish appropriate recommendations to prevent or respond to these events.
Just want to say something just quickly on this draft resolution number 30. We just want to note here that there was some changes in the whereas section. Those changes are in letter C, D, and I. And we just want to make sure that the mover and the seconder are aware of that. I've been told that they are. And this revised draft resolution has also been distributed on the floor and online. And so as our process, we just read the TBIR section, but just wanted to note that to you. So on that, I'll turn the floor over to Ailey to continue the reading of the next draft resolution TBIR section. To you.
Draft resolution number 35, recognition of Canada's Indian residential school genocide and reparations for survivors and descendants. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 call on the Government of Canada to recognize that the establishment and operation of Indian residential schools was genocide as acknowledged by Pope Francis and in accordance with Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 2, call on the Government of Canada to commit to the following actions in the spirit of reconciliation and to begin healing after recognition of genocide. A, the continued healing of and support for the survivors of Indian residential schools, their families and communities through the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. B, providing a guaranteed annual income for survivors of the Indian residential school system, their descendants, and descendants thereafter in perpetuity to support the revitalization of First Nations. C, educating all Canadians about the lessons from the Indian residential school system genocide, its continuing impacts on society, and to bridge efforts of reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. Revised draft resolution number 37, securing accountability of nuclear technology, waste, transport, and storage. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly number 1 call on the Government of Canada to fully adhere to the standards of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the protections under the Constitution Act 1982, where information on the nature, size, pace, reversibility, and scope of any proposed nuclear project or expansion are transparently disclosed, and where an assessment of likely economic, social, cultural, and environmental impacts is provided to First Nations sufficiently in advance of any commencement or authorization of a nuclear project or an expansion. Following 2, call on federal, provincial, and territorial governments to ensure that no testing, development, expansion, or deployment of nuclear activities, including SMRs, occur on or near First Nations territories or infringes on First Nations inherent jurisdiction without the free, prior, and informed consent of all First Nations whose lands, territories, and/or other resources may be affected, including via transportation of any spent nuclear fuel. Number 3, call for an urgent meeting between the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, and the Government of Canada to address concerns regarding the consultation policy of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission as it relates to nuclear waste transport and disposal decision-making, including but not limited to for the near-surface disposal facility at Chalk River, NSDF. Number 4, direct the AFN to continue working with the Regions and Natural Resources Canada to develop a coordinated response to the new radioactive waste and the decommissioning policy to include First Nation strategies and mitigation measures to fully conform with and promote the implementation of international human rights laws and standards. Number 5, direct the AFN to explore avenues for eliminating environmental inequality under Section 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms with respect to consultation and policies related to the nuclear industry. May I get the revised draft resolution number 39 from the Google Docs, please? There are some changes on this resolution. Our mover and seconder are aware of those changes. Bear with me while, oh, they cut out more words. Great, just kidding. Therefore, be resolved that the First Nations in Assembly number 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations to call on Canada to halt the creation of the Canada Water Agency until First Nations concerned are addressed and First Nations treaty rights holders are meaningfully engaged, ensuring that the agency adhere to treaty and standards of the UN Declaration, including the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, and protections under the Constitution Act 1982. Number 2, direct the AFN to call on Canada to fund the creation of a national First Nations-led water stewardship task force under the guidance and meaningful participation of the Advisory Committee on Climate Action and the Environment, ACE, and the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, CCOHI, to inform the implementation and co-developments of any such agency, including related legislation, policies, and initiatives. AFN will report back to the First Nations in Assembly at the next General Assembly. That leading on to 3, direct the AFN to call upon the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, ECC, to dedicate funding and resources for the meaningful and sustained engagement and participation of First Nations across Canada, and adequate funding for the creation of First Nations-led institutions that can support a whole-of-Canada approach to water stewardship and source water protection. We're almost there. Draft resolution number 43, demand consultation on Section 50 policy amendments under the Indian Act. Give me a second. Or 5. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to call on the Government of Canada to consult directly with First Nations before any and all proposed policy changes to the Indian Act, and specifically on the Section 50 policy. Number 2, direct the AFN to support First Nations in their consultation processes with the Government of Canada regarding proposed policy changes on the interpretation and application of Section 50 of the Indian Act. Number 3, call on Canada to adhere to the principle of free, prior, and informed consent in accordance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples when developing any proposed Section 50 policy. Number 4, direct the AFN to call on Canada to adequately and appropriately fund First Nations to participate in formal consultation and to undertake extensive community engagement on and any proposed policy changes on the interpretation and application of Section 50 of the Indian Act and any other proposed changes to the Indian Act. Number 5, direct the AFN to call on ISC to refrain from establishing any new policies relating to the interpretation of the Indian Acts, such time that all First Nations have been adequately consulted. And this is all the last one. Draft resolution number 44, support for the reform and enforcement of First Nations laws. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to call on Canada to work directly with First Nations to support First Nations enforcement of their laws. Number 2, direct the AFN to call on Canada to ensure that it treats First Nations laws and self-governance in a manner consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as specifically required in Section 5 of the Act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Number 3, call upon the federal government to support First Nations in exercising jurisdiction over the assertion, practice, and enforcement of First Nations laws and legal orders by resourcing extensive First Nation-led engagement on the enforcement of Indigenous laws. Number 4, call on the federal government to ensure that any changes to laws and policies, including the Indian Act, be undertaken with the free, prior and informed consent of each nation. With that, I think that is all for draft resolutions within our omnibus package. I was just like, what if I really did this with a thick res accent? That'd be funny. I was really trying, just kidding. But I'm now gonna pass this. Oh, our mover, can we get our movers? Sorry. Chief Byron Lewis. You have 5 minutes to speak, or no? Just to make sure?
We did that already.
We did that already. Oh, okay. I'm going to move this over to Co-Chair Weena to take this on from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haley. So on that, chiefs and proxies, I will open the floor for discussions and debates. And what time is it right now? 29? Oh, so we still have 1 minute before la mairie, so full time. So I'm going to open the floor for the mover. You have up to 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the seconder and then open the floor for further discussions. We might have to stop or go to a vote if you're already ready. So microphone number 3, please.
Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band, and I accept the amendments to the omnibus motion.
Did I hear a question? No, I'm kidding. Okay. So thank you, mover. Is there a need for further discussion before going to a vote on that? Microphone number 3, please. Proxy Crowchild.
Yes, Proxy Crowchild for Tsuut'ina Nation. I just want to reiterate, the first day I asked, how do you differentiate between the international treaties, the rights holders of the international treaty, to the domestic treaties, to those other pre-Confederation treaties? How do you differentiate and how you move forward? Because we, as rights holders for our international treaties, which Canada is not signatory to and has no authority to amend or change, we do not agree with any resolutions that are going to impact our inherent, our treaty, and our treaty rights. So these resolutions that impact us, Tsuut'ina Nation is not part of that because we are the rights holders, and it needs to be respected and not put us into the melting pot.
Okay.
So, and not be used for Canada to continue what they're doing against our rights and having no respect for us, because Canada doesn't want to come to us. They go to organizations who are not rights holders. So I want to know, and I just want to put that on record, that Tsuut'ina has not given, does not consent to the AFN to represent our interests that reflect our inherent treaty and our treaty rights. So we are not going to agree with anything like that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miigwech, Proxy Crowchild. So your comment has been noted. It's going to be in the minutes. And on that, here's what I suggest or propose to you. We're going to pause this discussion period and we'll come back after Minister Lamidi. So on that, I'm going to ask, but don't, trust me, the order will be followed. So I'll ask AFN team if someone can please go and take the order on each microphone, please, the name of each chief. While we're doing it, we'll turn the floor over to Adam next, and we'll come back and we'll follow the same order. And I just want you to note that there's no raised hand on the Zoom platform at this moment. So what we will do, we will keep track of the order of speakers on the speaker's list. And on that, I turn the floor over to my colleague Adam for the next topic on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Weena, Miigwech. Thank you, everybody. If we can have Minister Lametti please make his way up to the podium. Can we have your attention? Minister Lametti, up to the podium, please. So we will pause. We have until 12 o'clock. Minister Lametti has a hard stop, so we will ask again Minister Lametti, the Honourable David Lametti, Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, will speak potentially 10 minutes, and then the remainder of the time will be open for any question or discussion with the Minister. And the hard stop will be at 12 o'clock, and then we will come back to this resolution. So with that, please welcome Minister Lametti.
Wali itsapong citoyen, basit pi walawe jit bejideo jiskuk. Hello, bonjour. Thank you for that kind introduction. I'm honored to be with you here today. Thank you to co-chairs Weena Siwi, Adam Fidler, and Haley Rose for hosting us here in Jibpugtug on Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral unceded land of the Mi'kmaq, and the territory of the Peace and Friendship Treaties. We honor and recognize all those who have lived on these lands since time immemorial and continue to do so today. It's my pleasure to be here today to focus on the way forward in our shared journey toward reconciliation and justice for First Nations. Just over 2 years ago, our government and Indigenous partners stood together to mark the passage of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Once the UN Declaration Act came into force, we knew that our next challenge was to work together to develop an action plan to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration. Last month, at the request of Indigenous leadership, we came together on National Indigenous Peoples Day to announce the tabling in Parliament and the public release of the action plan. C'était un honneur pour moi d'annoncer la chef.
It was an honor for me to announce the achievement of this process with the leaders of the First Nation Inuit and Métis from everywhere in the country. The potential, the opportunity offered by the action plan will go over the word in these pages. It's a reflection of the diversity of voices, perspective, and priority of Aboriginal peoples. The plans also contains the intention of the country that, in fact, as its name say, is an action plan.
Rather, it's a living roadmap, or as Regional Chief TG says, an evergreen document. It will continue to evolve in consultation, in cooperation, and in co-development with Indigenous peoples. I know this Assembly wanted more time for engagement, for oversight, and for review of the action plan. But it's important to remember that the 2-year time frame was built into the legislation at the urging of First Nations leadership. And the action plan itself contains the process by which it will continue to evolve. The Action Plan Advisory Committee will advise and assist with the implementation of the action plan, and you will appoint the First Nations members. So what's in the plan? It includes 181 individual measures aimed at achieving the objectives of the UN Declaration and advancing reconciliation in a tangible way. These include measures to address injustices, prejudice, violence, systemic racism and discrimination, and provide for monitoring the implementation of the plan over time. The action plan also reflects the priorities of First Nations identified during the consultation and cooperation process. These include measures that relate to self-determination, self-government, participation in decision-making by Indigenous peoples, including relation to lands, territories, and resources, the honourable implementation of all Crown Indigenous treaties, economic reconciliation, and the revitalization of languages and cultures, among others. The plan also identifies key next steps to build on our work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to ensure that federal laws are made consistent with the UN Declaration over time. The plan contemplates the co-development of new independent mechanisms for holding Canada accountable for implementation. Note the plural there, mechanisms, not mechanism. One size does not fit all. Look at the diversity in this room. Monitoring, oversight, recourse, and remedies will have distinctions. The work to renew and revise the action plan will be done together with you as befits a course-correcting or evergreen document. We faced a hard deadline to complete the action plan. With that work complete, we have a new starting point for our ongoing work together to set a more hopeful, healthier, and more equitable course that benefits all Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast. As I said, it's not perfect, but I'm optimistic that this is a truly positive step and that this action plan provides us with a very good roadmap to move forward. In addition to this important milestone, last month the government introduced legislation to uphold Section 35 rights through a non-derogation clause, or NDC, in the Federal Interpretation Act. The proposed legislation, Bill S-13, is a long time coming for many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis who have called for a clause in the Federal Interpretation Act that would apply to all federal laws. The bill's aim is to ensure that federal legislation is interpreted in a way that respects Section 35 of the Constitution, upholding Aboriginal and treaty rights. À l'heure actuelle, des dispositions de non-dérogation figurent parmi plusieurs lois fédérales.
Due to the adjustment of many federal laws, the adoption of the working plan will ensure that all federal laws will be in conformity with the Declaration. In the House of Commons this fall, I'm committing to continuing the dialogue with First Nations until the bill's adoption.
Important milestone along our reconciliation journey. On June 16th, the Independent Special Interlocutor for Missing Children and Unmarked Graves and Burial Sites associated with Indian residential schools, Ms. Kimberly Murray, delivered her one-year interim report. This document captures the tremendous work and extensive engagement that the Special Interlocutor has undertaken in the first year of her mandate. The work has included meetings and national gatherings with survivors, Indigenous families, and communities, with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders and Indigenous organizations, with federal, provincial, and territorial governments, church entities, non-governmental organizations, and others. I was honored to meet many survivors at the Special Interlocutor's Toronto gathering. Her report was presented at Cowessess First Nation, another gathering of survivors, and I was privileged to speak at the event. I have read the Special Interlocutor's interim report, and I am absorbing the findings. It lays the groundwork for her ongoing work to develop her final recommendations by next summer. These recommendations will be critical for putting in place a federal legal framework to ensure the respectful and culturally appropriate treatment of unmarked graves and burial sites of children who attended former Indian residential schools. We know we still have much work to do to address the legacy of residential schools and advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We can't change what happened or undo intergenerational harms that survivors and families are still living with today. But we can and must remain firm in our commitment to respond to TRC's 94 calls to action, ever mindful of the need to advance justice and protect the rights, respect, and dignity of the children. Finally, the Department of Justice continues to make progress on the development of an Indigenous justice strategy, again in consultation and cooperation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. We're also collaborating with the provinces and territories. La surreprésentation des peuples autochtones dans le système.
The overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the justice system is a complex issue which is a result of systemic racism and colonialism. The Indigenous Justice Strategy gives us an opportunity to create a justice system that respects the rights, the culture, the customs of the First Nations and Indigenous people of Canada.
I know that we have to address the vulnerability that many Indigenous peoples feel even in their own communities. An important step in addressing that feeling is working together to develop the Indigenous Justice Strategy. I launched a second wave of engagement with Indigenous partners on the strategy in April of this year, meeting with elders and youth. Going forward, First Nations, chiefs, communities will be key partners for the department. I'm grateful for your collaboration and commitment thus far, and even more grateful for further collaboration as we move forward with this important work. As I've said many times, reconciliation is a generational journey. Undoing 150 years of colonialism doesn't happen in the lifetime of a single government. The reflexes that have defined Crown Indigenous relationships are centuries old. Rewiring them will take a lot of time and a lot of hard work, as well as a spirit of partnership, to which I and my government continue to be wholly committed. Our work will come to build on our treaties, by the recommendations made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and the UN Declaration Action Plan. All of these are mutually reinforcing as we move forward. Together, we can move forward in the spirit of lasting reconciliation and healing. We can finally begin to walk the path in mutual respect and as true partners, as our treaties tell us. Walaleo Nemolduk Sib. So, Megwich, merci, thank you.
Thank you very much, Miigwech, Minister Lametti. So we have just under 15 minutes, so I will take, we can take 4 speakers. Again, we will follow the order around the room and then go online. So with that, I will start with microphone 1, 2, 3, and then go online. If not, we'll come back this way. Microphone 1, go ahead.
I'm Derek Nepanak, Chief of the Minigozibia and Anishinaabe in the Treaty 4 territory. Good morning, Minister Lametti.
Good morning.
Over the years, we brought the issue of Section 207 of Canada's Criminal Code into the discussion. Section 207 provides an exemption to provincial jurisdictions in the establishment of lottery and gambling schemes across Canada. The provinces have used those jurisdictions to create windfalls for themselves annually. And in Manitoba, there's hundreds of millions of dollars of windfall in gaming that the provincial government enjoys. That exemption is also used to stamp out Indigenous gaming mechanisms. When Canada can't control Indigenous people, they criminalize us. And our early ventures into gaming resulted in criminalization of a lot of our gaming schemes. UNDRIP and the action plan includes a provision to recognize reform in provincial gaming schemes, which includes the space for Indigenous regulation and law in gaming and gambling. Bill S-268, which is currently before the Senate, is a private member's bill. It's brought by a Conservative senator, and it does have the opportunity of making it into the House of Commons before the next election. I'm asking you, Minister Lametti, Bill S-268 allows for that exemption to be extended to Indigenous governments to establish their own regulations and legal schemes within the constitutional framework to allow for full economic participation of Indigenous communities across the country. I'm asking your government, as low-hanging fruit in the implementation of the action plan, to support Bill S-268 and sponsor it as a government bill once it hits the floor in the House of Commons. I think you have the power to do that. And it is low-hanging fruit in the action plan, and it would be a quick win for your government in terms of making space for us to participate fully and within our own regulatory and legal schemes in gaming and lotteries. Miigwech.
Microphone 2.
Good morning. Chief Cold Lake First Nation. I really like what Mr. Nipidak said. I want to talk about this NRTA. Why are we beggars in our own land? Right? We're the original people here. You know, Canada's action plan to repeal the Indian Act. Well, you have to give us something back to look after our people. You know, talk about economics, health, housing. There's no need that we should be treated equal with the milk and honey that comes out of this land. Like, why are we beggars in our own lands? And quit entertaining the Métis people on this repealing the Indian Act, Canada's action plan. There's no consultation on constitutional. And when it comes to treaty rights, AFN don't speak for my nation. That's why I'm here today. It's very scary. Quit entertaining Métis people and original people of these lands, right? All our needs should be met. Why are there homeless people right across Turtle Island? It's not right. I don't agree with everything you say. I don't agree with ministers. I don't agree with premiers. You know, we should have had a seat at the table when they're talking right now at the first minister's meeting. Where's our say? Right? That's racist right there when we're not invited at those tables. So something's got to change. You know, if you're going to do away with this Indian Act, you have to give us something back so we can support the needs of our communities across Turtle Island. You know, the people are suffering and something has to change. That's why I come here today, to get my voice heard. Otherwise, it would never be heard. So thank you for having me here today. But something has to change. And quit entertaining the Métis. They don't own no land. They wouldn't have no land if it wasn't for First Nations right across Canada. Masi.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Byron Lewis, Chief Lee Okanagan Band. And this morning we had a discussion. It was on UN DRIP, and I think that's one of my biggest concerns, and one of the reasons why I don't fully support UN DRIP is this mention of minimal standards of meeting such things as food, social, and ceremonial use, and this is what it more or less gets to, because in Canada we have a lot of experience with government on what a minimal standard means. And when I brought up earlier on was the example of even for social assistance on reserve, where it has $175 for a single male or female, and yet off reserve it is not at that level. And what we're talking about is a minimal standard of a social safety net that cannot even be met. And I think this is something that must be clearly understood. If you come to talk to our people, we're talking about the full expression and definition of our rights. That is what we're talking about, and that includes not only the actual right, but also all the social and economic. Because we're always talking about a right, but we never do talk about the economic component of a right. And that should actually apply to even points that come out of such things as a Marshall decision, where they said a moderate livelihood. To us, we're the only ones that are defined on that, and the full expression of that is that we are able to achieve what we're able to gain through our own efforts, and also based upon our Aboriginal rights. And, we have to move away from any type of understanding. And as far as I'm concerned, the one thing that should never be a part of First Nations vocabulary is minimal standards, because the impacts that's done to us. And I think for that, and when we're talking about the establishment of our rights to self-government, that also includes our ability to develop and implement laws that are parallel to current laws, and being able to have implementation by, oh God, what's the word for that? Well, I'll move on. And, you know, and the other thing is, you know, amendments to bills at like Section 2.2, Bill 15 on the rights of Indigenous peoples, which is based upon Section 35 common law that relies heavily on the doctrine of discovery to explicitly, and for government to explicitly reject the doctrine of discovery. You know, we always say that the Pope should actually reject. No, the state, Canada, must reject the doctrine of discovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Lewis. And one more online. It looks like Chief Lee Spehan. If we can have Chief Spehan unmuted, please, and your camera turned on. Go ahead.
Hello, Lee Spehan, Chiefs Co-Water Band. Thank you for your speech, Minister Lametti, on UNDRIP and what Canada has done so far. I guess in regards to UNDRIP, what I didn't hear you say was what principles are in the action plan, and is redress going to be part of that? There's been a lot of discussions and meetings, both federally and provincially, but one thing the governments never want to talk about is redress. And will that be added in to the action plan? And is that a commitment that Canada can put forward as part of that? My question to you, Minister. Cookstamp, thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much for those questions. I'm going to start at the end with the fourth, with Chief Lee Spehan. The principles that are in the action plan are respect for nations, self-determination, respecting the autonomy and the traditions of First Nations, and that's the fundamental point. And the action plan itself is something we use as a process to work together, and we can address questions like redress through the basic principles that are articulated in the action plan itself. So again, I'm optimistic that this will be transformational in a number of different ways. And the point, and it's a point that I take from Chief Wilton Littlechild, who I see sitting over there, is that we get to restart the race and we get to run it together for the first time. And I think anything is possible. So back to question one, Derek from Treaty 4, Chief Derek. I had begun a consultation process with respect to gaming in order to learn more about it. I used another private member's bill as cover to undertake those discussions. I went as far as I could with that process. You're absolutely right. There was a deliberate inclusion of the subject of gaming in the action plan as something that we had to study. That's there in large part because of those discussions that we had, and it is something that we need to continue to look at. And I'm open to looking at that private member's bill. There's been no decision taken on it yet. With respect to the Chief Collick, a number of different points. Your point about consultation is well taken. We tried to consult as far as possible on the action plan with not just regional organizations or the AFN, but also nations and treaty nations and modern treaty nations as best we could. To the extent we didn't do it, we're going to continue to work with nations directly if they want to work with us directly to fill in the gaps where we missed something in the action plan. The Indian Act is, I think, something that many of us would like to see in past tense. It's done a lot of damage. On the other hand, we leave it up to individual nations to decide when they are ready, and we will work with individual nations as part of the action plan in terms of how to get out from the Indian Act. Question of Métis rights, I know, is important to many of you, and it is not something that I, as a 60-year-old non-Indigenous person, is going to have the answer to. It's something that we're going to have to work together to get the answer to. But I do think that listening and understanding, I certainly am listening to you today, and I've heard this comment a number of times today, not just here, but in prior sessions, is something that First Nations from coast to coast to coast have raised. And so I know it's important to you, and we'll have to underline that issue and move forward. I think the action plan provides us with a way forward to change the kinds of things you were complaining about, Chief, with reason. And I do think that this represents our best way. This represents our best way forward. It may represent our only way forward. I don't have a magic wand to erase the impacts of colonialism overnight. Anybody who pretends they have that is misleading you. I don't have that. What I have is a commitment to work with you step by step, to reverse piece by piece. I often say stripping away the layers of colonialism, identifying them and stripping them away. That's the best I can do. That's what I can promise, to do my best. Frankly, anybody who promises instantaneous results is misleading you. Chief Lewis, UNDRIP isn't about minimal standards. It's about a plan to get to the best possible set of best possible outcomes. And I mean that. We're committing to this process for that reason. If there were minimal standards in legal decisions like the Marshall decision, I think the action plan helps us to push, by working together, helps us to push to better places. It allows, I think the action plan is something that, for example, allows me as Minister of Justice to do more work with you on the revitalization of Indigenous legal systems. It's work that I've already started with respect to a number of projects, over 20 across Canada, that I have undertaken since I've become Minister to help revitalize Indigenous legal systems as certain nations want them revitalized. And so there's no single plan. There are 20 different ones, 20 different projects. And I'm something that I've believed in long before I went into politics. And I'm going to continue to work in that regard. And I think the action plan helps in that regard. And finally, the preamble to the law that we brought in 2 years ago rejects the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius. And again, it's something that I've said publicly. It's something that I taught was bunk long before I came into politics. And so I believe that, and I'm going to continue working with you to undo the impacts of that. So thank you.
One more, final one. Thank you, Minister Lametti. I do see a number of chiefs at the microphones. Chiefs, you have instructed us to get to your resolutions, and we need to get back to your resolutions. With the time allocation, one more, so final speaker, we're following the same order, microphone number 1.
Okay, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, Minister. My name is Frank McKay. I'm a proxy for Sachico Lake First Nation. And what I want to talk to you about and bring to your attention is that in the northern remote communities of northern Ontario, where Sachico Lake's from, we're a remote and isolated community. And there's only one way to go into our community, and that's to fly in. We fly all our materials and supplies and passengers, and we rely on the air service for essential services in emergencies, as times of emergencies. One of the things that we have continued to raise with the federal provincial governments is the opiate crisis that our First Nations have in our First Nation. And 2 weeks ago in Procedural Lake there was a drug overdose, and it was very devastating to the community that there was not enough effort put forth to try to not allow drugs to get into our illegal drugs to come into our communities. And this is what's happening into our communities now. And what we try to do is we have our own laws in relation to how we combat illegal drugs and alcohol to come into our community. And the pushback that we have is the federal and the provincial government does not support or recognize our community laws in relation to how we want to control the flow of drugs coming to our community. We have our own, from our own funds, security, to have security at the airport, just like what we have at the airports in Halifax, Toronto, and so forth. They have security that does that. And we do the same in our remote communities. Because we're isolated, there's no resources for us to be able to have a full-fledged security system. And we have a police service, but that's undermanned. We have a hard time recruiting police officers to police our
30 seconds.
Police officers. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we need support in that area. We want to prevent the loss of life of our young people in our communities. And we want you to support those efforts by the community by establishing these security systems, because the laws that you have, it does not work for our remote communities because we're at distance. So that's what I wanted to bring your attention to. Thank you.
Thank you. I am truly send out my heart with respect to the victims of the opioid crisis in many of your communities, and I pledge to work with my colleagues and with you, the Minister of Public Safety, but also Minister of Health, Minister of Mental Health, Minister Crown Indigenous Relationships, Minister of Northern Affairs. We have to find solutions. Having a greater role played by your laws in your communities and your security surely is one of the solutions. So I take that suggestion to heart. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Minister. I just want to closing gift here for you, and thank you for your time and your openness to be working with us and moving forward in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Very much, Miigwech National Chief, for the presentation, the gift to Minister David Lametti. At this point, we are into the lunch hour. It's 12:07, and we have many resolutions to deal with. We were in the middle of the omnibus resolution. We would like to request, we are hoping that you are okay with us proceeding and going through the lunch hour. We also recognize that there are many people that need to go for food. You're diabetic, if you have other health issues that you need to have a meal, we recognize that. But with the indulgence of the Assembly, we would like to keep going and get through to your decisions. So with that, Miigwech, I will turn it back to my colleague, Wina.
Hi, thank you. Okay, so Chimiguch to Minister Lamedy and all of you chiefs and proxies that came to microphone to speak and discuss this important matter. And just quick announcement. So regarding AFN Circle of Trade Show facilitators, facilitators message in plenary. So I didn't have to read that. So meeting delegates, the AFN Circle of Trade Show is open until 1 p.m. today, located downstairs on level 1 in the convention hall, room C2. Last minute shopping with First Nations artisans and craft vendors located on level 1 downstairs in the convention hall. Yeah.
We have a list and there are some amendments that we also got from them already, so we will be reading those in. Some of them we didn't get, but anyways, just the ones that we had.
Okay, so, and you have the list of okay, so we, during Minister Lamedy speech, we received, resolution committee received some more amendments related to draft resolutions contained in Omnibus number 1, which is related to water rights and governance. And I will need to reread those those amendments. New amendments that were not shared with you, the delegation. So I see that at microphone 1, chiefs came back. Just gonna mention who was where. What I have on my list. So maybe there's a mistake. I don't know, but you'll tell me. So microphone number 1, Alex Oakley, Sean Smith, and third, Calvin Charlie. All speaking as a group. So one there. So 1 3-minute will be there. There's microphone number 2, Laurie Carr. You are. Yeah, Awada Jeremy Spence. Second, at microphone number 2, Nelson House. And microphone number 3, Chief Kelsey Jacko. Are you Chief Kelsey Jacko? Okay, so hi, Chief. Okay, so now we'll read, as mentioned, the amendments, the new amendments.
We'll see we can go to the speakers first, and when they bring up their amendment, we'll bring it up.
Perfect. So I've been instructed that we'll go right to the microphones and we'll address the amendments once we arrive at that. So microphone number 1, over to you. If you can please state your name and First Nation, and you have 3 minutes. Over to you.
Hi, my name is Alex Oakley. I'm proxy for Chief Eric Morris, Tasman Council. I'm standing here with 2 other First Nations from the Yukon. We represent 11 of the 26 self-governing First Nations, and we propose a friendly amendment to the draft resolution number 18. We'd like to propose First Nations to have modern treaties that are a nation-to-nation agreement that are recognized and affirmed under the Constitution of Canada in 1982. Nothing in this resolution is meant to or shall be interpreted as so as to diminish, limit, impact, or supersede the ability of a First Nation to exercise their inherent jurisdiction, to exercise and fulfill their rights and authorities under modern treaties, or to engage in their unique relationship with Canada.
Thank you very much. So I will now ask the Google Docs to be put up on the screen, and we already have the proposed language. So we'll read it together as soon as it is up on the screen. So draft resolution 18 for Google Docs, please. And on that, I just want to note here that obviously we checked if mover and seconder were still in the room, and they are, so we're covered. Okay, draft resolution 18. We are going to go right to the therefore be it resolved section. In the whereas section, I'm sorry. And there is a proposed addition in the whereas section, and it reads as follows. So, N, First Nations have modern treaties that are nation-to-nation agreements that are recognized and affirmed under the Constitution Act 1982, and nothing in this resolution is meant or shall be interpreted so as to diminish, limit, impact, or supersede the ability of First Nations to exercise their inherent jurisdictions, to exercise and fulfill their rights and authorities under modern treaties, or to engage in their unique relationship with Canada. I'm looking at microphone number 1. Does this capture your proposed addition? Thank you. Chief confirmed language. Gonna check with mover and seconder as of now and check if I saw the mover said yes, seconder yes. So the proposed addition in the whereas section, letter N, that we just read is part of the revised version, revised and amended version of draft resolution 18, which is part of omnibus number 1. Thank you very much. So this concludes what you wanted to share with us. Thank you very much, Chief. Going now to microphone number 2. You have up to 3 minutes. Over to you.
Ani atikto dam megasekwe dushnakas, Lori Jaganash Noswin Michasagi Anishinaabe and Dow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lori Carr, Chief for Hiawatha First Nation in Ontario. I do have a couple comments on 2 different areas. So I'll start with, but first, as our protocol, and I haven't been to the mic yet, but I'd like to acknowledge and give thanks to the Mi'kmaq people, and I'm welcoming and hosting us on their territory, and to all sacred items in the room, and to my colleagues and all in the room, miigwech, and thank you. I want to move first, and they did take my friendly amendment was taken, but my first comment is it relates to several resolutions, and that is in regards to the water and climate change. And a couple of weeks ago, I was in Boston, and I was talking to tribal chairpersons and presidents and understanding the water rights. And so I have more to learn on that. But I think when we move forward in any of these resolutions where we talk about water, that we really need to understand the water rights that are happening in the States. And because of climate change and what's happening, I would not want to see what's happening in the States to, especially the tribes in the States, trying to get the water, access to that water, and the ownership of what they call, like, there's private ownership, and I don't want to see that happen here. So I really want that comment to be noted, that we do that research and we understand what's happening there so it doesn't happen here, given the climate change that we're in. The second one was in...
I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. We will deal with this first. Is this a general comment?
General comment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second one is in resolution number 37. I would like to add the friendly amendment, and I know the resolution committee has it, and I believe they put it in the whereas, and it's that this process is without prejudice to the ongoing consultation of right holders, communities, or First Nations. I know they've put that in there. Because there are First Nations, and especially in my area of the Williams Treaties First Nations, that we are in consultation with OPG and others in regards to small modular reactors. And so I think this resolution has to be without prejudice to that work that we're doing.
Thank you, Chief. So I will now ask to please put the Google Docs up on the screen at draft resolution number 37, and we'll go to the last letter of the whereas section, letter O, and we will read it together. Sorry. Okay. Oh, this policy, excuse me. I don't know. We're talking about water, right? Okay. This policy process is without prejudice to ongoing consultations of other rights-holding communities, First Nations. Does this reflect your proposed addition? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna now check right away with the mover and the seconder if they are okay with this. They both agree with your proposed addition. So thank you. So draft resolution number 37 has been amended as proposed, and it's approved by mover and seconder. So over to you, Chief.
Hello. With my last 20 seconds, I really need to say this. I want to say chimigwech to the chairs at the front for the way you handled Monday. And I don't know that you were recognized by that publicly, but I really want to recognize how you handled that situation and taught this young person how to chair and show her the right and respectful way to do that. So miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech, much appreciated. Thank you. On that, we will turn the floor over to microphone number 3, please.
Chief Kelsey Jacko, Cold Lake First Nations, you hear me now? And Mr. Lametti, if you didn't leave yet, come to Alberta, come talk to us. Okay, I'm going to make recommendations for number 17, water and wastewater. Some friendly recommendations for 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Chief Jacko, we will go and deal with all amendments once at a time, if it's okay with you. Thank you.
Okay. While this resolution calls for more recognition of First Nations rights, the resolution gives authority to the AFN to co-develop laws, regulations, and policy. AFN is not a rights holder, and the draft resolution gives them authority that belongs in the nations. Recommended amendment in the paragraph 2 of therefore be it resolved, delete the present wording of paragraph 2 and replace it with Canada needs to engage the First Nations to implement our right to free, prior, and informed consent on any legislation related to water. AFN must ensure that Canada engages the rights holders and not the organizations.
Thank you, Chief Jacko. So I will now ask if we can please put up on the screen Google Drives or Google Docs, draft resolution number 17, and we'll go to the therefore be it resolved section number 2 or paragraph number 2, and we will read it together once we receive the proposed wording.
Somebody will have to go, the resolutions member will be with them.
Okay, thank you. So Chief Jacko, a resolution member will talk to you. So I just want to know at this time, your other proposed amendments, are they all related to this draft resolution number 17?
Yes, and they already have it.
Okay, what I do suggest to save time, maybe you can discuss.
We should have it very shortly.
Oh, okay, so we should have it very shortly. That's what. So yeah. I'm gonna.
Well, just let me finish then.
Step back.
Then I can go eat.
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. To replace paragraph 3 with Canada must provide adequate funding and sustainable funding for the capital operations and maintain inspections, liability protection for any First Nations-led water structures. Okay, and delete paragraph 4 and 5, replace it with any legislation must be done within the free, prior, informed consent of the rights holders, and such draft legislation must be brought back to the Chiefs and Assembly before moving to the House of Commons or the Senate.
Thank you.
Okay, can I go eat now?
I don't know if you really want your amendments. I'm gonna invite you to please stay.
Okay.
Until such time we get to the mover and seconder to agree, but we need the wording for that.
Hopefully it gets done.
Yes.
If I miss my flight, you might have to take me for supper.
Oh yes. Okay. So. We can read number 2 as of now, so we'll go to number 2. Okay, so changes have been made up on the screen. So Chief Jacko, here it is. It reads as follows. So number 2, call on Canada to engage First Nations to implement our right to free, prior and informed consent on any legislation related to water, and direct the AFN to ensure that Canada engages the rights holders and not organizations. Does this proposed language capture what you requested? Kindly. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, I didn't see you, so thank you. Thumbs up. Great. Does this capture? Oh, yeah. So I'm looking to the mover and the seconder, just waiting to get a confirmation they are okay. They are speaking right now with the resolution committee. And I just want to note also that so at this moment, the language for the second amendment, proposed amendment, is this?
We can move to the amendment number 3.
Okay, great. So Chief Jacko, we will read together your second proposed amendment just to make sure, and we'll go to the mover and the seconder for both proposed amendments. Okay, so in number 2 and 3. So now we'll read 3. And the change that has been done in number 3 is just to remove the first sentence, and the rest stays as is. So is it okay for you? Yes?
You'll have to read it in because this was new.
Okay, sorry. In number 3, okay, this is new. It's weird because it doesn't appear as new on my screen. So that is why. So I'm going to read it. So the number 3 would be as follows. So call on Canada to provide adequate and sustainable funding for capital operations and maintenance, inspections, and liability protection for any First Nations-led water structures. Can I see a thumbs up from Chief Jacko? Yes, yes. So I got a thumbs up. So Chief Jacko, the chief that proposed these 2 amendments on the paragraph 2 and 3 of draft resolution number 17 is okay with what is proposed. I'm going to look at the mover and the seconder. Do you agree with the mover? Okay, they still need a minute.
We can go to the new 4.
So we will then go to the new paragraph number 4. And the first, you see it up on the screen, and the first sentence is removed. And the change is as follows. So call on Canada to ensure that any proposed legislation is developed with the free, prior, and informed consent of rights holders, and such draft legislation is brought back to the First Nations in Assembly before being tabled in the House of Commons or the Senate. Okay, and the last part of that is paragraph 5 was proposed to remove paragraph 5, and we can see that it has been removed, deleted. So first, Chief Jacko, are you okay with everything? Yes, so 2 thumbs up. I guess we're clear. We're clear with Chief Jacko. So we'll go to the mover and the seconder. Don't know if they had time to think and have their discussions, because we have a chief here that needs to go and have lunch, and he has a flight to catch. So I'm trying here. Just waiting to have their approval of the mover and the seconder. And as of now, did we invite every chief that were at the microphone before Minister Lamidi?
You could ask Jeremiah.
For the next speaker, if Jeremiah Spence, if you're still in the room and you still wish to speak, we're going to go to you after I receive a confirmation from the mover and the seconder of these proposed amendment in draft resolution number 17. And since I have to fill out the to talk, just the title of this draft resolution is Proposed Federal First Nations Drinking Water and Wastewater Legislation. So draft resolution number 17 is has been amended, but we're still waiting for confirmation for the whole proposed amendments. So chiefs and proxies, if you have further amendments to propose on this omnibus number 1, I would suggest if you can maybe think about your proposed amendment and maybe check them with the mover and the seconder first. Maybe we can gain some time and we can deal with the most draft resolution we can get to today. And as of now, I'm still waiting to receive a confirmation on draft resolution number 17 from the mover and the seconder. 30 seconds. Put the timer on, please. I'm kidding. And by the way, thank you, chiefs and proxies, for being here in the room, still present. It's very appreciated, and it's, yep, on this last day, I know it's been a long week, and it's a lot of work, and thank you very much. And thank you also for the chiefs and proxies on the Zoom platform. It must be so long for you, so thank you so much for the delegation and every participant. Do we have a confirmation? Is the 30 seconds finished? Okay, thank you. So we're still waiting. Okay, so, okay, it's all coming in. And just want to note here that we'll have some resolution after that we will deal in a single way. Then we'll have a resolution on omnibus on language and learning, social and health. And at 3:30 this afternoon, the Honorable Mark Miller will be here at 3:30 for 30 minutes. And then we need to deal with further resolution, draft resolutions. And then we'll have our closing remarks, prayer and ceremony. And we should be finished around 5, I think, this afternoon. So, where are we on the talking? Yes. I'll mention that after. Okay, yes, microphone number 3, mover, Chief Lewis, over to you.
Yes, I accept the proposed amendments to the motion, and if there's, we could proceed.
Thank you so much. Seconder, Judy Wilson, proxy, do you agree?
Yeah, we agree, but we couldn't do the substantial rewrite. I would encourage the chiefs and proxies when there are substantial rewrites, because the resolutions are in the packages early, that they can meet with us so we can write. But all in fairness too, we all didn't know it was going to be an omnibus either. But anyway, I think we did the best we could with this language and covering the chief's concerns, and open to further discussion with him how we could do that better. You know, I think that's important that we ensure that inherent and treaty right holders do have that engagement. I think that was one of the direct things that, you know, I think I hear that consistently at the AFN, that it's the inherent and treaty right holders that make those decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Proxy Wilson. So I propose to reread number 4 on this draft resolution number 17. So here it is. call on Canada to fund and support First Nations-led engagement with inherent and treaty rights holders on the critical requirements identified for the proposed drinking and wastewater legislation in each region through the summer and fall of 2023. Is that good for the mover and the seconder? That's their proposal. But okay. Microphone number 3, Proxy Wilson, to you.
There was just one additional word the chief wanted to add. It's including with, so they're just doing that now. Okay.
Okay, so what has been missed? Okay, so the word including has just been included in number 4, so it reads as follows. So number 4 is it would be amended as follows. So call on Canada to fund and support First Nations-led engagement, including with inherent and treaty rights holders on the critical requirements identified for the proposed drinking and wastewater legislation in each region through the summer and fall of 2023. Mover and seconder, so this cover, okay, so you agree with the whole amended draft resolution number 17 as read to all of you? Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now, we will go to the next speaker. Do we have? Okay, so no one on the microphone at the moment. What was the first draft resolution amendment in this omnibus package? The first resolution that we started with was 8. 8? So 8 has been amended? No, I want to know which amended. Which resolution is it? We amended N. Just want to know the numbers that has been amended in the. Okay. So 18. 18. And 17? I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience here.
17, 18, and 37.
Yes. Okay. I think that's it. Okay. Great. Okay. So no further discussions or debates needed on this omnibus package number 1. We will put the matter into a vote. And I will call the question on this omnibus number 1 as amended. I just want to confirm to you that 3 draft resolutions contained in this omnibus number 1 has been amended, and all amendments have been approved by the mover and the seconder of this omnibus number 1. These draft resolutions are 17, 18, 37. So on that, I will ask if the poll on the Zoom platform can please be activated. Yeah. So, okay. In the room, for those present in the room now, I'm going to call the question. Any opposition to this omnibus number 1 that contains 11 draft resolutions and 3 has been amended on the floor? Any opposition? I don't see any opposition in the on the floor. Any abstentions here on the floor? Please raise your red lanyard if you wish to note your abstention. I don't see any abstention at the moment. Okay, thank you very much. On that, I will ask if the poll on the Zoom platform can be please closed. Close. Okay, here's the result. So the omnibus package number 1 is carried with consensus, no abstention neither. So congratulations to you all. And on that, yes. On that, you will now be dealing with my colleague, Adam. So thank you very much.
Resolution 1. Thank you very much, Miigwech Shwina. We will proceed right along. We will keep going. We do know people have to go for lunch if you have medical reasons, or if you have to go for lunch, obviously, but we will keep plugging away. Draft resolution number 1. So we will have it up on the screen. If I can have draft resolution number 1 on the screen, and there it is. Resolution number 1 is moved by proxy Tyrone McNeil. Can I confirm that proxy McNeil is in the room? He is present. Seconded by proxy Lambert Cote. Proxy Cote is present. Thank you very much. So we'll go to the resolution. It is up on the screen. It reads, therefore be resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1, reaffirm First Nations inherent and treaty rights to education. 2, reaffirm the jurisdiction over First Nations education remains with each First Nation. 3, call on the Government of Canada to improve and strengthen partnerships with First Nations through an honourable, transparent and respectful process that supports First Nations control of First Nations education, First Nations decision-making in all processes concerning education and regional First Nations models of education. 4, call on the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada to recognize the Chiefs Committee on Education recommendations to decentralize all funding and education programming and support regional model approaches, implementation, and equitable funding methodologies, primarily based per plus capita allocations. 5, call on the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada to immediately meet with Chiefs Committee on Education, the National Indian Education Council, and the Assembly of First Nations to rectify unilateral decision-making processes and ensure First Nations adult education and education partnership program authorities, funding methodologies, and requirements are consistent with the Chiefs Committee on Education recommendations. 6, direct the AFN to advocate for additional sources of funding in place of any loss.
You can just reread from this one on the Google Doc.
So I'm just going to go make sure I've got this right, and I do have it here, I believe.
6.
Okay.
Just a small change on there.
So there is a small change to number 6, and we have it up on the screen now, I believe. Thank you. And I will read it again. Number 6. Direct the AFN to advocate for additional sources of funding in place of any funding lost to First Nations related to Education Partnerships Program, that's EPP. So that is a slight change to the version that was handed out. So, Chiefs, the resolution is before you. The quicker we get through it, if there's full support, the best way to support it is just to vote for it. So, Mover, if you would like to speak to it, you have up to 5 minutes, but the sooner we can get to it, the better. Mover, microphone 3.
Éireach Adam, Sulti Thala, Migmagi, Smistio, Ekusida, Migmagame, Chapka, CM. I do have to speak to it, unfortunately, Adam, because there is going to be some controversy here, but really it's about re-establishing a fair and equitable funding distribution model, re-establishing a partnership relation between ISC Education Unit and the Chiefs Community Education, NIEC, and the AFN for that matter. Asking the Minister to recognise the recommendations of the Chiefs Committee on Fair and Equitable Funding Distribution on proposal-based funding. And I want to be explicit there, Adam, that this resolution doesn't affect any core funding, any jurisdictional funding, any existing funding agreements between the Department and First Nations or regions, and this is national proposal-based funding. So we're calling on the Minister to meet with us, to have a dialogue and to rectify some of the more recent unilateral decision-making by the Minister, where the Minister isn't providing, or the Department isn't providing us all the funding that was committed in certain budgets, and they're developing their own policy unilaterally. So we need to have a dialogue with the Minister and senior officials to rectify the situation, right? And then recognizing that because this is a rebasing, because it's a national proposal-based program, one region in particular has been gaining significantly over the loss of other regions. And appreciating that all of our children on the K-12 side are important, all of our adult learners on the post-secondary side are important, that should anyone lose any funding as a result of rebasing to a base plus per capita distribution methodology for these national proposal-based funding, that the AFN advocate for additional funding to soften that loss or to rebalance them until we're all caught up, right? And our intention here, Adam, is to rebase at at a base plus per capita as the fairest methodology nationally. When the Chiefs Committee on Education met on this, 9 out of the 10 regions voted in favour of that methodology, and we're hoping to find a way forward again so that's fair to all of us. If one region is getting 50% of a fund, that means a whole number of other regions aren't getting what they should be. So I'll leave it there for now. Adam, I'm available for any questions or comments. Aichka.
Thank you, Miigwech. If you could please stand by. Seconder, Proxy Cote. Would you like to speak to the resolution? No? You're good? Okay, with that, the floor is open. The floor is open if there is any discussion on the resolution, and I do see, I'm going to monitor online as well, but I do see a speaker at microphone 1. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for my advisor here.
What?
Thank you. It's been, yeah, it's been removed.
Very good.
One of the
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking around the room, back to microphone number 1. I saw somebody else. Is that a separate issue? Oh, it's a separate issue. I mean, we're done there. Looking around the room and looking online, I see nothing. There is an opportunity to speak. And with that, I'm going to call question. So, resolution is before you. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition in the room? Oh, I forgot. Can we open the polls online? Can we please open the polls online? Once we have confirmation that the polls are opened, there we go. Polls are open. So online you can vote yes, no, or abstain. In the room, I've asked if there's any opposition. I see none. Any abstentions? I see an abstention. 1 abstention. 2 abstentions. 3 abstentions. Are we sure? 5 abstentions in the room. Thank you. I'll give another few seconds on Zoom. And if we can close the polls, please. Polls are closed online, and we're just going to get the results online. No opposition and no abstentions online. So with that, thank you. Resolution is carried. Miigwech. I'll move along to the next resolution, which is, just want to clarify, I believe it's draft resolution 38. Is that right? I believe it is draft resolution number 38. Okay, 38. The title is National Unity on Education. It's moved by Chief Linda Debasage, who I know was just here. Oh, yes, right here. Seconded by Nelson Toulouse, Proxy Toulouse. Is Proxy Toulouse in the room? Either in the room or virtually. I don't see a hand being raised virtually. Proxy Toulouse, are you in the room? I do not see Proxy Toulouse. So with that, I would need a seconder. Just for the record, if you can state your name and First Nation. Microphone 1.
Dylan Whiteduck, Chief of Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe.
Thank you very much, Chief White Duck. So we do have a mover and seconder. So we'll have the therefore be it resolved up on the screen, please. And if I can have it up on the screen here as well. There we go. It reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations and Assembly, 1, agree that it is paramount that unity be re-established at the APTN National Indian Education Council, NIEC, and the Chiefs Committee on Education, CCOE. 2, agree that the terms of reference, and if you can look up on the screen, this version might be a little bit different from the original version, so I'll read the latest version. Agree that the terms of reference for the NIEC and the CCOE must immediately be amended to include A, under roles and responsibilities, 1, ensure that any recommendations made to the AFN Executive or First Nations and Assembly are accompanied by details regarding any non-consensus regarding the recommendation. B, under composition, 1, the list of NIC and CCOE representation should be updated to reflect any change and be publicly accessible. 2, composition must be updated to reflect accountability structure and how this process is to be followed. 3, agree that over the next year, the terms of reference for the NIC and CCOE be revised to ensure A, that meetings are conducted in a manner that identifies and addresses conflict of interest issues. B, representation is consistent between the NIC and the CCOE. C, a formal process is articulated for making recommendations. D, recommendations reflect consensus or non-consensus of the committee, and that building consensus is paramount even for committee members who are not present at the meetings. E, communications are a key function of the committees, and F, the role of the chair and or co-chairs is clearly articulated. Number 4, direct that the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to review and provide recommendations in the AFN Charter report regarding Chiefs Committee composition that considers size and unique regional elements in determining regional representation. So that is the resolution before you. Mover, Chief Dabasige, if you'd like to speak to the resolution, up to 5 minutes. Again, the quicker we can get through, the quicker we can call a vote. Microphone number 2. Not rushing you, but just so that we're all aware. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ogimalkoy, Linda Daboski, Chiging First Nation, and Adam's always rushing me. No, this is actually a resolution put together by leadership in Ontario to reestablish the unity at the AFN committee. There is a friendly amendment that my colleague is going to speak to that I'm in support of, but it really speaks for itself, as well as works towards an evolution to be better. And I think that's something we always strive to do, and to continue to work together in a united front for the benefit of our children. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Dabasige. Microphone 2, the seconder.
Chief Dylan Whiteduck, Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe. I spoke to my colleague here on the mover. We just want to make a small amendment to Section 3 of the whereas and B, where we'll be changing it to voting representation is consistent between the NIEC and the CCOE. I'm very glad to see this resolution moving forward. As we've seen at the last resolutions meeting, Ontario should be working on their own education framework agreement with the AFN, unity and strength. And let's be all working collaboratively together as nations to nations to nations to nations. So I do support this resolution with that small amendment. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief White Duck. So if we can have the technicians please put up on the screen. There it is. And we have the amendment. I just want to make sure that we've got this correct. And I believe it's 3B, which would read, voting representation is consistent between the NIEC and the CCOE. Is that the request? And the mover is okay with it. So with that, thank you. Okay, back to microphone 2. Yeah.
Chief King, call question.
Thank you. Questions being called. We're lucky nobody's at the microphones, and we have had opportunity for debate. With that, any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? Oh, open the polls, please. Open the polls online. The polls are opened. I think they're open. Just want to make sure. Are the polls open? It disappeared. On my screen, the poll disappeared, so I just want to make sure that the polls are open online. Okay, they are open. Any opposition in the room? I see none. Any abstentions? I see one abstention. Just want to make sure. I'm looking around. I do see one abstention. Thank you. You can lower your hand. And going to the polls, I'll give it a few seconds just to make sure we're good online. Okay, we can close the polls, please. Please close the polls online. And I'm just looking online. It looks like, from my perspective, the poll is still open. So if we can have the polls closed, please. Thank you. Polls are closed. And we'll just get results online. There is one opposed and no abstentions online. So overall, there is one abstention and one opposed. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech. Thank you. Let me keep going. I can do the next one. Thank you. I'm going to go to the next resolution. 26. So draft resolution 26. If I can have it, please put up on the screen. There it is. Title of the resolution is Equitable Funding for Language Revitalization. And it is moved by Chief Leroy Denny, who I just saw, oh, there he is, on the phone. Seconded by Chief Ira MacArthur. Is Chief Ira MacArthur in the room, either virtually? If we can, I've got results of the poll on my screen that can be taken off, so I don't need to see that on my screen. Chief Ira McCarthy, are you in the room? Either present?
Chief Ted is actually new seconder.
Okay, I believe we have a new seconder. Go ahead for the record. Microphone 2.
I second the resolution. Ted Cusance, Keys First Nation proxy.
Miigwech, thank you, Proxy Cusance. So the resolution is before you. I will go through the resolution. Are there any changes to it? There were no changes from the version that you received. So it reads, therefore be resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, support the interim First Nations languages funding model and an equitable regional allocation formula that includes number of languages, population, language vitality, number of First Nations, and remoteness. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations AFN Chiefs Committee on Languages, the Technical Committee on Languages, and the AFN to continuously monitor the equitability of the regional allocation formula and further refine and improve the formula based on improved data. 3, call on the Government of Canada to fulfill their legislative requirements through the Indigenous Languages Act to fund First Nation languages based on the real costs to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen First Nations languages. Number 4, call on the Government of Canada to immediately address funding shortfalls for all First Nations regions where funding needs are not fully addressed for language revitalization initiatives. 5, direct the AFN to undertake First Nations language research that informs the future use of additional allocation formula factors such as, but not limited to, language dialects, learner dispersion, capacity readiness, and disability special instruction needs. 6, affirm that the interim First Nations languages funding model and regional allocation formula are not intended to detract or hinder existing First Nations agreements which contain language components from advancing their current language processes. So that is the resolution before you. Mover or seconder, if you wish to speak to the resolution. Chief Denny at microphone 1.
Kwe, Dolotia, Sama, Leroy Denny, Delusi, Leves, Kisoni, Olatet, Migamagi, Oldasi, Djibouti. Chief Leroy Denny, Skizonia First Nation, and I just want to speak regarding to the Resolution 26, Equitable Funding on Language Revitalization. I want to start on the history of how the work on the regional allocation formula was initiated And the AFN Technical Committee on Languages, TCOL, and the Chiefs Committee on Languages, CCOL, were mandated through AFN resolutions in 2021, Resolutions 10. Support for distinctions-based Indigenous languages funding model, and on 17/2022, support for the First Nations funding model to develop a new First Nations languages funding formula. That work included the review of the current regional funding allocation formula for the Department of Canadian Heritage and Indigenous Languages Component, ILC. In particular, Resolutions 10/2021 set out to mandate to ensure that the funding model development include an agreed-upon process to ensure that there is an equitable and sustainable distribution of funds across the regions. First Nations had expressed concerns about the Department of Canadian Heritage's regional allocation formula for languages funding throughout the development of the Indigenous Languages Act. A key concern was around whether the formula provided an equitable distribution of funding. The government status quo formula applies a base plus the number of languages to calculate all the regional funding allocations for the languages. However, First Nations were not engaged in the development of the government status quo formula. Further, based on the analysis of the funding that the government provided, maintaining the status quo in funding is not equitable. Therefore, factors for the new regional allocation formula were proposed in the interim First Nations languages funding model to ensure First Nations engagement and ultimately to develop an equitable First Nations regional allocation formula. The AFN had 5 engagement sessions in January, February 2022, the funding model at the forum in March, and the dialogue sessions during the 2022 Annual General Assembly. Following these engagements and through work with the AFN committee, 5 factors were chosen for the revised First Nation regional allocation formula, including population, 2, number of languages, 3, language vitality, 4, number of First Nations and census metropolitan area, and 5, remoteness. The Chiefs Committee on Languages has recommended moving forward with this revised First Nations regional allocation formula. The revised First Nation regional allocation formula can be reviewed and changed in future years as the new data sources for these factors and new factors become available and to ensure effectiveness. This is consistent with the interim First Nations languages funding model and CCOL recommendation. I urge you to support this Resolution 26 to ensure improve equitable in the allocation of languages funding across all our regions here. So I just want to take this 1 minute left here. I just want to speak my language. I'm fluent in my language. Mi'kmaq is my first language. On my council, in my council chambers, we speak Mi'kmaq. We speak our language. And I hope in the future, we only have one booth behind me, a French translation. We should have more Indigenous booths back there. This thing in the front, doesn't understand me. Alternative language. Our young people are getting smarter and smarter with technology. Just give me a time, when I speak my language, this thing can able to understand me, this computer.
20 seconds.
This artificial intelligence. I want to mention that, and I hope that someday this computer will understand all our languages here.
Thank you. Seconder proxy QSS. Go ahead. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ted Cusance from the Keyscoos First Nation, proxy for my community. I'd just like to speak to the resolution as a seconder. I want to be very clear and concise of every community that's in this room and that's across this country in regards to our culture or in our traditions, the inherent rights process. We as First Nations people were gifted by the Creator through a spiritual process for our ceremonies. And with those ceremonies, you got to use your language. And our language is at a crossroads pretty well in every community. In my community, 3 communities, we got 17 fluent speakers. We got 9 people that run our ceremonies. We have a lot of people involved in our ceremonies, but the language is not there. And it's so important. And as all of you are aware, the government, the churches, the residential schools, they wanted to take our language away from us. But some of us that went to those schools, we come home and got our languages back. And today there's many people across this country that want to get their language back. Despite Canada's commitments after the residential school apology, the Indigenous Language Act funding is too limited for our languages. We must move away from a proposal-based model towards core funding. We have to go towards core funding for our languages. Heritage Canada must provide adequate core funding for language for every First Nation across this country. And again, I'll repeat, proposal-based funding will not save our languages. It's going to destroy our languages. We must have core funding in the forefront. And I'll give you a good example where we are today. This year we have 118 million, and next year we are only projected to receive 52 million. Now that's a strategy moving forward from Heritage Canada and the government in regards to the issue that we're fighting for. The federal government must commit to increasing funding for next fiscal year and not slashing it any more than half. I run my own land-based camp, and I tell you, it's a struggle to get our young people out and our ordinary membership. And the key, how you learn your languages is on the ground.
If we can start to wrap up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're a bossy guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy QSS. I agree over here. So with that, before we go to the next microphone, just to expedite the amendment process, we have 3 amendments. If I can have technicians and resolutions team, there we go, put it up on the screen. So we're going to start at the top, I believe. There are 3 amendments at this point, and I just want to make sure, no, sorry, at the top of that page I meant, and I think it's number 1. If we go to number 1, please. It's highlighted in blue. And, yeah, I got it. Oh. Okay. I should deal with that first then, right? Okay. So, before I do that, there is a point of order that has been raised online. And so I am going to go to Chief Spehan online for a point of order. There we go. Go ahead.
I raised this question right at the beginning when this process started, and it seems like we chiefs online are being ignored by the chairs. Point of order, and I raised this question and it seemed to go unanswered, and I asked, was there going to be quorum when these resolutions are moving forward? I never got an answer. I never heard nothing, and the chairs just ignored that. And in the past resolution that was just done, a number of chiefs raised that the polls weren't even showing up on their screen, and lack of time to vote. So why are the chiefs online being ignored by the chairs? And my question of quorum during the resolutions wasn't even raised in the Assembly. So I'd like an answer from the chairs on this point of order.
Thank you. So there is a point of order that has been raised, so we'll have a discussion. If we can just pause for a few seconds, we'll be right back. Thank you very much. So there is a point of order, two questions, the two issues that have been raised in the point of order, and I just want to make sure I have this correct based on our notes here. So the first point of order I will deal with is the question of making sure that we've included those that are online on Zoom. So we will make sure the technicians have opened the polls once the co-chairs have asked for the polls to be opened. A reminder, delegates, if you're joining by Zoom, you need to click on the polls option to show the online poll. So there is a polls option within the Zoom platform. So you need to make sure you click on that so that you can see the polls. As we have been monitoring every time, we've ensured that the polls are officially opened, so that has been done. So just to clarify, you need to make sure that you click that button. The second thing we will do, we will allow more time for the online voting. We do it fairly quickly in the room. We can see visually across. So online, we will allow some more time. So thank you for that. The second question was on quorum. So there's two parts to that. If you are asking what is quorum, so I can respond to that. The registration count as of 10:20 a.m. this morning was 109 delegates in the room, virtually and in person. So based on the quorum requirement of 51%, we require 56 delegates present in the room and virtually to make decisions. So the quorum is 56. At this point, we are doing a visual look as co-chairs. The way we proceed is quorum is deemed to be maintained unless a chief or a delegate requests an official count. Otherwise, if we look around, it's full steam ahead. We will proceed with the decisions that need to be made. But if we get a request to do an official count, that opens the door and we will do a count. And if we don't have quorum, all decisions stop, resolutions stop. Until then, co-chairs will deem that quorum is maintained. So I'm going to go to Chief Spehan just to clarify. Are you comfortable with that we are looking around and we're deeming that quorum has been maintained and decisions can still be made? Or are you officially asking for a count? Chief Spehan.
I am officially asking for a count and for the chairs to do their due diligence, and you stated that there was 109 this morning. As a chair, part of your due diligence should have been to do the count before the resolutions even continued. because without quorum, they shouldn't have continued moving forward, as some regions were in their caucuses, like the BC region. And moving forward, you're only assuming that there was a quorum because you stated 109 this morning, but you didn't do a count when you resumed resolutions. So I'm assuming that you're just guessing that there was quorum without even doing a proper count of the red lanyards in the room of the assembly as well as online.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. We appreciate the suggestions. Thank you very much. I would like to clarify the registration count this morning, when quorum is determined, was 109 delegates. Therefore, the quorum required in the room to make decisions is 56. And just so that people are aware, we did have a count and we did have quorum at that time, just so that people are aware. But once somebody makes an official request for a quorum count, we will do so. Again, until then, it is deemed to be maintained. So there is a request to do a count, and we will do so now. So we're going to have distribution, please count the red lanyards in the room. Distribution, please. I hope they hear me. Distribution team, we are doing a count. If you can keep your lanyards raised, please. So we're going to need Adam for that one. Okay, you can lower your hands. Thank you. So I'll just get the count in the room and also on virtually. Thank you. For the quorum requirement to continue making decisions, of course, we require 56 in the room. We currently, that's including virtually, we currently have 114. So we do have quorum. Quorum is maintained. So, having said that, before the point of order was raised, where were we? How far did we get on the 3 amendments? Did we get them done?
We can do 1, 6, and 7.
Okay. So, to expedite, again, the amendment process, what we'll do is, can I have up on the screen, please, the Google Docs live? And so there are some amendments. For the record, I will read them in. Under number 1, support the interim First Nations languages funding model and an equitable revised First Nations regional allocation. That's the first change. If we can scroll down to the next change under number 6, it's up on the screen. The last part of number 6, intended to detract or hinder existing First Nations agreements, including the self-government agreements in the Yukon Territory. So that's the addition. There's also an addition of paragraph 7. It reads, affirm that the Government of Canada continues to divide First Nations regions by providing insufficient funding and asking First Nations to correct historical funding inequities. Mover Where is the mover again? Are you okay with the amendment? Mover, are you okay with the, Chief Denny, are you okay with the first three amendments?
Not the Catholic Church one. I feel the...
No, we're not on that yet. We're not on that yet. So it's the under number paragraph 1, 6, and 7.
1, 6, and 7. Yeah, I approve the number 1.
Okay.
Yes, include the number 6. Yes, I approve the number 7.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you. Seconder, Proxy Quiesnes, are you okay with the amendments? Yes, he's good. The further amendment that has been requested is number 8. So I'm going to read it out for the record. Call on the AFN to advocate to the Roman Catholic Church to, in the spirit of true reconciliation, provide funding to support the revitalization of First Nations languages. Mover?
No, I don't approve number 8. I feel the Roman Catholic, it's a responsibility of the federal government. So I don't approve that change.
Okay, thank you. So I won't bother going to the seconder. So those are the amendments that have been received by the resolutions team. So with that, the floor is open. We'll start with microphone 1 and then make our way around. Microphone 1, go ahead.
I am proxy to the Beardies and Nokomasis First Nation in Saskatchewan. I did bring forth the amendment, the friendly amendment to number 8, which was denied. I guess I just wanted to speak to, I'm not a fluent speaker, I'm a second language learner of my own language. And I guess as this is my first time at the AFN. I'm a newly elected councillor in my community, one of the youngest in my community. And so I'm honored, thank you, to be, I guess, welcomed here and being able to learn the process. But I'm very passionate about Nehiyawe, like our language, and the importance of how it shapes how we think and feel in our worldview. And as it was taught to me, how the language we speak shapes how we see the world. And the reason why I brought this message forward was in the hopes of inspiring, I guess, other nations, other leaders, other youth, other, I guess, language learners to understand the work that needs to be done, the seriousness that our languages need to be given in terms of the revitalization or the retention in community. I'm also talking about accountability, and hence why I brought forth the Roman Catholic Church. They're a multi-billion-dollar industry, yet we continually invite them into our communities, into our treaty territories, and we give them gifts. So why not, aren't they reciprocating in much more clear ways of reconciliation through our language, which they assisted in trying to take away. So, accept it, how can I ask them now?
Miigwech, can I ask them in? Microphone 2.
Thank you. Kalsalem, chairperson for the Squamish Nation. I'm also the alternate on the Chiefs Committee on Languages for the BC region. And I want to thank the BC AFN and First Peoples Cultural Council and some of the technicians who have been working with us as we've been working on this important issue over the last number of years. Prior to becoming elected as the chairperson for the Squamish Nation, or council and then chair, I was the program director for an Indigenous language program in my community that we had built with Simon Fraser University to offer full-time immersion education for adult learners. We ran the program for a number of years, and I'm proud to say it's still continuing on with some of my former students. but a lot of the funding that comes from Ottawa to BC over the years has supported that and many other programs in my community, many other communities throughout British Columbia. I come today to ask for the chiefs and delegates here today to think about this resolution and really the negative impact that this resolution would have on many First Nations communities throughout the country. Many chiefs who have spoken to me from BC are deeply concerned around the impact that this resolution, and particularly, it's just
sorry,
one...
Chair Kilsalem. Technicians, can we start the timer, please? So
Thank you.
we'll probably have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I think it's 2.5. Everybody saw that, right? Oh, I lost my train of thought now. So the issue isn't most of the resolution. The issue is there's a formula that is being recommended, and it has 5 factors. And the BC region and many other regions have worked together to develop that formula. And there's been a lot of meaningful engagement with the regions, with our communities, with the chiefs on that formula. However, when that formula was presented to chiefs and to our regions in those engagement sessions, it was never presented that the weighting of that formula would be equal. Only the 5 factors were presented. And so now there is this narrative that there was buy-in for this formula, that people support this formula, and thus we should move forward with it. But it was only recently that the weighting of that formula became known. And most of our chiefs were not engaged or consulted on that issue. Now, I do acknowledge that when this went to the Chiefs Committee on Languages, there was at the time some discussion around this, and there was an agreement on an alternative weighting to the formula. And when we had a meeting on this on Sunday this week, there were a number of regions that spoke about the negative impact that this formula would have on a number of our regions in the years to come. And the biggest issue of this all, though, biggest problem in this whole thing on
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to need somebody to give me 3 minutes if they can. So, in a sec. But the problem is the federal government is putting us as leadership into the crab bucket and making us fight over scraps. In the next coming years, there's going to be a drop in language funding because the federal budget does not commit to the same level of funding that they've had for the last few years. And we need to come together as First Nations to fight for that equitable funding. But I would like to move a motion that this resolution be tabled until the December meeting so that we can work as chiefs and as leaders to refine the recommendations before we make them to the federal government. Otherwise, I worry that this resolution is going to become controversial and many leaders are going to have to speak up and vote against it. So I'm motioning and asking that this be tabled until December.
So there is a request on the floor to have this resolution tabled to December. It's incumbent upon me also to indicate a reminder that there is an election, just because we were talking about this on another matter, there is an election taking place at the Assembly in December. There will not be a lot of resolutions dealt with at that time. The team hopefully will be able to deal with some resolutions, but it won't be a full 3 days of resolutions. But there is a motion on the floor if we can have this tabled to the next Assembly. So I'm going to ask the mover, Chief Leroy Denny, microphone 1.
Yes, I understand Salem's. We had our deliberations already and doing our best as a committee from our Chiefs Committee of Languages to really find the ways. But we did look at weighing in on the committee, including the recommendations from BC. We did look at that, a lot of deliberations and a lot of time was spent on it. And it wasn't really a quick last-minute things. He went through the process, he went through deliberations, and we are willing to look at the weighing in the very future as well. But we can't put this on hold. I can't table this. Because we already had a overdue for 1 month. If this goes through December, we're going to lose this funding. Thank you.
So to be clear, there is a request, a motion on the floor to have it tabled to the next Assembly. Your response?
No.
You're asking it to proceed?
You vote on today, yes.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I was going to go to the seconder as well, who is at microphone number 2, if you would like to speak to the request.
I totally agree. We move forward on the resolution. I think having this motion forward, you want to cause controversy. That's what's going to create the controversy. Let's get the truth out here in regards to the allocation process, the numbers. I'll give you the true numbers, what's happening across Canada on languages. BC gets over 30%. Saskatchewan, we get 7.4%. BC gets as much as Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. Yukon gets the same amount as Saskatchewan, 1% of their population of 7.4. Now, as Indian people, we talk about fairness, we talk about equality, we talk about honesty, we talk about our ceremonies. In moving forward, let's be fair and honest with each other across this country. Let's work out a way how we could, like BC, they got concerns of losing some funding, but there's always a way to assist some of the programs you have started to work out through the languages commission or committee, whatever you have in place. You know, why would you want to dump all the BC programs? Why? That's not the intent of this resolution. The intent is to help every region in regards to saving our languages and also the programs that you're already working on in your region. That's what I'm reaching out for as a seconder to this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you to the seconder of the resolution. We'll keep following the same order. Microphone 3, and then we'll keep going. Microphone 3, go ahead.
Awesome. Chu uklama huamish histakshikla zuma stishat hechamamu collected chief concert stishat uhukwach eksu Matilda Leo stishat soup hachlapaksup uhukwatachnu iksu the late George Watts stisha mitma ushakshiklayets migma maschim hatwaya. My name is Wamish Ken Watts. I introduced myself. I'm the elected chief councillor of the Tsishat First Nation in Port Alberni on the west coast of Vancouver Island. I'm the son of the late George Watts, and my mother is Matilda Atleo. First, thanks to everybody for being here and sticking around for the resolutions. I know it's tough. I also want to share that Tsishat is also the place where the Alberni Indian Residential School once stood. A school that we never asked for, a school we didn't consent to. But we have survivors, and we have survivors who ensured that our language survived. And for Tsishat, I need to speak up on behalf of our community that we cannot support the resolution unless we can make a friendly amendment to the first, therefore be it resolved. It should say, or we would like it to say, therefore be it resolved, Chiefs and Assembly do not support the interim First Nations language funding model as it does not provide equitable regional allocation formula. And the reason I share that is not one of our First Nations should be getting less funding. Not one First Nation in this room should be getting any less funding than they can now. When we talk about standing in unity, this is an opportunity to stand in unity now, that it's not acceptable for any of your nations, not just from BC, but other regions as well. If you're getting less funding next year and because of this new funding model, then we should say, no, that's not okay. We need to hold Canada to account. And the best way to do that is to actually not stand in support of the current interim model. So on behalf of Tsishat, speaking against the resolution or asking for the friendly amendment again, the first, therefore be it resolved, to say do not support the interim First Nations language funding model as it does not provide equitable funding under the regional allocation formula. So once again, I hope all of us can stand together as one and make sure this is about our children, to make sure that they can speak their language. I come from a community of 1,200 people, and we have 2 fluent speakers in our community. 2 people can speak our language in our community, and I cannot support a resolution that's going to provide less funding to our community to keep it surviving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you can please stand by at microphone 3. So there is a request, 2 requests. One is to have this tabled The mover and seconder wish to proceed, so the second is for an amendment. So under number 1, if you can just check the screen, please, to make sure that this is correct. I'm going to read the entire paragraph. It reads, therefore be it resolved, 1, do not support the interim First Nations languages funding model as it does not provide an equitable revised First Nations regional allocation formula. Does that do it with your request? Microphone 3.
All right, do not support the interim First Nations language model. It does not provide equitable funding under the revised First Nations allocation formula. Because it does not provide equitable funding, right? So I think revised needs to be changed to funding.
So I just want to make sure our resolutions team has that. So what's the change you're asking for?
So it should say, do not support the interim First Nations language funding model as it does not provide equitable funding under the First Nations regional allocation formula.
Okay, maybe I'm reading incorrectly. Does it? Okay, we're just getting that. Okay, so as it does not provide an equitable funding, is that correct? As it does not provide equitable funding under the regional allocation formula. Yep. Okay, does that do it?
Yep.
Okay, mover, Chief Denny. You're okay with it? No. Microphone 1, please.
Yeah, I'll do respect, Chief, but I can't approve that. No.
Okay, so the wish of the mover is to stay with the previous wording, which, just for the record, it would come back to this, and I'm going to read it. Funding model and equitable funding under the regional allocation formula. So point of order, I hear a point of order. Okay, so microphone 3 for a point of order.
Thank you. Matthew Bright from Lac Alsep, part of the Nisga'a Nation. I heard a motion on the floor by one of the speakers at mic 2. My friend here behind me. He asked for this to be tabled. He put a motion on the floor. So my question is with respect to process. That does not call upon the mover and the seconder. That calls upon the floor to answer that question. That's my point of order.
Thank you. So a point of order has been raised, so we'll take a very quick recess and we'll get back to you.
Oh, you're kidding? Yeah, so I'm in Minister Mark Miller's office 2 years ago because I was working with Jenica. So when COVID started, I was doing my PhD, and I left Jedi, and I was like, I'm going to go back.
Thank you very much. We are back, and the point of order has been raised. So I just want to clarify. I will restate the point of order. We have a resolution on the floor. There was a motion from the floor to have the resolution tabled to a future assembly. We went to the mover and the seconder. They denied that motion. Point of order is that a motion is not addressed by the mover and seconder. If there is a properly moved motion with a mover and a seconder to have a resolution tabled to the next assembly, that decision is made on the floor by delegates. So I just want, where's the request or the point of order? Okay, right here. So I just want to clarify, yes, we agree. So what we do require, though, is a mover and a seconder. So there was a motion on the floor. Chair Kilsalem, there he is. There was a mover, so we would require a seconder to that motion. So we do have a seconder. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to take it to the floor. Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder. There's a motion on the floor to have this resolution tabled to the, I just want to clarify, Chair Kilsalem, tabled to the next assembly. Is that what I heard? Okay. It's your decision, chiefs. This is a point of order. Are you raising a point of order? You'd like to speak to it. Okay. So you'd like to speak to the motion before decision is made. So with that, I'll turn to microphone 1.
Yeah, I mentioned the reasons why that we can't table this to December. If we vote this down, obviously we'll lose this funding, and the government will decide on their own funding models. And we don't want that. Our committee worked really hard to make this funding model work to cover all First Nations across Canada, all First Nation language groups right across. We're fighting and revitalizing our languages every day. We don't want to lose our, if we lose this funding, we lose. We don't want to lose our language. And it's about our languages, to strengthen them right across the country in respects of our language committee, our Chiefs Committee on Languages. So it's really important that we get this model to respect the recommendations, the deliberations that happen in the committee. So that's really important for all of us, especially all the language warriors across this land. And right now, our languages start to wake up. It's being revitalized. It's a battle going on. Many of our language speakers are starting to making their way to the spirit world. If an elder or language keeper passes away, they take the whole library with them. It's crucial. Our language is the core in the heart of all our nations. If we lose that, we lose everything. If the French in Quebec, if they lose their language, they can go to France. Where do we go if we lose our language? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Denny. So I want to make sure that we all understand the motion and the question. So the resolution is before you. The motion is to have this resolution tabled to the next assembly. So I'm going to ask the question. I'm not asking yet, just going through the process. I'm going to ask, are you in favor of the motion to table this resolution to the next assembly? The question will be, any opposed, abstentions, all in favor. Now, if the decision is no, you're not in favor of deferring it to the next assembly, then we come back and have the vote on the resolution. It stays on the floor right now. If the decision is yes, you are in favor of tabling it to the next assembly, obviously it will be tabled to the next assembly. I want to be clear so that you understand the question. So the motion on the floor is, sorry, I just want to, we have a mover and a seconder for the motion. Okay. Point of order has been raised, so we'll come back to that. This is based on a previous point of order. And I came back and explained the results of that point of order. Co-chairs are in agreement of the process. If there's a motion on the floor, it is you that will decide. It is the assembly that will decide. Before I come to you, technicians need some time to draft up the question on the motion so that we can put it online. So my understanding is The question online is going to be, there is a motion to have the resolution tabled to the next assembly. It's resolution number, draft resolution number 26. So that'll be the text on the Zoom poll. Point of order has been raised. Microphone 2.
Well, Alan, thank you. I'm going to do the hardest part in my life as the chief of the Alberta First Nation that I've inherited from my father, is to try to speak my language. And I'm going to start it by saying this part here. Bonos Tuwala Luisi, Ichka Buzik. That's my shame. I don't understand my language a little bit, and that's it. I learned that by myself, listening to my elders, not through any funding. So I think an allocation of funding to the region would prevent me in passing on my language and learning it myself and passing it on to my grandchildren is a shame. My point of order is this: if you were going to bypass process and leave out discussion, I think that discussion should be added to this. That's my point of order.
Just for clarification, on the point of order, are you asking...
You can't call for a vote without bypassing discussion.
You're asking for a discussion on the point of order, or, sorry, on the motion, sorry, I've got...
On the motion to defer, I'm calling for, if you're going to do process and policy, follow it to the T. All right? You can't pick and choose.
So just to clarify, the question is a request to have a discussion on the motion before we call for a vote on the motion.
Point
That's
of order.
what you're asking.
Yes, it's the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will pause and we'll get back to you. Thank you. Thank you. We are back. So just to clarify, I'm really glad you asked the question. It's the first time I've had to deal with it, I'll be honest. I understand the question. So there is nothing in the rules of procedure to determine that. It's not written anywhere in the rules of procedure. But what we have done is we've looked up the rules under Robert's Rules of Order. And we've looked very carefully, and it's very clear under Robert's Rules of Order, which we rely on for guidance. I mean, that's not the rule, but that's what we rely on for guidance. And it's very clear in the rules of Robert's Rules of Order, if there is a motion to have either a motion or a resolution tabled, there is a requirement for a seconder, but there is no requirement. In fact, it says clearly that the matter is not debatable. So we will go to a vote. So thank you for asking that question. I've learned something today, and we will follow that. So thank you. Now, to be clear, if we proceed on the resolution, there will still be discussion on the resolution. That will still take place. Is this a point of order? Okay, are we good on this one? Okay, we're good on that one. Another point of order at microphone 1.
Amanda Lease, I am Chief of the Ta'an Council in Whitehorse. As you can see, when one Yukoner stands up, we all do. So I'm going to yield my time to Dwayne Acoin.
Sheesh. Just a point of order. You're saying no debate, but there was somebody who spoke in favor of not tabling it. So there should at least allow somebody to speak who's in favor of tabling it, just to have that balance.
Thank you. So point of order has been raised. When that happens, we have a discussion amongst the co-chairs and we'll take a short recess. We'll be right back. Thank you very much. So there have been a number of points of order raised. There is a motion on the floor. So in discussions, the response of the co-chairs is we have a lot of decisions to make. There is a lot of discussions still to proceed with. The way you can make your point clear on the motion is to vote either in favor or in opposition of the resolution. So we are going to proceed with the motion and the vote. Thank you. So with that, I see a hand up. That's not a point of order, is it? Okay, there is a hand up online, but I don't think that's a point of order. So the question online, if I can have the polls opened, please, online. And can I see the question? So here's the question online. To table draft resolution 26 until the next assembly. So the motion before you is to table draft resolution 26 until the next assembly. Any opposition to that motion? Is there any opposition to that motion of tabling to the next assembly? In effect, if you're opposing to the motion, if you're opposed to the motion, what you're asking is for the resolution to be dealt with. Can I have a count, please? The polls are open. Just a reminder, I got some instructions here. If you're online, you have to make sure that you click on the polls option to show the poll online. So if you're online, please be sure to click the polls option so that you can see the poll. And the poll is now open. Keep your lanyards raised, please. This is in opposition of the motion to table to the next assembly. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Any abstentions? Any abstentions on the motion to table draft resolution 26 to the next assembly? Any abstentions? I see none, so we're done with that count. Online, the polls are still open. Yeah, we'll leave the online poll open. The motion before you, just to be clear, is to table draft resolution 26 to the next assembly. That means we will not deal with the resolution today. All in favor, raise your hands, please. Raise your lanyard. All in favor. If you can please keep your lanyards raised, and we will do a count. Feel free to do a little dance while your arms are in the air. A little bit of exercise. Okay, thank you. You can lower your hands. At this point, I'm going to ask the Zoom poll to be closed. Please close the polls. Thank you. And the polls are closed. So it'll just give us a second. We'll get the numbers on the motion. Again, this is just the motion. So after we've dealt with this resolution, whether it's tabled or we deal with it on the floor, we're next going to be going to an omnibus resolution combining 8 resolutions. It's now 1:53 local time, Atlantic time. We will keep going with resolutions until 3:30. That's where we have Minister Mark Miller, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. He'll be here with us for a half hour. So we'll keep going with as many resolutions as we can. It's good to have everybody here. We do have quorum. Quorum is maintained. So we did a count very recently. And I'd like to commend chiefs, all of you, for being here, sticking it through so that you can make some of these very important decisions. So miigwech for that. I'd like to acknowledge your dedication to your communities and your community members. Thank you very much. Again, we are doing a count, and we're just waiting on numbers. Is there any other announcements? I'm hoping the trade show is still on. I didn't get a chance to... No, trade show is over? Okay. Trade show is closing up. I hope the axe throwing is done. I'm glad I missed out on the axe throwing, so... but there should be some, I'm not sure, I don't think we have any host events for this evening. I know a lot of people will be traveling home. We've traveled a long ways to attend the assembly. People will start traveling home this evening. So I acknowledge and recognize that. Again, a big thank you to the host nations for hosting us here in Jibuktuk and the Mi'kma'ki territory. Let's give them a hand. Thank you very much. Miigwech. And we are just waiting for the count. We know we want to make sure we get the Zoom count as well. Reminder, so the omnibus resolution that we're going to be dealing with next is draft resolutions 2, 5, 6, 15, 23, 32, 36, and 40. So that's going to be next. Following that, the order that we are following... Was there another emergency resolution that was submitted later that's not on here?
We're supposed to come back.
Okay.
What's the result? What's the result?
We're waiting.
Oh, okay.
Just waiting on results. And then the other resolutions that still need to be dealt with, of course, are draft resolutions 12 and 20. And then the third omnibus resolution dealing with draft resolutions 13, 16, 21, 22, 24, 27, 41, and 45.
We can announce that later. Draft 24 will now be included in omnibus number 2 as well. Number 24.
Just to let you know, draft resolution number 24 will also be included in the second omnibus resolution. So we do have draft resolution 24 in the next omnibus. We need to have a huddle on that. Thank you very much. We are back. So we have the results. Where did I put it? The reason it gets tricky, and I will explain why it's a bit tricky, the requirement for a motion. So if we turn to the rules, Rule 23, when all efforts at achieving a consensus have been exhausted without success, a positive vote of 60% of the chiefs and proxy representatives shall be sufficient to constitute a quorum. So we do require 60% to support a resolution or a motion, is the position that we've taken on the call to order. So the vote in favor of the motion to table the resolution, the vote is in favor of tabling to the next assembly is 61. No abstentions. The vote opposed is 60. So 61 voted for tabling, 60 voted against tabling. The motion has not reached the required 60% to make a decision, so the motion is defeated. We will continue discussion on the resolution before you. So thank you very much for your patience, your understanding. You've made the decision. With that, I've totally lost what order we were at the microphones. So I believe that's correct. We were at microphone number 2. This is before the call to, before the, I just want to make sure, yes, okay. We were, the last speaker was at microphone 2, so microphone 3, go ahead. Just to let you know, the resolution is on the table, discussion is on the floor. We had some amendments. The mover and seconder were okay with the amendments. So microphone 3, go ahead.
Thank you, Adam. Tyrone McNeil, President of Stall Tribal Council and proxy for members Community Scowlitz First Nation. Adam, you probably know me as one of the education leads here at the AFN, but back today as also a lead in languages. I led the development of the 2007 First Nations Language Revitalization Strategy, the implementation model and costing model, which was ratified by unanimous decision of Chiefs in Assembly. During that discussion and a time after, there's already recognition by language speakers throughout the country, chiefs throughout the country, elders throughout the country, that BC is in a unique place around languages. Even when the Aboriginal Languages Initiative was created, shortly after, the Critically Endangered Languages Fund was developed solely for British Columbia and one area of Quebec. So there's a recognition of a special place where our languages are. We've got 50% of the languages, as you know, but a lot of our languages are critical. They're nearing extinction. For example, in my language, in 2 of our dialects, 29 communities, about 15,000 people, we've got 2 fluent speakers. Whereas I've heard in other parts of the country, their community of 1,000 might have 1 or 2 fluent speakers, but you go 20 miles down the highway and there's another 10. You go 50 miles now, there's another 100 in that same language dialect, right? So and appreciating Chief Leroy, even he and I have worked together for a long time. I heard him say the Chiefs Committee on Languages recommended this on the five parts equally weighted, Adam. What I would propose here to the Chiefs, now that it's a recommendation by the Chiefs Committee, what I would recommend here to the Chiefs in Assembly, that we weight the 5 indicators as such that there's 40% towards the number of languages and 15% each for the population, language vitality, number of First Nations and remoteness, which I believe are the 5 indicators, but nonetheless 40% on the number of languages in the region. And I suggest that those that are looking to advance this resolution consider that, because there does need to be proper respect and recognition for the dire strait of BC First Nations languages. We're much smaller than other languages across the country, but we're also much more diverse in languages. We can't go outside of our language family and learn from others, because the languages are distinctly different, right? 34 distinctly different languages, cultures, nature, spirituality, heritage in BC. So we need respect to that, Adam. by weighting the number of languages in a region equally with the other indicators does not do justice to where we are in BC. So it doesn't have those 5 indicators in the resolution, Adam, but I would suggest adding a language in there that speaks to weighting towards population at 40%. So I'd propose that to the mover and seconder for consideration. Hi, Chapka.
Thank you very much. So just if you can stand by, we have a member of the resolutions team with you. We will get the requested amendment. Nobody online, back to microphone 1. And I know that we had the previous speaker. Okay, okay. Microphone 1.
Chief Sean Smith. I'm a chief of Kwanzaa First Nation, and just like that, I'd like Dwayne to speak.
I'm the alternate for the Yukon on the Chiefs Committee for Languages. I just wanted to say that, you know, that this funding allocation model, it was brand new to me when I sat down at the committee a few months ago. And the Yukon region didn't know about it, and so that's why I voted against the resolution. And then the Yukon Chiefs, they didn't know about this funding allocation model. And so there's a real question of how much the different regions were engaged. I do have to say as well, that's why I spoke on Monday about there has to be a process for the committees and councils that they need to have consensus when bringing recommendations to the floor that affect all the regions. You need all the regions to agree. BC, Yukon, Quebec, we're not saying we don't want to amend the formula, but we're saying let's do it in a way that we all can agree upon. Not the 60% cut that BC, Yukon, and Quebec are looking at. We have to have, that's not our way of doing things. So let's stop doing the colonial way of 50+1 imposing upon the 49%, and let's do the Indigenous way of finding consensus. Because the one speaker said, well, no, the government's going to decide for us. Well, if you guys go ahead with this resolution, you become Indian Affairs by imposing upon those 3 regions as well. So I just wanted to also propose that you don't have the votes to pass this resolution as is. You need 60% for it to pass. So let's find a compromise. Let's look at the allocations and how they're weighted, and let's find how to divide it up with the weighting so that it's more fair. That's the only way that I can see this resolution passing. And I'm going to give my last minute back to Chief Sean Smith.
30 seconds. Gnishish, Ayinji, Uyanasachi, Uye, Agunich, Kwanan Kuchanich, Kwanan Danathe, Daich. So my traditional name is Uyanasachi, and I'm the chief of Kwanzaa First Nation. You know, it's been my purpose all the way from right when I was a young boy to learn from my grandmas and grandpas and from our elders in our communities, our identity, our culture, our languages. And those are things that we want to do back home. Back home, it's a dire situation. We got high per capita rates in Canada alone.
Thank you, Chief.
Of
if you can start to
drugs
wrap up.
and alcohol use. So these are things that we can do in terms of the things that Dwayne had raised. So thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech. Microphone 2, please.
Wait, well, again, I'm going to start this the same way I started the other conversation. Monastuel and Louise, Buzik. I don't understand my language a little bit, and that's it. That's why I'm standing here for the past half hour, because I think this is important. I come from a small region in Abbotsford. We're a small First Nation, and I'm allocated drops off the bucket, drops of crumbs off the table whenever it comes to allocation of funding in the region. I'm used to that. I understand that. I get that. But it's more important for our First Nations to secure funding in any capacity. I'll take the scraps off the table. I will, because that'll give me the power and ability to represent the people of my First Nation to the best of my ability with the least I get. I will only use the drop in the bucket or the crumbs off the table as leverage to go after more in other areas. I support my chief in the region because he's fluent in Nuluisi, and I respect him for that, as well as everybody in the Atlantic region. I joke about this to some of my comrades and friends in the West Coast, and then my wife asked me, and she's Ogalasio, she's a non-Aboriginal, and she said, how come the West Coast is so beautiful and has a rich culture? Do you know what I tell her?
because we're from the Eastern. We're the Eastern Dawn, the light. We were the first colonialized. We lost our culture way before a lot of people. We were here first and we were colonialized first. When the Atlantic region is asking for support in the language to give us the scraps off the table, we don't say that we want funding. We want to express how important it is, and I'm hoping Chief Leroy will express it in our language. I wish I had. So on behalf of my father, who is from Shubenacadie Residential School, part of the reason why I can't speak my language and my tongue is because of the residential school and the system that we're fighting over today. But I love this system. I love the chiefs in assembly gathering like this, and this is what it's all about. I want our people and our children on TV to watch this. This is how leadership is done. Respectfully agree to disagree, but do it for the right reasons. We don't need money. We need direction. We need leadership. Leadership will go after all the monies available in the region at every level of government. So on behalf of Mi'kmaq and our territory, Walalio.
Thank you. Nobody at microphone 3, but online. So we will go online. Proxy Cardinal Summers. Proxy Cardinal Summers, please go ahead if you can turn your camera on.
It's still morning where I am. I'm in Treaty 8 territory, and I want to acknowledge the land that I'm on. This issue, I just wanted to raise this because it highlights the bigger problem that exists within the AFN, where Proxy Crowchild has stated numerous times throughout the last 3 days, including today, that this is the issue when we're coming to Assembly and approving resolutions that delegate corporate bodies to deal with rights. When we're agreeing to co-develop legislation, and I think the last resolution was passed in 2017 on this issue, we're pretty much handing over our ability as First Nation rights holders to deal with the issues that exist. We're almost providing a delegation of authority through the passing of these resolutions. And when we look at the report that came out yesterday on Resolution 13 and the level of harassment and discrimination that's permeating this organization, it's problematic. It's problematic because people can't get their work done in there. I can go on and on ad nauseum about it, but I suggest that everybody start reading that report because the work isn't getting done. Funds are not getting into the community, and we can no longer support our members to do the things that are necessary with respect to language, culture, revitalizing those things, because everybody's embroiled in some harassment issues. It's a cesspool, according to this report, of sexual harassment, and the women in the AFN are coming to work and they're fearful, and it's wrong on so many levels. The national chief was removed for less than that, and this report just gets put under the rug. I'm disgusted, and I don't know, my chief has to really do some analysis on what the benefits of the AFN are, because the federal government, in conjunction with the AFN, did the co-development of this legislation. They committed funds. They kept most of it to develop their own department. The AFN got some, and nothing's getting to the communities. So I really suggest that chiefs in assembly take a good hard look at their actions, within the context of approving these resolutions and doing a proper analysis on what it means. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miigwech, for that. At this point, we did have a request for an amendment previously raised, so we are going to go to that. If I can have the resolution up on the screen, please, with the amendment. So the paragraph 1? Yep. So the requested amendment is under paragraph 1. I'm not sure exactly what section, so I'm going to read the whole paragraph. It reads, therefore be resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, support the interim First Nations languages funding model with number of languages weighted at 40%? At 40%, and the other factors, population, language, vitality, number of First Nations, and remoteness weighted equally for an equitable revised First Nations regional allocation formula. So that is the requested amendment. So with that, I'm going to go to the mover. Oh, just, I should clarify, that was it? Okay, thank you. Mover, Chief Denny.
Yeah, again, I can't really approve that amendment with the 40% without knowing, it's not been tested yet. The model that we developed with this First Nation model, this is our community, and just for the note that Yukon were involved in February as well. They were part of the conversation as well, and they were consulted on it, and they did give their piece on it. So, but I can't really weigh on the 40%. No.
Okay. So we will go back to the original text before the request for an amendment. So I just want to make sure it's up on the screen so that we all know what the text is that we're looking at. So the request for a friendly amendment has been denied. Microphone 1, is that further to this?
Yeah, I just want to speak 3 minutes to in my language, and I have a translator for me, and she'll speak another 3 minutes for translation. Am I allowed to do that?
You're still on your original 3 minutes, so keep going.
Yeah, 3 minutes. I answered that question for that, though. It's not.
Okay, so if you're done, we'll move along. We'll move along, and then we can come back.
Okay, I'll just speak on some midway. I can't speak. It's really hard to argue in English. I argue better in my language. So Louis, ala the guy ja, idap da gisi waskal da sidunal. Gido gabon no nige bakchi helagere silia la gisalo siemse manulti la gabon no. Deji base. So wala silia edekla ujinulti silia. Nudana silia jilem said hulno down emuluji panaps kada. I jalus to go on said. Morta engineer bego ay muluji khame loba mixture ko ga de muluji so midway ga hele madul tim ne ju siliyoi ga do supon gi ji halud wala gizara sigla ulnu gizaru ristana deli seya tusno ay siliyoi jemse ge mana chu dem sit down ni be man ni mi dai ulnu yisudi so glaman dan chua gi ge yu kan gi ge no aruji ha bi si gi ga du so e bona ma haik you saw my guy, to the new city Emstead, Emstead, done able to see guys, CCOL, Gizimawida, Emstead CCOL, Gizi Gizaru dish, la, cooked immediate age. Maybe I'll kick, I'm an alno, down in Louis Digi, maybe any little. And Dajik Silia, la, Glaban Nedlo is to Louis in, midway, Eshka, say we at least they don't yes, age, now on a computer, say, let's do it all. Aha, they are bad book, Bacham Clash, Edego, Gizzy, Imana Ono, Gizzy, Louis Sutida, Sitamia, Oba, Imudijilla, Ishna Bega, Mali Sidam said Gizu, Gizzy Elton, and more. So the more Edaway, Edam Emodion, said Onula, Moy Guanesh, Munagaya Fanuna, Edego, me book Silia, which school I may. Maybe three school, the teacher doesn't go out and say,
thank you, Chief.
You can't go out.
I think you have somebody behind you that was willing to help you out.
Yeah. Translation.
I just need to go through the formality. Time is up, but I need to go through the formality. No, I need to go through the formality. There's a chief behind you that is going to give you her 3 minutes. Just the formality.
Chief Michelle Glasgow, Spaganagity, I'll give him my time.
Thank you. You're wielding your 3 minutes. Now, before the time starts, yesterday or 2 days ago, we talked about this. We will allow this once for somebody to give their time to a speaking chief. So with that, 3 minutes.
I'm just translating directly for Chief Leroy. So
Timer, please, on the screen. Thank you.
He said, Gwe, my name is Chief Leroy Denny, and I'll be speaking Mi'kmaq for the Assembly. And he said, the government will throw money at us for us to fight. That's what money does. We need this money for all of our First Nations, our Penobscot, Maliseet, Cree, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, join together and to be able to develop something so that we can speak the language. It's hard to argue over money, and that's what the government has successfully done to us over and over again. This was decided by First Nations. This resolution and these things in this resolution was decided by First Nations. British Columbia and the Yukon were involved in this process. We want to fight together for languages. We don't want to fight against each other for our languages. We need to fight hard to speak the language. We need this money just to create a foundation so that we can start speaking and we can start developing programs for our children and our future. We need people to understand so that our people can understand what we are saying, especially in these forums. We need to be able to come to these forums and speak our language so that our people can be empowered to continue our languages. I am asking for us to stand together on this language issue. There will be further money. We don't need to fight over initial money. We need to fight for more money. And we can only do this if we stand together and stand behind this resolution. Thank you. Walalio.
Thank you. We will now close the speakers list. So we have two more at microphone 2, one at 3, and then one online. So back to microphone 2. Speakers list is, are you giving him? Okay, he was standing there behind you. I didn't see him. Okay, so I'll close it after. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'll close it after that. So speakers list is closed. Microphone 2.
Great. Dalusin Isaiah. I don't understand my language, but when I hear Leroy speak, I feel it here. When I hear people speak English, I feel nothing. And I believe this resolution can help me, my friends, and my family learn our language. See, I'm getting choked up hearing him speak. And I asked my friends on the to the left of me who voted to table this, please help us learn. We're not trying to take money away. We need to learn our language. We were the first ones wiped out when the white man came over. All we're asking is for help. Please. I'm looking at you. I forgot your name, but I'm looking right at you. I'm asking for your help. Please. And to my, also to introduce myself, Councillor Isaiah Bernard for Below Deck First Nation from Cape Breton. But I really believe this resolution can help me learn a language. I know so many words. I understand more English than I do Mi'kmaq. So where do I go? My friends know, we get called apples all the time because we don't know our language. And for those who don't know what apple means, it means you're red on the outside, you're white on the inside. So please, I'm begging you guys, help us. Let's not fight. Let's join arm in arms together. Please. Walaleo.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Thank you, everybody. Squamish Nation Chair, really appreciate the comments, and especially from Chief Leroy and some of the other speakers who spoke before me, and really wanting to focus on the opportunity for us as leaders to come together around the things that we agree on. Because there's a lot in this resolution, there's a lot of this discussion that we agree on. But I also really want to address some of the facts that need to be understood, because there's some information that's being shared that's not fully accurate. It was said that BC was consulted on this formula. The factors, yes. The amount that each factor would be weighted, no. We were not consulted on that. Our chiefs and our leadership were not consulted on that. That is why we cannot support this resolution. It was also stated that funding would be cut if we don't support this resolution. That is factually incorrect. The federal department has budgeted money for this year, for next year, and the 4 years after that. But what has happened is 5 years ago, the funding went like this, and it went up quite a bit from the previous government, where the Conservatives didn't fund our languages pretty much at all. And the Liberals increased it for 4 years. But now, they don't have any funding projected for the next 4 years after this year. So it went up, and then it's going to go down. Not to the levels during the Conservatives, but they have not committed to that long-term sustainable funding for our communities. What will happen if this resolution goes forward is that BC, Yukon, and Quebec are going to see their portion of that funding drop. And it is true, and I acknowledge that other regions will see it go up. And I want to see funding go up for all of our communities. The only issue is we need time as leaders to come back and work together, one, to get that funding up for the next 100 years, no drops by the federal government, and we need to pressure them on that, and I have some ideas around how we could do that. We have National Day of Truth and Reconciliation coming up in September. When I leave this assembly, I want to talk to my elders and survivors and language speakers back home in BC. Because what I want to do is I want to
30 seconds.
I want to write a letter to Trudeau and have 1,000 residential school survivors sign an open letter that we publish in the Globe and Mail saying you need to fund languages at equitable amounts for all First Nations immediately, no cuts. If he's committed to reconciliation, he has to support our languages. But I cannot support this resolution the way that it has been brought forward without the support of our regions and the impacts it will have to our communities and our language learners back home. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go online now on Zoom. Chief Robert Gladstone. Chief Gladstone, if you can turn your camera on and unmute. Go ahead, you're on.
Hey, Swale, Skolagiwa, Telsqueet, the Schwai Village, Chilwick. You know, when I was young, and I would sleep in late, I'd wake up to hearing a mut tutswile, Ichuk Malkuts, that's Iwich Loppet. My Cecil would be saying to me, you've forgotten your training, you've forgotten your training. And it wasn't just any training, it was our Kolmuk Sa'iwis, and Kolmuk Sa'iwis was the real depth and core of who and what we are. You know, I don't attend the AFN very often. I've attended a couple times, I think because my friend Tyrone McNeil, who's my dear friend and mentor, asked me to, and so I did. But the one thing I've learned in life, if I could share with you folks, and I'm speaking English, so let's be clear. Politics is about the art of the possible. Brothers and sisters in this room, politics is about the art of the possible. The only division here today that is holding us up is not Trudeau, it's not the provincial premiers, it's not even the Hulitum government. It's us holding up ourselves. I've heard quite a few gentlemen say there, we want to build a bridge between each other. But yet I've not heard one person in that room today say we will compromise with one another. Several constructive ideas were put forward that would allow the BC chiefs to support this motion. I implore you to look within your soul and remember that politics is not a technical practice. It is Yahweh not what say it's a spiritual reverberation of our souls. When we're working with each other in these rooms, I don't speak in these rooms. It's not my platform. One thing I can see from a distance, we need to hear one another. And the Squamish chairman there, I don't know that CM very well, but I've seen him put forward ideas to say, look, we're trying to find a way that we can accommodate you. And you're saying that you're trying to find a way to reach back. It requires being reciprocal. So I'm not preaching. I'm imploring you to look into a spiritual place within your heart and soul. Remember that old lady, my grandma. Ichuk Malkus, das Iwas, amat tatswail si yam. You know, get your ass up. But anyway, I didn't need all this time, but I just want to say a spiritual thing. Listen to your hearts and souls here, folks. It's not all just about the goddamn procedural stuff that's going on. Anyway, excuse me, I'm just saying that. Work together. There's compromises been put on the floor. Let's accept them. Politics is the art of the possible, not the impossible. It's us, you in the room right now, who are making it impossible. Yatakwasai, Yatakwasai, Yatakwasai. You may cut me up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we had closed the speakers list already. The speakers list was closed. It will be time soon to call question, but I did close with two more. Yeah, I had two more. One was microphone 2, and then Dr. Littlechild will be the final speaker. I recognize others have approached. We have other hands that have just raised online, but I'm going to stick to the 2 after I close the speakers list. So microphone 2.
Thank you. Zoom and Quenched-in and Squenched. Cookby, Chief James Hobart, Spuzzum First Nation in the beautiful British Columbia. And thank you for speaking your language so eloquently. I think that if you were in BC speaking one of our languages, we'd be jealous, because I'm looking right here at one of our elders who's one of our last language speakers of the Ankle Cup machine. We have, in 10,000 people, we have 5 language speakers. And when you're talking 40% is something that you're not willing to buy in on, it's an arbitrary number. What you're holding on to is also an arbitrary number. So I'm a little bit confused, as the last speaker online said, why isn't there a give and take here? And I guess in some ways I'd like to apologize to what the colonialistic mindset did across Canada. I realize in BC, whether they ran out of money, out of time or whatever, there's 204 First Nations, 38 unique languages. We don't have, I bet we have less than 100 language speakers of all 38 languages. That's how minimal we are now. We're down to, you know, at one time, it wasn't money that valued passing on a culture, a language. It was being around your elder. Isn't that beautiful? If you have elders that still speak your language, wouldn't it be beautiful to get your kids around them? That's how the culture, that's how the language, I think, is passed on. In that atmosphere, not about money. People said we don't need money, and yet you're still trying to break up a pie that's too small already. That's what I see here. I see here that we're talking about too small of a piece of funding that the province has, and saying, and then leveraging it, and then also threatening that the money is not going to be there if we don't accept this. I want you to know, BC, that I'm standing against this resolution. I'm voting against it. And I'm hoping that British Columbia understands that a vote for this is to vote against our own languages, the many 38 different languages that we have that are in trouble. We need to have our language speakers. You know, in order for us to get our child to a language speaker, we have to send them by bus. 8 hours, 10 hours sometimes, days, to get to somebody that can speak our language. That's how hard it is for us. So while I appreciate what you're saying, thank you for proving my point, Chief, by speaking your language so well. I wish I could. Cookshtem.
Thank you. Final speaker, Proxy, well, I'll say Chief Littlechild. You'll always be a chief. Proxy Littlechild, microphone 3. Go ahead.
Mstaina naskamon, teta pygimao. Inamo inapsis kapixquan. Tepiakenote atsumostatakuk. Tahto nisom helgiskao, bek ixkom en bimagak. Ego tsumuta kamistihig soki ixquatamegum ino pixkon. Maikant mohteon sigason. Ego ogimawihon usaugeo. My name is Willie Littlechild in a borrowed language, with your permission. My Cree name is Walking Wolf. My chief's name is Golden Eagle. And I just wanted to make a point of information that one indigenous language dies every 2 weeks somewhere in the world. One language dies every 2 weeks somewhere in the world. I've been working at this issue at the international level at the UN since 1975. But the point I wanted to make is to just be aware that after many years of work at the UN, we did get one international year to focus on indigenous languages. Then we fought for a decade on indigenous languages. We're now on year 2 of that decade on indigenous languages, to revitalize, to promote, to maintain, to strengthen our languages. So I just wanted to encourage us. I know it's a remote connection to the topic, but to stay engaged with the decade that we're in on year 2, so that we can see our dream come true, that eventually we will have a United Nations Convention on Indigenous Languages. Thank you.
Thank you. Didn't ask to come in. Question is called. The resolution is before you. If I can have technicians please open the polls online. And thank you for the reminder. We will allow the polls to be open a little bit longer just to make sure everyone has a chance to vote. And if you are joining online, if you can click the poll button just to make sure that you have access. In the room, resolution is before you. Any opposition to the resolution, please raise your lanyard. Any opposition to the resolution? We will do a count. I've been reminded and asked if you can raise it as high as you can, please, just to make sure that your vote is counted. And keep your lanyards up until we've completed the count. Again, this is opposition. The polls are open online, so you can vote either yes, no, or abstain. Just so you know, following this, we'll go immediately to the next omnibus, omnibus number 2, just to save some time on that. It's resolutions dealing with languages and learning, social and health. There are 8 resolutions. The resolutions for that one will be draft resolutions 2, 5, 6, 15, 23, 32, 36, 40, and I believe 24 was included as well. That'll be for the resolutions coming up. Keep your lanyards raised as high as you can. Anybody in the back, any delegates in the back, it's better to come forward so we can get you included. Okay, good. You can lower your lanyards. Are there any abstentions? Any abstentions? If you can keep your lanyard raised, please. This is for abstentions. Thank you. You can lower your lanyard. Thank you. Polls are still open. Resolution is before you. All in favor, please raise your lanyard. All in favor. Reminder, as high as you can, just to make sure that you're included in the count. And online, the polls are still open. That's long enough for online. Thank you. You can lower your hands. And the polls are still open on, Frank, you can lower your hand. Polls are still open online. But we will tally the results. I'll give you another 10 seconds maybe online. We acknowledge and respect that there was a request to leave the polls open a little longer, just to make sure everybody has a chance. And we're hopeful that this is enough of an opportunity online. So, technicians, please close the polls online. Polls are now closed, so we'll just tally the results. Again, we'll go right to, following the results, we'll go right to the next omnibus. And I want to clarify, I believe we're including draft resolution 24 in the next omnibus. So the next omnibus, of course, as I indicated, dealing with languages and learning, social and health. Sorry? Is it a point of order? Okay. If we can, just give me 1 second, 1 second. So I've been advised there's a point of order online as well. So we'll go with that one first and then we'll come back to you. But we will announce the results first just to finish this process. So stand by. Thank you. So we do have a point of order. We've been advised now that there is a point of order online. And I see we also have another point of order at microphone 2. So we'll deal with the one online first. Just as soon as we've announced results for this resolution. So we'll go through resolutions, as many as we can, until 3:30. Of course, at 3:30 we have the Honourable Mark Miller, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, that will be here at 3:30 for, I believe we have a half hour allocated. Short presentation and then followed by any questions that you may have. So we will get through as many resolutions as we can. And after the minister, there is one more that we are hopeful to get to, one more omnibus package. Much. Thank you. So we have the results. Reminder for resolutions to carry, the requirement is 60%. So the votes for accepting the resolution is 89. There were 5 abstentions. The votes opposed to the resolution is 61. The requirement, the 60% requirement, is 90, and there were 89 in favor, so the resolution does not carry. So with that, miigwech. Thank you. There is a point of order that has been raised, 2 points of order. The first one is online, so I'm going to go online. It looks like Chief Lee Span, Chief Spahan, you have a point of order, I understand. Please go ahead.
Yeah, point of order. You stated earlier, Mr. Chair, that one chief can give another chief their 3 minutes and that could only happen once. Can you please explain to me where it says in the procedure of the AFN that clearly states that this is in the procedure, and to clarify that with the chiefs, because from what I understand, it doesn't state that. So I would like an answer to this question for the point of order, because from my understanding, that is not the case. Can you please clarify where it states in there?
Thank you. So we have a point of order raised. Again, we'll take a short recess. We'll be right back. Thank you very much for your patience. Point of order was raised. Just to give some background to the question. The question is that as co-chairs, very recently, probably within the last hour, we did state that a delegate can give their 3 minutes to a delegate that just spoke. So that would allow for somebody to take their 3 minutes and another chief to give them another 3 minutes. For a total of 6 minutes. On day one, when we went through the rules of procedure, we did explain as co-chairs that that is allowed. The challenge is that if there is one chief and 5 other chiefs come along and give them their 3 minutes, they could eventually speak all day. If other chiefs come and keep giving them their 3 minutes. There's no end. So the discussion was, as co-chairs, we will allow that, but we will impose a restriction that it can be done once. So a chief can speak 3 minutes, and another chief can give them another 3 minutes. And at that point, we will stop. And I will refer you to rule number 45. And the purpose of that is just so that we allow time for other chiefs to speak, so that other chiefs that would like to speak will have an opportunity to speak. That's the purpose of that ruling by the co-chairs. I will point out the co-chairs are also known as speakers. So the co-chairs are co-speakers of the Assembly. So if you look at Rule 45, it reads, a registered representative or at the discretion of the Speaker / chairpersons. I want to emphasize, at the discretion of the Speaker / chairpersons. Their designated spokesperson may speak to the issue under debate, where a designated spokesperson speaks on behalf of a registered representative. They shall conform to the rules of debate on the Assembly, and the registered representative shall forfeit their right to be heard on the same matter during the debate on that issue unless otherwise permitted by the Speaker chairperson. So that is the reference. There's 2 references in that paragraph, at the discretion of the Speaker. We tried to make it fair on day one. We wanted to say, yes, we will allow it once. That'll give you a total of 6 minutes. But moving forward, just to be fair to everybody else, we wanted to allow a cap at 6 minutes, and that is what we reminded the delegates this afternoon within the last hour. So that is the response to the point of order. A second point of order has been raised. Microphone 2. Wina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matthew Bright from Lochgall's-Up. We're part of the Nisga'a Nation. First of all, I got a feel for the original movers and seconders of this past motion. We literally just wasted time on the whole thing. Had we tabled it and paid more attention, the attention it deserved, it would have been passed at a later gathering, but not so. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is the numbers you reported were 61 against or for and 60 against when we made the motion to table. We never heard the exact numbers that were online. When that vote was cast, there was about 120 people in this room. And when you took the numbers for the vote of the motion, there was about 160 people, give or take. I'm just estimating off the top of my mind because I don't know the exact numbers. So that's my point of order. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, when a point of order is raised, we take that back. So I want to clarify that we understand the question. But before we do that, again, I should clarify the numbers that were announced based on the vote, I'll say, on the motion. It did include in the room and virtually. So whenever we announce results, it is a number of everybody that cast a vote in the room and virtually. Sometimes not everybody votes. Sometimes people just don't vote. Sometimes people will abstain officially. In order to determine the 60% threshold, it is only those that voted in favor or in opposition. So if I am hearing correctly, I just want to understand what the point of order is so that we can have a discussion, just to be clear. Thank you. Back to microphone 2.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, my point of order is when that first original table the motion, there's about 120 people that cast a vote in this room. We never heard the numbers from the online vote. So I guess start reporting the numbers separately. These are the numbers online, these are the numbers on the floor.
Thank you. So we'll take a recess, as we always do, on a point of order. Thank you. Point of order is noted. We acknowledge your comment. Thank you very much. Again, we do acknowledge the comment. We would like to move now to the resolutions. Is this a point of order? Just to clarify, yes or no? Point of order? It is a point of order? Well, I'll come to you anyway. Okay, before we go to resolutions, microphone 2.
Chief Wilfred King, Kias Sagin Schnebek. Bonjour, Kima Ogimajis Nakas, Kias Sagin Donji, Ogish Kimisi, Mizani Lodem, Chimi Gwich Kenawea. I just have a commentary, not a point of order. We just killed 42 indigenous languages throughout the world on that vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that commentary, Miigwech. With that, we will continue on with the agenda and go to the next omnibus resolution number 2. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Wina, and I'll be back after going through the resolutions.
Chiefs and proxies, how do you feel? If I would have more time, I would have proposed to make some exercises. I think we all would need to stand up and do something, but we still have business to do. And we have a guest coming, Minister Miller, at 3:30. It's a hard break. Do we say hard break? Yes. And what is, I propose you something. I propose you that what we will do, we will enter into the record the Omnibus 2. There are 8 draft resolutions contained in the Omnibus 2. This Omnibus package is related to language and learning, social and health. So we'll do that. As you know, I still have to go through the whole process of reading the whole thing. And I don't know how long it's going to take, but at 3:30 we stop. We'll open the floor for discussion right after Minister Miller is done, so around 4. So just before the closing, we will discuss if we still have quorum. So that is very important that we still have quorum to continue discussion. Otherwise, we still have 2 videos to show if you prefer that. But we heard you and we want to go and get business done. So on that, I will... Okay, thank you. I'm not there. I'm just gonna... Okay. Thank you very much. So we will enter just the numbers. So omnibus number 2 contains 8 draft resolution. Number 1, I will name it's number 2, number 5, number 6, number 15, number 23, number 32, 36, and 40. Oh, and 24. So sorry, there's one more included in the omnibus package. So there are 9 draft resolution included in that. And I am going to, before reading it, I'm gonna check if mover and seconder are present in the room. First, mover, where are you?
First one, Chief Rachel Manitowabi.
Okay, Chief Rachel Manitowabi. Are you present in the room? Good afternoon, Chief. Seconder, Chief Amanda Alias. Oh, yes, I see you. So mover and seconder are present in the room. We will now go and read all operative clauses of draft resolutions contained in omnibus number 2. And guess what? What about some French? Our other colonized language. So precious for some chiefs and proxies in the delegation. So we will cover that as well. Not only our other colonized language, English. So on that, I turn to French. Projet de résolution numéro 2. Intitulé « Étude sur un revenu garanti suffisant des Premières Nations ».
Resolution number 2, a study on First Nations guaranteed livable income. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations APTN Technical Work Group on Social Development TWDSD to conduct and oversee a research study to identify First Nations concerns and priorities that relates to guaranteed livable income, including the fiscal impacts and policy opportunities for on-the-reserve income assistance program. 2. Direct the AFN to seek funding from the Government of Canada for the TWDSD to conduct and oversee the study. Draft Resolution number 5. Call for extending Indigenous Services Canada's timeline for developing the long-term and continuing care framework. Therefore, be it resolved.
Just ask if, please, if we can still continue to be a more quiet, maybe, in a respectful way. Okay. So, pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations.
So, okay. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in the Assembly, 1. Call upon the federal government to revise the memorandum to cabinet submission timeline to winter 2024 to allow Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, and the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, the appropriate amount of time to work with First Nations in the co-development of policy recommendations for the development of a continuous, dynamic, holistic, 7-generation continuum of care approach that effectively provides culturally safe care to First Nations. And
with the simultaneous translation. I'm sorry. I know you can read the section I'm reading, so that's why I'm going that fast. Thank you. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée ont...
Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly Draft resolution number 5. Number 2, direct the Chiefs Committee on Health to continue to oversee the FN and the Technical Working Group on Social Development and co-development of policy recommendations with IAC for holistic long-term and continuing care framework through the reform of the assisted living and First Nations and Inuit home and community care programs. Number 3, direct the AFN to continue to work horizontally in the co-development of policy options for the reform of the AL and FNHCC programs into a holistic long-term and continuing care framework. 4, direct the AFN to seek validation of the proposed First Nations developed policy recommendations for the reform of the AL and FNHCC programs in December 2023. Draft resolution number 6, measures to address the impacts of the opioid crisis. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 call on the Assembly of First Nations to undertake advocacy and provide political support First Nations who wish to bring civil law litigation against those trafficking and responsible for the loss of life in our First Nations to ensure reparations for the new genocide can be provided to assist families in their healing and First Nations to have the capacity to support measures to address the opioid crisis. 2, call on the AFN to request the federal government to A, support First Nations in their effort to ensure policing as an essential service. B, provide enhanced support for the RCMP to develop culturally relevant and trauma-informed supports to support relationships with First Nation governments and their citizens who are directed by the First Nation. C, provide immediate resources for any interested First Nations, including Yukon First Nations, to create, implement, and maintain community safety officer programs. D, ensure First Nations government who wish to provide safe and reliable access to predictable pharmaceutical-grade substances are able to do so in exercise of their inherent and treaty rights. E, provide funding and support for ongoing advisory committees on opioid addiction, prevention, and harm reduction, and for law enforcement and healthcare providers that would include committee representatives with living or lived experience. Three, direct the AFN to call on Indigenous Services Canada to provide updates on recommendations from Honoring Our Strengths framework and the AFN's opioid strategy, and that any work in updated First Nations on the recommendations must address identified gaps and ensure that the HOS, Honoring Our Strengths, and opioid strategy are relevant to the needs of First Nations. Number 4, direct the AFN to call on ISC to ensure that enhanced flexible funding be accessible to all First Nations who wish to implement HOS, Honor of Strengths, framework and opioid strategy, and to work with relevant First Nations mental wellness organizations that would help them address their substance use needs. Draft resolution number 15, support to parents affected by historical cases of newborn child adoption. Therefore, be it resolved that First Nations in Assembly 1, call upon the federal government to call for an independent inquiry into the tragedy of First Nations newborn adoptions by healthcare professionals. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate for an independent and thorough examination of each case involving the forced separation of First Nations newborns from their mothers, with the ultimate goal of finding the truth, reuniting mother and child, and seeking justice for families. Draft resolution number 23, support for the development of hockey indigenous. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations to draft a letter of support to the federal government, Hockey Canada, and other appropriate government ministries, organizations, and individuals in support of Hockey Indigenous to access financial resources from those parties to support its operations and development. 2, call on the Government of Canada, Hockey Canada, and the provinces and territories to provide the necessary funding to Hockey Indigenous for the development of regional and national strategies, including but not limited to an awareness campaign, capacity building, youth hockey skills clinic, and sensitivity cultural training in hockey to educate appropriate needs across Canada. Revised draft resolution number 24, urban, rural, and Northern Indigenous Housing Fund Management in breach of the Union Declaration. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1. Call upon the Government of Canada to respect the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People by affirming First Nations jurisdiction over housing in their traditional and unceded territories, including A. First Nations control and allocation of federal, urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing funds URN, to organizations that provide off-community housing services to First Nations citizens and Indigenous peoples non-affiliated with recognized Métis or Inuit organizations and communities. B. Co-developing through a distinctions-based process with the Assembly of First Nations and First Nations any programs, initiatives, or policies that would direct both urgent, short-term and long-term urban, rural and northern Indigenous housing strategy implementation funds directed to benefit First Nations citizens, and C. Allocating sufficient funds for First Nations urban, rural and northern housing management, administration and program delivery. 2. Call upon the Government of Canada and all provincial and territorial governments to acknowledge that resolving the First Nations on community housing crisis will also address a large part of the urban Indigenous housing crisis. Sorry, there was a phone ringing.
To be put up on the screen for draft resolution number 24. There's a modification, an amendment made into the TBIR 3, so I will read it into the Google Docs. Thank you. Did I do 20? Oh, I did 23. Did I do 23? Did I read 23? Okay, yes, we read it. And 24 was added. Okay, so I will read 3 in English because we don't have the French yet. 3, express appreciation to the many urban and rural Indigenous housing providers that provide housing programs and services for First Nations citizens. We'll now go back to 32. If we can put both English and French slides, thank you very much. Projet de résolution numéro 32.
Draft resolution number 32. Conduct a longitudinal study on strength-based indicators of mental wellness. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1. Direct the Assembly of First Nations to work with First Nations mental wellness partners, including Thunderbird Partnership Foundation, First Peoples Wellness Circle, and other First Nations researchers to identify pathways of research that are strengths-based, holistic, and in alignment with the First Nations worldviews, and that any and all data collection activities abide by the ownership, control, access, and possession principles, OCAP, so that the research findings directly benefit First Nations. 2. Direct the APTN to provide technical support to ensure the research process supports, empowers, and involves knowledge keepers, women and girls, to LGBTQ LGBTQIA plus people, men and boys, people with living experience, persons with disability accessibility needs, and that processes, protocols, and methodologies are reflective of First Nations' inherent and treaty rights, values, languages, and cultures. 3. Direct the FN to call on Indigenous Services Canada, Health Canada, and the Office of the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to fully support the First Nations research initiatives by providing adequate funding, capacity development, access to resources, and networks and mechanisms that support the development of strengths-based approaches to the mental wellness of First Nations led by First Nations, and that a sustainable and cooperative research process is in place that imbues the First Nation mental wellness continuum framework. Draft resolution number 36. I announced that's the one before last. Support for FSIN's health equity test case to address healthcare inequities to First Nations. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1. Support the need to address A. the health crisis and ensure protection and promotion of the inherent and treaty rights to health and wellness. Sorry, it's written wellness. B, the gaps in the provision of health services and discriminatory practices and impacts. And C, the chronic underfunding of First Nations health services. 2, provide advocacy and political support for the filing of a health equity test case by the representative plaintiffs and the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, FSIN, in the effort to call on Canada to improve the healthcare crisis and to assist First Nations across Canada with a meaningful precedent. Last, draft resolution number 40, affirmation of First Nation education sovereignty. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, support the First Nation with schools collective in their engagement in a separate process outside of a regional education agreement for transformative education agreements, including any pilot projects or other tables that seek to address outstanding education gaps. 2, support the right of the 8 communities in the establishment of the Joint Education Technical Table and the First Nation Education Self-Determination Framework Initiative with TICS to A, support development of First Nations on Crown leadership on the correlation between independent rights and Crown Indigenous relations, community development and learner outcomes as a result of work under as GETT. B, increase awareness of education self-determination on reserve as a legislative issue, not a student capacity issue, and mobilize delegates on a GETT to create problem-solving mechanism for the full control of education by First Nations within the framing of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. C, conclude education jurisdiction agreements with comprehensive funding formulas, all duly convened. GETT sessions by negotiation teams within predetermined negotiating teams on behalf of participating First Nations of the collective and Canada for acceptance and ratification by each of their respective authorities.
3, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to direct the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada and Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations in Northern Affairs Canada, confirming the support of the First Nation Education Self-Determination Framework Initiative of the FNWSC. Finally, that is all.
Very much. I feel like I just trained. I was at the gym for 10 minutes and trained, and now I'm back. So on that, I'm going to open the floor for discussion, and I will invite the mover to speak on that omnibus number 2 for up to 5 minutes. So mover, where are you? Oh, you're there. It was too obvious for me, I think, at this time. Microphone number 2, please. 5 minutes.
Miigwech Rachel Mendobin, Dishnik Kaswi Kwem Kong Binjaba. Miigwech and Ma Nungwa, Gajim Nado Nungwashinda, Kinawia Yang. We debating Manda Mama Naknege win omnibus number 2. Miigwech Gundak ni Nishnabe Mot, Minos Gundak get the Zijik. Gay no Gani. Migadoki Odining, Chigaming. Ogemak Shinda Ayat Minoshni people at home. So I want to say that miigwech to the Creator for all of us being here today. Miigwech to all of the language keepers, to our elders. I want to acknowledge the elder chair that's here, that is empty, to acknowledge the elder who passed recently. I also want to say an acknowledgement to our veterans. Yesterday when I was here, I saw 2 veterans out in the lobby. One was in a wheelchair, the other one was pushing his friend. They were both in uniform, and it shows a very strong visual that they're still supporting one another, helping one another, just as they did in the trenches many years ago, and how they fought for us willingly without conscription. They knew that Canada was at risk, that all of us were at risk in our nations, and they willingly fought for us. And that's why we're able to be here, to be able to speak, to be able to even disagree respectfully, is because of these veterans that stood up. So I want to also say miigwech to the chiefs and to the proxies for being here, for getting business done. Thank you for staying along with me and being hungry like myself. Although I don't mind missing a meal or 2, I probably should. I want to acknowledge all of the chiefs who are involved in each of these resolutions. I think we can all agree that all of these resolutions represent Minobemadzawin in my language, which means a good life. And these are all resolutions that call upon that good life to be strived for, and that we stand up and advocate for it. A study on First Nations guaranteed livable income to identify First Nations concerns about having a guaranteed level of income. That's something that we can all agree on, I'm sure. Resolution number 5 talks about disabilities and extending the timeline to winter 2024 so that we can adequately discuss this, include everything, and start to initiate the topic of disabilities to a higher profile within our group here, our advocacy as chiefs here across the nation, across Turtle Island. We need to focus on disabilities as a real issue that we need to take with great seriousness. I have a son who has autism. He's 24 now and he lives with me, and we have always fought the system, and it's made not only him but myself stronger, but it's also made us much more loving people. And so we need to put those with special and unique abilities to the forefront. And as we believe in our Anishinaabe culture, those with unique gifts are closest to the Creator. I also want to say thank you to the chiefs who brought forward the measures to address the impacts of the opioid crisis. We're all experiencing that as First Nations. And most especially, I want to thank the mover and seconder initially for Resolution 15 to bring this startling fact that babies were taken from mothers in the 60s and 70s, told that their babies had died, and they were removed and adopted into other families. That's something that we really need to stand together on to support this issue. Hockey Indigenous, this is also a big part of Minnewazuin and who we are as Anishinaabe people. I think we can all stand together to support Hockey Indigenous in their movement forward. Conducting a longitudinal study, 2 seconds. I believe these are all resolutions we can stand together on. Nahauk, Chimigwech.
Chimigwech. So at this moment, I will invite the seconder of this omnibus number 2. You're the seconder? Okay, so we'll go with the seconder, 3 minutes, and then we'll be at the topic where we invite the Minister Miller. Yes, no worry. I will have someone help me from the AFN come and take your name. Each of you that are at the microphone, and I'll come back to you right after. I do everything I can, but we'll see how long. So, seconder, microphone number 1, 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Amanda Lease. I am Chief of the Ta'an-Quechan Council in Whitehorse, Yukon. I did just want to take a minute, thank all the chiefs, delegates, our hosts, our chairs, our knowledge keepers, but especially our youth. To the youth in the room, what we do, we're doing for you. So please stay here and listen to how business gets done. I did just have a friendly recommendation. As you all know, we're here right now because these issues are so incredibly important. We're talking about health, mental health, the opioid crisis, the 60s scoop, and I'm just a little saddened that it had to come to an omnibus. These are incredibly important topics, and I think that they need the time to be talked about. So a friendly recommendation for the next SGA, if those in power can maybe have the less contentious items omnibus so we actually have time to work on these important issues that we're dealing with today. I did also just want to say, as the mover to resolution number 6 in regards to the opioid crisis, myself as well as a number of chiefs, some of which are in the room, met with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in May to discuss many issues, including housing, mental health and wellness, and opioids. We did ask that they do take responsibility for their part in the intergenerational trauma caused by residential schools and the loss of our culture and language. So that's all I have. Thank you so much. You can give my other minute to someone else. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm still the chair, and I'm going to decide who will have the final word on the minutes, and we can't, so I'm very sorry. As you know me by now, I do everything I can in my power to satisfy each of you, but now I can't. So, thank you for your comprehension. It is now 3:30, and I will turn the floor over to our co-chair, youth co-chair Haley Rose, and she's anxious to speak. So we're not entertaining comments. I'm sorry at this time. We have Minister Miller, and we'll come back. Okay.
You know, I've got to take a flight. It's not my first time in the rodeo here.
Okay. Thank you. So we will have Minister Miller, and I'll have Haley Rose to present him, to present this agenda topic. So we go, I'm sorry, Chief, okay, so stay there, it's okay. We will, it's not bad to stay standing. So, Haley, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair Weena. I do want to make sure that our guest is here and that he's in the room before we pass the mic over. I understand that we have resolutions that need to be carried, and I do want to give you guys a reminder as chiefs and proxies that we do have young people in the room who are watching and who are listening, and it's really a learning experience for all of us. And so respectfully, to be aware and be mindful of our own teachings and our own practices and our own knowledge too, you know, as Indigenous people, as Native, you know, water carriers and fire keepers, to hold that respect and that love and the truth, the honesty, but most importantly right now is that humility. And, you know, sometimes we have to remember to walk in and not walk in with our head really big, that we're all equal here and we all have come here for the same reason. So with that, I do want to welcome our Honorable Mark Miller, who is the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. He will have 10 minutes to speak, and then we will have 20 minutes following for questions. So let's give him a round of applause.
Wiligiskuk, Sagama ag unagapeng, Gisigu minajinug, Epijig ag jinmug, Mindeluisi Mark, Wijimuliang, Wiltasitan Delipsin Chipuktug. I just want to welcome chiefs, council, elders. What I tried to say in Mi'kmaq was, my name is Mark, I'm from Montreal. And I'm really happy to be on your lands here in Halifax. I want to thank you, Interim National Chief Joanne Bernard, for welcoming to the 44th annual gathering in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I do want to begin by saying a few words about the events that have been unfolding in Winnipeg regarding the Prairie Green landfill. And for too many Indigenous survivors and families across the country, too many of them are living with the unimaginable grief and consequences of gender and race-based violence. All of us have an important role to play in ending this crisis and providing support for survivors, families, and communities for both current and future generations. I can't stand here in good conscience and tell you today that we've determined a concrete plan, but our commitment is firm. We can't and will not let survivors, families, and communities do this work alone anymore. And as I said yesterday to chiefs in Manitoba when asked the question, the province could do this on their own if they so chose. We're not asking them to do that, but they could. Given their jurisdiction and their important duty as derives from the honor of the Crown to serve Indigenous peoples. But the federal government can't nationalize a wastewater system for one of the major cities in a province, nor can we ignore the fact that this is one isolated incident. And despite the investments that this government has made to ending the tragedy and to murdered missing Indigenous women and girls, the risks are that this situation will happen again. And what message does that send to your people, to your women, to your children, to the Two-Spirit community, if a province can step back and say, it's not our problem, these are your people. It's not fair to you, and it's not the right thing to do. So as a federal government, we absolutely commit to try, and we're ready and willing to help. We'll continue working with families, pushing the provinces, when this happens sadly again, to take the next steps from a logistical perspective in reviewing a feasibility study that said this can be done. And I want to reiterate that this needs to be done in a trauma-informed way with the families at the head and at the center of these discussions. This crisis of the country is not going away, and we need to deal with it in the mature way that we deal with it as Canadians and as Indigenous peoples that continue to suffer the perverse effects of this tragedy. I do, in this context, want to take a moment to acknowledge the work done by the AFN Women's Council in developing its National Action Plan on MMIWG, as many of you know, entitled Breathing Life into the Calls for Justice. And I understand that work across the regions has begun in this initial report, and the Connecting Hearts and Making Change released this past June more recently. On June 3rd, we released our second annual progress report in the federal pathway to implement the calls for justice. And this report is part of a commitment that we made when we first joined partners in 2021 as part of the National Action Plan. And it is intended to keep every federal department and agency accountable. Over the last year in particular, we've taken steps to advance the priorities advanced and outlined rather in the National Action Plan. But this work isn't about reports or numbers or checking boxes, it's about people. And the events unfolding in Winnipeg are a very painful reminder of that. At the heart of these efforts are women, girls, Two-Spirit people who deserve to be safe, the families and survivors who need better access to support, and the communities and organizations that are on the ground every day who see and know what is best needed to address the crisis. This year's report outlines key areas where we've made progress, including the appointment of Jennifer Moore-Rattray as Ministerial Special Representative of the work related to Call for Justice 1.7, dealing specifically what you asked for the year prior, which is more accountability. Supported by Innovation 7, an Indigenous organization leading the work necessary for an oversight committee, which directly responds to Call for Justice 1.10. While these represent important steps, I know that we've only scratched the surface and there's still much more work to be done. As you've heard from Minister Lametti, he recently announced funding just under $100 million over 5 years and $20 million ongoing to support Indigenous families in finding information about their missing and loved ones and to improve services for survivors. It's why I also committed to hosting a permanent national roundtable with Indigenous leaders and partners and provincial and territorial governments so that we, together with the other levels of government, get our acts together in addressing this crisis. I will be hosting a second national roundtable in the fall of 2023 so that we can work better and faster together to accelerate the implementation of the federal pathway to end this national crisis. Specifically, we look forward, and this was announced in the budget, to discussing how to launch a red dress alert to notify the public when an Indigenous woman or Two-Spirit person goes missing. This will be difficult work, and it is work that will need your support in pushing through, particularly with our provincial partners. Families, advocates, and survivors, while this is not specifically contained in the final report, have called for this tool, and we think it's an important one in addressing the crisis of MMIWG writ large, but equally the crisis of every individual missing Indigenous woman and girl and Two-Spirit person with urgency. To make sustainable long-term progress, we need to address the root causes of this crisis. The inherent complexities involved in changing fundamental structures and institutions takes time, and some will require sustained action over many generations. This work must be led by families, by survivors, in order to ensure that our efforts are trauma-informed and culturally appropriate, but we'll continue to take those steps with our partners.
We're also continuing our work with Indigenous communities and partners to implement calls to action 72 to 76 of the TRC concerning missing children and unmarked graves associated with former residential schools. The funding of the Missing Children in Residential Schools program was launched in June 2021 so as to support Indigenous communities in their research and commemoration activities and to carry out searches on the ground. Some 70 propositions were approved for a total of some $145 million, specifically within my department. There is obviously much work to be done, especially concerning access to private land and identification and publication of relevant documents. We continue working with you to make these priorities move forward, as well as with groups such as the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation and the Advisory Committee on Residential Schools, presided by Katniss Delorme, former Chief of Cowessess.
Wildfire season has also been devastating to so many of your communities across Canada, and acknowledge is impacting your daily lives. And as we've seen, Indigenous peoples are disproportionately affected simply if you look at the numbers of people that are evacuated. But we know that it is systemic. It's especially true in the rapidly warming north. What's perhaps most unsettling is that the consequences of climate change go far beyond the wildfires and extreme weather events. Critical community infrastructure that you advocate so fiercely for, the quality and quantity of water resources and food supplies such as salmon and caribou are facing unprecedented challenges. Climate change has and continues to affect your inherent rights, livelihoods, health, relationship to the land, and cultural and social and ceremonial practices. This requires immediate and transformative action with attention to the disproportionate impacts of the crisis. We recognize that as First Nations leaders, you are at the forefront of this response. Your input and perspectives must be the cornerstone of our action. C'est pourquoi nous travaillons avec vous pour mettre.
That's why we do work with you to set up an Indigenous leadership program to make sure that you will have the necessary power to take measures against the climate change as you understand it. And this require a long-term funding to support your priorities in a holistic manner as a center to make sure that First Nation and Ottawa will take initiative linked to climate. This transformation initiative will rethink our ways to work so that the First Nation can have what they need at the time they have that need to implement your strategic vision over the long run in a matter of climate.
Level that'll help shape the foundations of our long-term relationship on climate change. And I do acknowledge this is a big task, but we're not starting from scratch. Many of you have already well-established plans that have gone long ignored that chart out the adaptation and mitigation strategies necessary to respond to climate change. And I understand that as an Assembly, you announced the APTN National Climate Strategy. I know a tremendous amount of work has gone into this and in the development of the regional and local climate strategies. Together, this is something that we will map together, and I do thank you for your partnership on this. Here in the Atlantic, we've also been working in partnership with Mi'kmaq communities to implement the rights from the Peace and Friendship Treaties, rights that have long standing and affirmed by the Supreme Court, only to be ignored. These agreements seek to implement activity-based rights such as fishing and harvesting, and they promote Indigenous perspectives and cultures, and they enhance Indigenous stewardship and governance roles and responsibilities. I know we spoke earlier about this in Atlantic Caucus, and I look forward to our partnership together with the full and complete engagement of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I do want to speak, and I know time is running out, but I do want to speak about the reform to the additions to reserve, which by no stretch of the imagination is a complete picture of the entire discussion about land back and, more importantly, the control over lands in this country. But it is a broken system, and it's something that needs to be fixed. We've recently launched a number of processes to look towards you to look at how we reform that process, but it is probably the poorest form of getting land back to your communities and control over those. It does need to be fixed at the same time, because as we know, there are too many claims in the system, there are too many processes in the system that we are scrambling to get forward, and they are not moving as fast as they should. So that needs to be fixed as we move together through the vision of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and really address some very important land concerns for the future generations. I will finish off briefly about some of the reforms that have gone on and that the House of Commons and the Senate have pushed through, whether it is the amendments that have been co-developed with incredible partners such as the First Nations Management Board, the First Nations Tax Commission, the First Nations Finance Authority, as well as the First Nations Infrastructure Institute Development Board. I would encourage you, and because we are running out of time, to look at some of those amendments that have been co-developed by a number of your communities to see how those amendments specifically give people the optionality to get out from under some of the more onerous provisions of the Indian Act. It is not the complete picture. It is not for every community, but that work has been stuff that has been going on for a long time and fallen on ears that have not been as receptive. But I take quite a lot of pride in the creation of the First Nations Infrastructure Institute, which will allow us to shape the future of how infrastructure is done in your communities, not only on the grant-based model, but on several models that will allow you to leverage all the assets that you have in your community to close an unacceptably large gap. I'd also highlight, before concluding, that back in November, we launched with you, with AFN, the joint partnership between our government and you on the reform of the specific claims process, which will look at a complete revamp of how that process works. We know that in the last year or two, I have asked my department, and the department has moved a lot more quickly on the resolution of a number of claims within the specific claims process, and even without it, by accelerating cabinet mandates. But it hasn't gone fast enough. And I am eagerly looking forward to some of the work that's being done by the AFN committees that are consulting across Canada to see how we reform a specific claims process that has a cap of 150 million, has some onerous processes that are way past their time and need to be reformed, but reformed in the right way. In the meantime, I have had the opportunity to clear some of the grass that falls squarely on the shoulders of the Government of Canada, and it has given some results. I would say over the last year, we have settled historic claims in the billions, and I know a number of communities have been the beneficiary of these bills that have been long past due, but it is something that we need to move even quicker on. And before I go to the questions, I will leave you with this note. In the last 8 years, we have seen the largest transfer of wealth to Indigenous communities in the history of Canada. It's not enough, but it is the largest transfer of wealth into Indigenous communities with results that are tangible, and it's thanks to your resilience and advocacy that this has happened. Our government wants to continue that momentum, and we have a lot of conversations to be had in how we accelerate the resolution of a number of claims that fall squarely within my portfolio, whether it's a lot of treaty payments that have gone long past due, whether we were talking about the resolutions of long advocated for cows and plows that we have an accelerated mandate to move forward on in the next 3 years. We look to continue that momentum. And if you look at the sheer amounts of claims that have been resolved over the short period of 1 year to 2 years, they are very large, but they need to continue. And that momentum is something that this government eagerly looks forward and pushing forward with you in the context of a system that remains parochial in nature and needs to be reformed in the right way. I thank you for your patience in listening to me. Thank you for welcoming me in your various regional committees today, and I do look forward to the questions. Miigwech, thank you. Ulaliok.
I don't know where you'd like to sit for. Take your place. Okay, for sure. Awesome. Thank you, Minister Miller. We will follow with some questions. Unfortunately, we only have so much time, so we're going to go with mic number 3, do one round. Thank you for your consideration to the ones that are standing behind, but we can only do one round of questions for Minister Miller. So if you have something you would like to say, maybe you could discuss with the chief who has the mic. Mic number 3.
Kelsey Nacheth Houchier, Goldry, Thui Chuktwe, Chief Cold Lake First Nation. You know, it's unfortunately we're running out of time here. You know, we had a lot of presentations, whatnot. I like a lot of input and whatnot. In silent and consent, when you speak on treaty rights, AFN, you don't speak on Cold Lake's behalf, right? And with specific claims being capped, I'm not in agreement with that. When billions of dollars come out of our land, you talk about the wealth given to us, the biggest, that's our money, you know? So I'm on frustrated. You know, we have a lot of business to talk about. And the table has all my recommendations. You know, I got to catch a flight. Unfortunately, you know, maybe you should add another day to these days when we talk about these resolutions. Jesus, getting brain dead here. But anyways, you're going to cut off my my elder here, Georgina, so I'm going to give her the rest of my time, but we shouldn't be beggars in our own land. And when you talk about consultation, Mark Miller, I invite you to come to my community in Station Nation, so I expect you to come. Masi.
Thank you. My name is Regina Crowchild from Sutuna, Treaty 7, proxy. Minister, when you talked about your national plan, you and your Prime Minister or your ministers never came to talk to us treaty peoples. We're the rights holders. Our treaties are with the Imperial Crown, not with Canada. And Canada cannot change that. So I think it is time that Canada comes and talks to and meets with the rights holders and not organizations or the Métis or whoever else you want to talk to. You need to talk to us. And we do not consent to this national plan. Yes, your Minister of Justice says it's not complete. Damn right, it's not complete. You need to talk to us. And I think it's time you did that. We are very frustrated, and we do not give our consent to organizations to speak to inherit our treaty and our treaty rights. We need to clarify our relationship with the state of Canada. And you need to do that. And you must know we will not give our consent to any other process, so you come and meet with treaties 1 to 11. I guess that's all the time I've got. I've got 21 seconds, and I don't know how many times we have said this, but you still don't listen. You've made progress in other areas, but you've made no progress in meeting with the rights holders. So I just want to let you know, and I invite you to come and meet with treaties 1 to 11, the rights holders, so we can clarify our relationship. We have a right to government.
Your time is up.
Oh, it's 10. Just wait. See, and that's the other thing, too, that pisses me off. You know, you bring us here, you control it through your tabling of going into recess to question, to deliberate on how you're going to deal with us, and yet you're not allowing us to speak. So why are you calling chiefs conferences when you don't allow us to speak? AFN needs to get their act together. So I want the minister to come and meet with us and the Prime Minister, and we do not give our consent to any other process that's going to speak to our rights. We are sovereign nations. You've done so long. You've imposed your legislations on us, yet we were supposed to live side by side without interference. The Creator gave us our rights. Canada did not, so don't alter them.
Thank you. I will open it to our Zoom and the delegates online. We have one raised hand, Chief Lise Fan, Coldwater. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, here from BC, Lise Behan, Chief of Coldwater Band. Good to see you again, Minister Miller. Just wanted to raise some questions and some concerns that, as Cookby of Coldwater, I have with Canada and ministries there. Wanted to raise some issues with water and housing. For water, Canada has taken its time on funding for what has happened in the past in regards to the atmospheric river events that occurred in 2021. We've been trying to have discussions with ministries there in Canada, and they're always taking their time about getting answers back. And when they do, there's always cutbacks in funding. And that's a serious concern, and I imagine it's not like that just in Coldwater, but all throughout the rest of the First Nations in Canada. And I say that because, you know, when Justin Trudeau first got in as Prime Minister, he indicated that there would be clean drinking water for all First Nations throughout Canada. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. So as far as that goes, you know, what is Canada committed to for funding for not only for Coldwater, but for the rest of the First Nations in Canada? In regards to housing, Canada has to commit more funding for housing. Because without us getting our lots ready, we're not funded for that. And I'm going to tell you again, and I've told you in the past, in Coldwater here, we have over 100 of our members and families on a waiting list. And within the past 5 years, we probably only had, at the most, we had 3 houses built. And then in the last 2, we just had 1 duplex each year. So where's the transparency that Canada talks about with First Nations and reconciliation?
20 seconds.
So I hope there's a commitment coming from your ministry as well as other ministries in Canada to reconcile with First Nations throughout Canada. I hope you take this to heart, Minister. Kukshdam.
Thank you, Chief, for your words. I will now open the mic to number 1. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Chief Michelle Glasgow, Sabaganagdi First Nation. And hold on, Deanne.
Deanne Sack, proxy for Waggleboro Chief. I'm giving Chief Glasgow my time.
So, yep. So she's giving me her time, and then I'm going to share my time with these 2 leaders here. So we'll do 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and 2 minutes since we only get 1 round. Yeah?
We only can give 3 minutes per speaker.
So you don't follow the rules, but we got to follow the rules. All right, that's fine. So for over 2 hours, we're fighting with each other over money for language. Canada is not doing enough. You say this year we had the most monies given to First Nations. It's not enough. We shouldn't have to be fighting here with each other for money for revitalizing our language. Canada needs to provide what is needed for each individual community to revitalize their language. We hear from BC, 204 First Nations, 38 different languages, all in jeopardy of being lost. In Atlantic Canada, we have Mi'kmaq, our territory Mi'kmaq, wherever the Mi'kmaq language is spoken. And if it's not spoken, where's our territory then? We're at a loss because we're losing our language. And I can appreciate how much Mi'kmaq you spoke because you know more than me. And I'm the chief of my First Nation. Second point, Sabaganagdi First Nation does not give authority to the DFO to negotiate or to have any type of authorization over us at all.
She's giving me her 1 minute. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah.
I was going to talk about people that apply for status. If they get 2 to 3 years hold, they're putting up $5,000 and $6,000 to try to get a legal argument to get their status back. But at the other end, the federal government doesn't have people that are legally trained to review the applications. And so they're holding back education, health, housing, all sorts of dollars. Because, and I want a commitment from you, Mr. Miller, that within the next 6 months, you'll clear up the backlog of all those youth that are waiting for their statuses to be cleared, because it's just the numbers game. And if you can clear that, you'll also clear up the funding that's accessible to our nations. Jim.
Looks like I have about 20 seconds. Brian Perro, Chief of Couchiching First Nation, Treaty 3 Territory. Your list of things that you spoke here, you're avoiding the Métis agreement that you're trying to push through.
and that impacts Treaty Number 3, it impacts my First Nation. You've given money to MNO to do research to attack Treaty Number 3 and my First Nation, and use our numbers and things to get this legislation through. So you need to speak to the treaty people, and I don't know how you're going to do a treaty with the Métis people, and that's what they're saying. You may not be saying it, but they're saying it. Miigwech.
Thank you. Can we get the name of that chief who spoke second quickly in his nation?
Chief Brian Perreault, Couchiching First Nation, Treaty 3 territory.
Okay. Is that the other chief? Okay. Thank you. We'll go to Mike 2.
Chief Wilfred King, Gull Bay First Nation. First of all, I'm really disappointed in a couple of things. One being our members of parliament and our senators. We have Aboriginal people that run for parliament, when they ask for our support and our vote, but as soon as they get in parliament or as soon as they become a senator, they forget who they are and where they come from. They often toe the party line, and their allegiance is not to the Anishinaabe people that got them elected, but it's to the party that they're affiliated with, and that's their allegiance. I'm pretty disappointed at that, because I was just recently told that we should be negotiating with the Métis Nation of Ontario in regard to the Métis legislation. This government tried to pass this legislation by unanimous consent. Had it not been for the interventions of the Chiefs of Ontario to oppose this prior to that introduction of that legislation, this legislation would have went through. We didn't get no backing from the Liberal Party in relation to this. It was the interventions of the Conservatives and also of the NDP. So I'm really disappointed with the Liberal Party right now. This legislation has gone through second reading, and it's going to be going to committee. What my concern is that you're not listening to the rights holders. In fact, we have been supported. The AFN has a resolution that had unanimous support in this assembly to oppose that legislation, Minister. We also have the support of the Manitoba Métis Federation. We also have the support of the Métis Nation of BC, and we also have the support of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, supporting our First Nations in regard to that legislation. So you're not listening to the rights holders, and you're not even listening to the legitimate Métis organizations. And I really think you have to take a look at that and get back and meet with the delegation that's opposing this legislation, because we are not going to support this legislation, and we're going to fight it to the very end. Miigwech.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Oh, yes. Okay, a minute. You have a minute. Can you put a minute on the clock to finish?
Turn the microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas First Nation, Sumath. I'm also the chair of the BC Specific Claims Working Group. There are an area of great concern to us is the research funding for specific claims. We've been actively looking for the restoration of the research funding since the Harper government cut off the funding or cut it way down. The restoration of that hasn't happened in the Trudeau government, and that's something that we've been looking for. But just recently, it's come to light that the claims submitted by the First Nations across the country total over $130 million. The claims research units that have been funded to the tune of $12 million. You think about 600 and something bands, communities across the country, and that many being funded. Compare it to the $13 billion given to Volkswagen Motor Company to open a battery plant in Quebec. There's a big difference there. This is the relationship that is most important to the country. And there are 98 communities that were not funded, and our research unit is being inundated right now with emails, with phone calls, with great concerns raised by those people that are left in limbo in the research of their specific claims. And I know you talked about the land back, and that's something that we really need to look at. And I'm hoping you seriously consider the immediate restoration. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. I apologize, Chiefs. We do have an omnibus that we really want to get through, and those are important decisions amongst us. So I apologize for that, but I am going to open the floor to Minister Miller to provide some comments on your guys' questions and give him some time here.
I want to thank Grand Chief Merrick for handing me the resolution that was adopted today. I have not read it myself, but I will review it, and our teams will respond in due course. Chief Jocko, I guess I want to say a couple things on a number of elements, and I won't answer your questions. I won't do them the justice that they deserve given the time constraints. My team is taking notes, and I do note that a number of the questions deal with issues that Minister Haidu or Minister Murray would be dealing with, but I will try to answer them to the best of my ability, and our teams have taken due note, and we'll pass that on to the ministers concerned. Not that I won't answer them simply because it touches their ministries. I would say on the specific claims reform, and it's something I guess I was alluded to in my speech, there is a mandate to examine that cap of $150 million, which given inflation has lost some of its utility, whether it was useful in the first place at all. But just to be clear, in order to change that cap, we will have to introduce a bill in the House of Commons because it is a legislated cap. I would say within those confines, as uncomfortable as they are, we have been able to settle a historic amount over the last few years, as well as accelerate the ones that fall out of the cap. But obviously with inflation, with the claims that exist out there, with the evolution of some of the Supreme Court doctrine, the value of that cap is less and less useful in a forum of resolving conflicts that has showed itself to become a bit more useful and can show you and your sorting out some business that has gone unresolved at times for over a century. But that work is ongoing, and I would encourage you to touch base with your colleagues that are doing that work. It was led by former Regional Chief Paul Prosper, as you know, has now been appointed to the Senate, but that work is ongoing with many of your colleagues across the country. To Proxy Regina Crowchild, I am glad to acknowledge that the AFN does not speak for you. I think that is the least that we can do. I am also more than glad to acknowledge that the United Nations, the law that we passed on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is not above treaty. You have a constitutional right, a sacred right to that treaty with the Crown partner, and UNDRIP doesn't trump it. What I think it does offer is a guiding path as to how to perfect the relationship that has almost been broken from the beginning. So it offers some interesting possibilities as to how do we move forward in a relationship. The declarations, as Willie Littlechild, who I see over there, has said, puts Indigenous peoples on the starting line, but we're not at the end line, and the race isn't finished. So there's work to be done, and it has to be done in partnership with you. The AFN has never, in my mind, purported to be a rights holder, but a very effective advocate of Indigenous voices on the national stage across the country. Not perfect, and not a replacement for your rights, which we must engage with you on a nation-to-nation basis. And I think it's important for me to say that. It's also important for me to acknowledge that publicly. Cookbee-Span, we've had a number of conversations on this, whether it's housing or clean water. The housing amounts that we have announced over the last couple of years have been historic in nature, but they are not enough. They need to continue in order to close that socioeconomic gap that still exists between communities, Indigenous communities and non-Indigenous communities. I would encourage our officials to engage with you on some of the possibilities in the clean water settlement when it comes to access to water, because it is a much broader category than simply building water plants and eliminating long-term water advisories, that we still have work to do despite all the work that has been done over the last 7 years. But there is a possibility of getting infrastructure money from those settlement amounts, and I think that is an interesting avenue to examine, because it remains to this day the largest ratified class action in Canadian history, and it is an important one to assure the perennity of water resources in your communities over the next decade. Chief Michel, I know you talked with a number of your colleagues on issues such as language, DFO, and a number of other connected issues, I have undertaken with my team to look into the language underfunding that we have heard from out of BC. To the best of my knowledge, this was in effect news to me. It should not continue. As you know, we solved a very large class action earlier this year, which put $2.8 billion into trust for 300 of your communities that are part of the class action, which is designed specifically to invest in language and culture to make sure that, that these fragile languages, despite the efforts of your community members to keep them alive, are able to thrive in this country where we are subject to a sea and often an avalanche of English. On Chief King in particular, and I know we've had these discussions before and these discussions will continue, with great respect, you are not aware of the advocacy within the Liberal caucus for Indigenous communities, whether I agreed with anyone agreed with them or not. The reality is there was not consensus in Parliament to move forward on a unanimous motion to move forward a very basic element of the Métis Nation of Ontario, of Saskatchewan, and Alberta's right to govern themselves. And as my undertaking was to you and Chief MacLeod, who was one of the principal spokespersons, this will go to a process where you will have the ability, Chiefs of Ontario and any other people who feel that their rights are affected will have the ability to speak in committee about this legislation. I understand where you were coming from, where you did not have the possibility to review this law prior to its deposit on the order paper and in Parliament, which is an archaic trapping of the legislative process. But now you, your community members, your lawyers will have the full ability to review this bill that is in front of the House of Commons, to look at its impact on your peoples. And I will say a couple things about that in generalities, but I think they are very important ones. I am not in the position to deny Métis rights, and I know in your advocacy you have not asked me to do so, so I'm not trying to set up a false argument that I'm ascribing to you, but our duty and the honor of the Crown impels me to respect both the Powley and the Daniels decision. And I understand and I recognize that we are at a very toxic nexus of blood, of belonging, of identity, of rights. It used to be that, and it continues to be to some extent, but less so, but it used to be that if you're an Indigenous person in this country and if you have Section 35 rights, it was a guarantee that you wouldn't have the ability to exercise those rights. You need only speak, obviously, to your colleagues that are subject to the Marshall decision to see how imperfect those rights have been exercised because of government heavy-handedness. That tone has changed in the country, and the respect of Indigenous rights, I think, can benefit everyone. Not that mistakes won't be made, we're not perfect, but the reality is Métis rights have been denied since the inception of Canada. Indigenous leaders who signed treaties also advocated for Métis rights to the Commissioner, and they were ignored. That's the reality in this country, and what I don't want to do, and unfortunately I hope we haven't done, is set up a false sense of conflict between Métis and First Nations. If there is anyone to blame in this country for the state of the non-recognition of Section 35 rights, it should be the federal government, it should be Canada. There are discussions to be had, and the reality with the legislation that we have put forward is that it is a very skeletal, very basic recognition of the right of collective right of certain Métis communities to govern themselves accordingly. The legislation does not talk about harvesting. It does not talk about land. It talks about a very basic right to organize themselves in respecting the Powley decision. It doesn't, again, mean that mistakes won't be made. It doesn't mean that mistakes haven't been made in the past. And I do acknowledge at the same time that you will have that opportunity to speak in front of the proper parliamentary committee, whether it is the House of Commons or the Senate, and that this legislation will have the opportunity to be fully ventilated by both houses in Parliament. Again, this is a difficult conversation, and it is perhaps one that we are long overdue in having. It is also a conversation that needs to be had in parallel with the exclusions that currently exist under the Indian Act, whether we're talking about the second generation cutoff that a lot of your children or grandchildren may be subject to simply because they love someone that is not Indigenous. And that is another conversation that I think we have, because it does further that sense of alienation and that sense of reduction of First Nations peoples inside the confines of the Indian Act. And I don't purport by that same breath to say that the Indian Act or a status card defines who you are. And so I did want to respond to that with the clarity that I attempted to put forth in front of you, because I do understand how heated this is. And hopefully there will be a space to sit down, whether it's the Chiefs of Ontario with the Métis Nation of Ontario, and to have a discussion, which we are glad to facilitate and glad to get out of the way if need be, or between the various Section 35 rights holders in Saskatchewan or Manitoba or Alberta, or even elsewhere in the country as they advocate for their rights. The federal government has spent a very long time picking favorites in this country of who they choose to engage with, and it's not the right way to do things. We can walk and chew gum. Dylan, sorry. Okay, give me a sec, I'll just finish this, I'm almost done. I just wanted to thank you for that advocacy, because that conversation will continue. But again, the legislation has been moved to the fall for full discussion, and I do look forward to engaging with you and other members of your community on that piece of legislation. What's that?
Okay, thank you so much, Minister Miller, for coming here and being in the room and showing up. I am going to pass the floor over to the co-chair, Weena, for the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ailey. And a big, big round of applause to our minister, not our, but Minister Mark Miller. Thank you so much for your time. And I heard a question of a point of order. I'll deal with that, but we'll finish with, so thank you very, very much. And thank you to all chiefs that came to the microphone and addressed the assembly. And on that, I'm going to let them process with their, and I'm going to go to the microphone number 1. If we can please turn the microphone
I want something to be raised here.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
Minister Miller, thank you for coming. You spoke on the Manitoba situation. You didn't let our chief speak on your points that you brought forward. Kathy Merrick was speaking at the mic. She had something very important to say to address his first comments made in his speech. I think it's only warranted that the Grand Chief, Kathy Merrick, has her voice to speak to what he had to say earlier about the land search thing. And she spoke. I think she deserves her 3 minutes. He addressed it. Let her address it now back. Co-chairs, I'm just asking for an additional 3 minutes for her.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief. I'm not sure if you want a decision from the chairs or it was mostly a comment, or if you're waiting for a decision of the chairs for your point of order. But we have a decision if you want to hear our decision. So, point of order, just point of order. Point of order. It needs to be related to a procedural issue, and this is not a procedural issue, but your comment was made and heard, and we thank you. Yes, we the co-chairs manage and facilitate this assembly, and we close the speakers list, and we thank you very, very much for your comprehension. It's not a hard job. It is a hard job, and that's the way it comes with responsibility to take the blame for these things. And I'm sorry, and I thank you, because the thing is, I'm also very wondering. I wanna I want to tell you that it's very important to get the omnibus number 2 done. Otherwise, if we just continue, we won't have this done. So I hear you. You told us to get business done, the most we can do, and that's what we're trying to achieve now. So on that, we're going to go back to the speakers of omnibus number 2. And I am going to call Chief Laurie Carr. She was the next on the speakers list for omnibus number 2. And if you still want to speak on this, and then we'll go to Chief Kelsey Jacko, Chief Kelsey Jacko, and then to Proxy Scott Burnstick. These were the 3 speakers on the speakers list. If there's a need, we'll go for further discussions, but if there's no need for further discussion, we'll go to the vote on draft resolution number 2. Omnibus package number 2. And yes, and before going to microphone number 2, I need to make sure that the mover and the seconder are still present in the room. So, mover Rachel Manitowabi, are you still in the room? Oh, great, thank you so much. Seconder, Chief Amanda Lees, are you present? Chief Amanda Lees? Do I see a no? Chief Lees, are you still present in the room? Okay. So I'm just instructed that we'll have another seconder for this omnibus package number 2. Proxy David Pratt for James Smith Cree Nation will second this. Proxy Pratt, are you in the room? Where? I don't see it. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I turn the floor over to microphone number 2. You have up to 3 minutes. Over to you.
Miigwech, Chief Laurie Carr, Hiawatha First Nation. My questions are in regard to resolution number 24, when it talks about the housing. And first I'll start with I need to understand this resolution. This is where my questions are coming from. In my community, especially over COVID, I have approximately 240 citizens that live in my community, and the other 800 live outside the community. So over COVID, we had many of our citizens who had called needed housing, and we have no way to help them. So my questions are with the budget, and as it is noted in the resolution, with the $4.3 billion over 7 years, the $3 billion is targeted for 5 years for 2 First Nations. $300 million of that is to address the urban, rural, and northern housing initiative. And $18.5 million of that went to CMHC. So what's that being used for? That's one question. I know that $281.5 million is allocated for this NICHI, which is the National Indigenous Collaborative Housing Incorporated. And that's my part of needing to understand, is because I don't have the human resources or the supports to be able to help my citizens that live off the community with housing. And this was something that would potentially be able to help them. So I do have, my other questions are, what has, with the $3 billion that came down into 2022, where is that? Has anything been done with that? What has been gone out or given out to First Nations? What housing units have been done? And then Resolution 27-2017 called for the AFN to work with Canada to create an off-on-reserve strategy to ensure funding was made available to address these urgent needs. And I don't know where that stands. So I'm not sure how to support this resolution, and I'd like some clarification. Miigwech.
So let me know if I summarize correctly what you just said.
It's not on that. It's not there.
Okay, so you don't have any amendment to propose?
No.
You don't have enough information to vote for this draft resolution, and we would need some clarification.
I would like some clarification, yes.
Okay. Oh, Chief Heyman, are you in a position to clarify? I mean, I'm being told that you might. So I'm going to invite you, Chief Heyman, to come at the microphone. And if you're, I think you would have preferred to have private discussions, but since the Chief asked a question, the clarification in front of everyone, I think it would be for the benefit of everyone if you could please take your 3 minutes to answer these questions. So, Chief Lance Heyman, microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon, Lance Heyman, Chief Kebawek, First Nation, Quebec. As the mover of this resolution, and I appreciate the question because that's the situation we found ourselves in. Again, CMHC, the Government of Canada, announced and developed an urban and rural northern housing strategy with an initial investment of $300 million, and then they created NICHI. And in budget 2023, they went further and announced a potential $4 billion over the next 7 years to address the off-reserve housing. First Nations' position have always been that we have the responsibility for housing both of our members on and off reserve. And this was a unilateral decision by CMHC to create a melting pot. We had specifically asked for a First Nation designated fund, and that a carve-out be done from these funds, and that homelessness represents, our off-reserve population represents 58%. So the resolution really speaks to criticizing the unilateral process of creating NICHI and giving them the initial $281 million to organize themselves. And subsequently, they have a request in to manage the $4 billion over the next 7 years. This resolution speaks to, we want to reset. We want to sit down with the Government of Canada and have a discussion about who's going to administer those $4 billion. Because, as the Chief noted, many of us don't have the capacity to deal with the off-reserve housing issues, but there are communities like mine and others in this country whose population lives adjacent to our communities because we can't build housing fast enough. So we should have access to that $4 billion. I think we can know what our needs are, and we're in best position to address them. So we need access to that money. The other issue is, I won't pretend that as a chief from Kebawek in the middle of nowhere, Quebec, that I can meet the housing needs of my citizens who live in major centers like Toronto and Montreal. But we have great service providers who are already delivering, services to our urban populations. And I, would have no issues and no qualms giving my mandate to an organization like the Native Friendship Center of Montreal, who are already doing a great job in delivering, urban housing to our members, and give them, my authority to seek funding so that they can address our urban Aboriginal needs. The $3 billion that she references is part of the $4 billion that Minister Haidu will say that's in the system for on reserve. The problem with EARN is that this strategy, we're already losing our members because we can't have adequate housing, and the investment off reserve is not matched by the on reserve. So this whole process is contributing to driving our members off. That's, I could speak forever on this issue, but that's kind of the general sense. So we want to take back control, and we don't want NICHI having sole discretion on administering that $4 billion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it can be difficult to make our ideas, and you had a lot of questions to clarify. So thank you so much for your time. And the next speaker, Chief Kelsey Jackal, and I want to note that I took note that Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild will be next. You can stay seated. I'll come back to you right after when I arrive at you on the speakers list. Thank you so much. So Chief Jackal, are you still in the room? I don't see you. On that, just we can come back to you if you're nearby. But we will then go to Proxy Scott Burnstick. Are you present in the room? Proxy Burnstick, are you still there? I don't see you. So we will go to Wilton Littlechild. Grand Chief, it is an honor to invite you to come to the microphone, number 3.
Thank you. This is, since it's an omnibus resolution, I want to make a friendly addition to Resolution 23 to specifically add the International Ice Hockey Federation and the National Hockey League to that resolution. And I say it as an ambassador for the International Olympic and the Paralympic Games. So in addition, friendly amendment, I suppose, to reference International Ice Hockey Federation and the National Hockey League. Thank you.
Grand Chief, could you confirm if you would prefer to see your friendly amendment be added to paragraph number 1 or number 2? And if we can please put Google Docs up on the screen and draft resolution number 23, please go to the therefore be it resolved section. Thank you so much. Yep. So.
Well, for consistency, I would add it to both 1 and 2 after Hockey Canada. I know you've got organizations listed, but I want specific reference to International Ice Hockey Federation and National Hockey League. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Miigwech. I'm just going to wait for resolution committee on that. And so on that, I will now close the speakers list. I don't see any chiefs or proxies at the microphone, neither online nor in the room. Therefore, I will wait for the proposed wording to reflect the proposed amendment made by Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, and we will then go to a vote. And just on that, I just want to specify that we are still at omnibus number 2. We're dealing with 9 draft resolutions on that omnibus package. These the number of these 9 draft resolutions are 2, 5, 6, 15, 22, 23, 32, 36, 40, and 24 as well. So on that, I'm going to check with my colleague.
I think you can read one.
Okay, so we are going to read the first one. Direct the AFN to draft a letter of support to the Federal Government Hockey Canada, the International Ice Hockey Federation, the National Hockey League, and other appropriate government ministries, organizations, and individuals in support of hockey indigenous to access financial resources from those parties to support its operations and development. On the paragraph 2, and I'll come back after being sure that we captured the language on both paragraphs. I'll come back to the proposed chief that proposed the amendment, and then I'll go to the mover and the seconder. So we'll read together paragraph number 2. Call on the Government of Canada, Hockey Canada, the International Ice Hockey Federation, the National Hockey League, and the provinces and territories to provide the necessary funding to hockey indigenous for the development of regional and national strategies. And it continues, but there's no change in the end of this paragraph. So on that, Grand Chief, are you okay with what is the change that has been made? Thank you very much. On that, I will go to the mover and check if the mover is okay with this proposed amendment. Mover, microphone number 2, please.
Aninde, absolutely. That's a very good suggestion, and I also have one other amendment that's come to my attention.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm just going to finish dealing with this first amendment. So I'm going to check with the seconder of this omnibus number 2. So seconder, Proxy Pratt, are you okay with these two proposed amendments in draft resolution number 23? 23? Yeah, 23. Yes, okay, great. Thank you so much. So proposed amendment has been accepted by the mover and the seconder. Thank you very much. And now we are still in the 3 minutes of the mover, and there's a final amendment proposed by the mover. So over to you.
Miigwech, I forgot to introduce myself again. Rachel Mendoba, Wikwem Kong, unceded territory. Under draft resolution 6, and a new, therefore be it resolved under 5.
I'm very sorry.
That's okay.
Could you please repeat what you just said, please?
So there's a friendly amendment that's been provided, and I'm in agreement with it.
Okay.
It's Chief Kelsey Jocko.
Oh, is it still in the same draft resolution number 23 or? Oh,
Draft
6.
resolution
Okay.
6.
Okay, so we'll put draft resolution up on the screen, and if you can please state the proposed amendment.
Yes. So a new, therefore be it resolved, 5.
Okay, good.
So direct the AFN to call on ISC to provide the enhanced flexible funding directly to the regions immediately to ensure First Nations have the best resources to create community-based, safe, and reliable opioid programs and/or strategies.
Okay. Thank you very much. It has, we have the language up on the screen. It does correspond to what you just read.
Okay, great.
So you're okay, of course.
Yes.
You mentioned that you're okay. So I'm going to check with the seconder now. Are you okay with this addition? Thank you. I see a thumbs up. Great. So draft resolution number 6, sorry, has an addition in the therefore be it resolved section. It has been accepted by the mover and the seconder. Thank you very much. So on that, the speaker's list is closed, but there's no one at the microphone neither. So, were you? Okay, yes, you still have 47 minutes. So over to you.
I just wanted to say in just a few seconds, this omnibus basically deals with minimum odso and the good life. And part of the good life is also including humor in each and every day because we have such struggles as Anishinaabe people. Normally when you come on TV, and I'm assuming that this is being televised through CPAC, normally you say hello to your mother or your family. I just want to let folks know at home, my family specifically at home, who have texted me to tell me that my little Shih Tzu is on a hunger strike since I've been gone. So I want to take this opportunity to say, Teddy, eat your food. Miigwech.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. What? Okay. Trying to do many things at the same time. So, omnibus number 2 has been amended. 2 draft resolutions contained in this omnibus package number 2 has been amended. So draft resolution number 23 and draft resolution number 6. And we went through the whole process and it has been accepted by the mover and the seconder. We're ready to put the question to a vote. On that, I will now ask if we can please open the poll on the Zoom platform, please. Thank you so much. In the room, we are now voting on Omnibus 2, which contains 9 draft resolution number 2, 5, 6, 15, 23, 24, 32, 36, and 40. On that, any opposition to this omnibus number 2? If you oppose, please raise your red lanyard so I can see it. I don't see any opposition. I see, it's not a, it's another hand. So, no opposition. Any abstention in the room? I don't see any opposition. Thank you, Chiefs. We still need to have the result on the Zoom platform. So on that, I'm going to please ask to close the poll on the Zoom platform, please, and get the results. Great. So here is the motion, the omnibus package number 2 that contains 9 draft resolution is carried, and there is. I'm just going to confirm the number of abstention and the number of negative votes. Just waiting for the numbers. 1 no, so 1 opposition, 1 abstention. So congratulations to you all. We just adopted 9 draft resolutions. Okay. Now, I have something to tell you. It is 4:42. As you notice, we're a bit behind schedule, but we heard you and we want to get business done. Just want to let you know that there's an emergency resolution. If you're okay to deal with it, we propose to deal with this emergency resolution, and we'll see where we are right after. But Adam is prepared to entertain this emergency resolution. And just a note, I want to tell you some notes on the resolution. So all final edited versions of resolution that passed during this week will be prepared for the interim national chief's signature. And once completed, they will all be put on the AFN website. This is something I wanted to convey. The other thing, all on-time draft resolutions that we did not have the time to deal with this week due to time constraints, co-chairs will defer them to the next AFN Executive Committee meeting with recommendations for their consideration. So on that, I will turn the floor over to Adam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Weena. So it's 4:45. We do have an emergency resolution that has been brought forward. My understanding, it has been distributed. So we'll have it up on the screen. It is draft emergency resolution number 5, 2023. It's titled "The Denouncement of Manitoba Decision on Landfill Search for Remains of First Nations Women." The mover of the resolution is Chief Michelle Glasgow. Can I confirm that Chief Glasgow is in the room? Is Chief, okay, yes. Seconder, Chief Bernard Daisley is present as well. So we have the resolution. We will have it up on the screen. If I can have us scroll down to the operative clause, and I will read the resolution. It reads, "Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, denounce the decisions of all levels of government, police, and law enforcement services across Canada that result in failures to adequately search for and or recover the remains of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, including the decision of the Manitoba provincial government to not search the Prairie Green landfill for the remains of the missing First Nations women murdered in Manitoba. Number 2, call on the Manitoba Premier, Heather Stephenson, to reconsider the decision not to search the Prairie Green landfill and work together with the federal government to conduct searches of both the Prairie Green landfill and Brady landfill. 3, call on the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate to the federal, provincial, and municipal governments for commitment to fund and support a thorough search of the Prairie Green landfill and Brady landfill for the remains of Morgan Beatrice Harris, Mercedes Mayron, and Mashkude Pejikwe Buffalo Woman, and any other missing First Nations women. 4, support the ongoing peaceful social actions at Manitoba landfills over the Government of Manitoba's decision not to search the Prairie Green landfill and denounce and reject orders and injunctions from colonial courts that seek to remove these protesters. That is the resolution. The mover is present at microphone number 1. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chief Michelle Glasgow, Sabaganagity First Nation. And just asking everyone to support this resolution. If we can just get it done quickly, it'd be great. I think it's a very good thing to do. We need to bring some closure to the families. We need to help these families heal. And I think if they're going to look, they're going to find more. And we need to support them. Thank you.
Seconder.
Acting proxy for Chief Daisley, Deanne Sack. I'm going to read a little something, and I'm going to try not to get choked up reading this. The color red. She opened her eyes, felt the chill that traveled from her toes to her chest. She was empty and hollow. To feel, there needed to be awareness. Awareness she could not find in a disassociated moment. If red had a feeling, it was cold. To create a new first movement meant she needed to force a first thought through movements towards something, anything. She was alive and drowning in hollow, empty red. If red had a color, it would be cold. Then they came. Painful, suffocating thoughts. No thoughts were hers. The red she was consumed by was hers, but now belonged to Earth, our mother. But now she belonged to our Mother Earth. If red had a color, a feeling, Meske, it was cold. If red had a feeling, it was cold. She closed her eyes. On May 5th, 2020, this poem was offered to the National Day of Awareness for MMIWG. Sheena was a multimedia Algonquin artist. She works from North Bay. These are her words. We need to honor our women. Search the landfills. Do the right thing. We need closure. We need proper ceremony. We need to honor their spirits. Our women are sacred. Our women are not trash. Honor their spirits. If red had a feeling, it would be cold. Thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech, to the mover and the seconder of this resolution. The floor is open, but I did see a standing ovation, also a lot of support behind the speakers and explaining the requirement for this motion. So the motion is before you. I see no hands raised. Nobody. Microphone 3.
Thank you. Judy Wilson, proxy holder for the Swiss Indian Band and a longtime advocate for missing murdered women, Indigenous girls, and Two-Spirit. It's really heart-wrenching to hear the ministers that came out and said there hasn't been a lot of work they admitted to on this issue. And we really have to do better for our women, girls, and Two-Spirit, because as we push and push, a lot hasn't changed. So I support those standing up for a proper process in regards to looking at not just this garbage dump where a lot of our women ended up, but all of the work that our women and girls on this issue, because it affects all of us, the men, the future generations, the youth. If we don't deal with this issue, it's not just a women's issue. So I think, you know, with this resolution, thank you for entertaining a late resolution on this, because we hear, you know, all of the people that are trying to defend the process to have a proper search done that will be removed. But, you know, they have every right to be there at the garbage dump to say we have to have a proper, full investigation and inquiry into this unjust way our women were treated and being thrown there, and have proper accountability and justice in Canada for those women, that they get investigations done and they get the money to have the search done properly like it would happen in any other place. But because it's Indigenous women, it's not happening. We need to have that justice for our women and girls and our Two-Spirit today, not tomorrow. And Trudeau should have been here. He should have been able to address some of these, not just send the ministers. We need to have Trudeau intervene and say this has to happen right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech. Microphone 1.
Nugusane nanaskuman isitay na moyek taisi ayamian minagitsige kon epetane ki koyamian magamunang isitay na magawin mitate koneko ni mitate mineko. My name is Kathy Merrick. I'm the Grand Chief for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and I'm a proxy for Fisher River Cree Nation. And I was very disappointed that I was not allowed to speak when Minister Mark Miller was here, because I wanted him to hear from my mouth to his ears as to what's happening in Manitoba. And what we have done with all the work that was done in terms of developing a feasibility study to repatriate our women from a landfill. And it was very disappointing that the Premier of Manitoba did not support our initiative. And her herself being a mother, that she should have the heart to be able to support something of this magnitude. Minister Mark Miller and the federal government have a fiduciary responsibility to our people, and they have the authority to be able to commission this feasibility study, the landfill, to search the landfill for our women. And here again I stood here in December when we lost our women, and I'm standing here again asking for support through resolution from AFN to be able to support the work that needs to be done so we can bring our women home. I'm sure that each and every one of you in this assembly have been affected by missing and murdered women in our country. And that has to stop. And if it doesn't stop, then we will go international. We will go international to seek that support that we don't get from the good country of Canada. We support everybody else that comes into this country. We support the Ukraine that come into this country. Yet we have our people that live in our First Nations that don't have running water. And that does not sit right with me as a mother, as a grandmother, to able to allow that. I am disappointed in Minister Miller as to his comments. We are the rights holders in this country, and he has a responsibility, and he should have said yes to commission that feasibility study.
Kanaskaman, Miigwech. Microphone 2.
Hey, Wallen, thank you. On behalf of the empty chairs in front of me, I'll ask everyone to join me. I'll give my 30 seconds to our women who are silenced, to the people who don't have a voice. I yield my 30 seconds to our people who are forgotten. Lalio, with that, I call question.
Thank you, Miigwech. Question has been called. I just want to look around the room and thank you for the presentations on the resolution. The resolution is before you. Draft emergency resolution number 5. Is there any opposition? If we can have the polls opened, please, on Zoom. Please open the polls. A reminder, if you're on Zoom, please click on the poll button so you have access to the poll. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Last call, any abstentions? We were requested to give some time for the Zoom poll, but I think it's fairly obvious of the overwhelming support for emergency resolution number 5. At this point, I'm going to ask the polls online to be closed, please. And the polls are closed. If I can get results online, please. Overwhelming majority of support online, all yes. So with that, resolution carries by consensus. Miigwech, thank you. So with that, I am going to turn it over to my fellow co-chair, youth co-chair Haley, for the next agenda item.
Thank you very much. The energy in this room is going to be lifted pretty shortly here, and as we come to an end, I want to pass the mic over to our interim national chief, Joanna Bernard, and colleagues. Thank you.
Kwe. Hello, bonjour. Esteemed delegates and respected leaders, as this 44th Assembly draws to a close, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for your participation throughout the last 3 days. I want to acknowledge the strength and resilience of the elders, knowledge keepers, women, veterans, chiefs, leaders, youth, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ members for sharing their experiences and perspectives. I also extend my appreciation to the AFN Nova Scotia for their hospitality and gracious hosting us in Mi'kma'ki and the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. The gathering has been remarkable, reaffirming our commitment to moving forward with our priorities and forging a new path. Your spirit and determination inspires us all as we navigate the challenges we face. Together, we have engaged in discussions addressing the key issues that impact our nation's lands and the future of 7 generations. Your presence at this AGA highlights the unity we share as nations and our desire to get back to work despite the challenges we faced this year. We are not alone in our journey, and I will continue working to strengthen our relationship and achieve our shared priorities. I also want to extend my deepest appreciation to the organizers, volunteers, and staff that have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this assembly. Thank you for your hard work in creating an inclusive, safe, and respectful environment where dialogue, understanding, and collaboration can thrive. This assembly has allowed us to reflect on the progress we have made and to set the strategic direction for advocacy and action. We advanced our mutual priorities in the areas such as justice, land, resource rights, economic development, education, health care, cultural revitalization, and accountability. Resolutions were passed relating to climate change, climate action, policing as an essential service, protecting our First Nations inherent and treaty rights, and more. Most importantly, we identified areas where we need to strive for improvement. Transparency and accountability are core values within our organization. As interim national chief, I uphold that. The AFN will strive and ensure our actions after this assembly reflect meaningful change, and that we implement process built on our First Nations values, traditions, and ceremony. I will ensure the AFN resumes its important work in advancing First Nations priorities and restoring confidence within our organization to serve you better, the chiefs, to serve you. We are here for that purpose. This includes ensuring transparency and accountability and providing a safe environment for our staff, AFN members, and all First Nations, as this is my focus. We are unified and now have a shared vision for a future that is prosperous, inclusive, and fair for all First Nations communities. We have much work to do. As we conclude this assembly, I urge you to stand united and continue our work in advocating for justice, equality, and recognition of our inherent rights. Let us carry with us the knowledge, experiences, and connections we have gained as we leave this assembly. Our journey towards reconciliation, self-determination, and implementation of our rights continues, as it is through our collective efforts that we will achieve meaningful change. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your contributions to this assembly. Together, we are charting a path forward towards a future that is brighter for all First Nations. I want to acknowledge the young people who have participated this week. You are our future and play a vital role in shaping a more inclusive and prosperous life for the generations to come. Elders, knowledge keepers, veterans, chiefs, leaders, youth, 2S LGBTQIA+ members and delegates, I wish you a safe journey home. I look forward to seeing you again in December 2023 for the National Chief selection. Waliwan, Malalan, merci, thank you.
Great, thank you, Interim National Chief Joanna Bernard, for your remarks and closing comments to this Assembly. On my behalf, I do want my 3 minutes. Just kidding. I've been waiting 3 days to say that. I do want to say a few things in this journey of co-chairing and being in the presence of leaders and change makers and people that are invested to our First Nations in bettering our communities. And I want to thank, our elders, our knowledge keepers, our veterans. You provided a safe space for me. Being up here, the pressure is there. But it's also been welcoming and heartwarming and challenging. And that's what our people are about, taking challenges and staying resilient and standing strong and remembering that we're all working together here. And that's what we're supposed to do. And, I'm glad to see our youth council sitting there for this whole period, learning and being mentored and empowering me and inspiring me to continue doing this work. And we will continue your work. Question? Hey? Just kidding. I want to thank our chiefs and proxies also for being here and your time. I know that you traveled far and wide or close and near. And I wish you, safe travels home, back to your home fires. I want to thank the drummers and the singers, the ones that lifted the pipe for those 3 days. And everyone that made this assembly happen, our executive, our interim national chief, thank you. And I express my gratitude to all of you. This is our future, and these decisions are going somewhere, and we're not going to silence ourselves. As a woman myself, we got to remember that we have targets on our backs, and so we have to protect our women, protect our elders. So I wish you all the best, and thank you for being patient with me, and I hope you got some of my positive energy that I'm a little spiteful with. But thank you. I'm going to pass it off to our co-chair, Adam.
Thank you very much to the youth chief from Saskatchewan, our fellow co-chair. I think she almost spoke longer than the new national chief, the interim national chief. Very good, powerful message. But I just wanted to say thank you. It's been a real honor and a real privilege to witness all of the work that you've done over the last 3 days, the commitment you have to your communities and your people. And I want to say thank you for that opportunity to help in a small way. I'd like to acknowledge the elders, the knowledge keepers, all of the councils, also the staff that have worked hard, the resolutions team that have worked exceptionally well, worked really hard, the teams that we're working with, distribution, as well as the assistants that we have. And there are many, many people behind the scenes that are working really hard, and I just want to acknowledge all their work for putting this together. So with that, I also want to acknowledge it's been a real honor working here with 2 very strong women. So miigwech, thank you to the 2. And it's been a real honor working with a youth co-chair. So I'd like to give her a hand again, Haley Rose.
Miigwech, Adam. Okay, so I cannot only speak English in my closing. So, merci, un énorme merci, Tia Wang.
Once again, thank you, Tia Wang, to all of you. Whoop, I should go back to French. Thank you once again. It was an honor, and first of all, thank you to you, Chief and Proxy, present here or virtually online on the Zoom platform. It's first of all for you that these gathering are set up and are taking place. So thank you, and congratulations to our national chief, interim national chief, to the Executive Council for their tremendous work, and also to the elders, to the drums, to the territories also, but and I will add to what Adam had said. I want to add the translation, the captioned and sign languages. So thank you so much.
Was 4 years ago in July in Fredericton, so for me it means something, and I hope to see you again in December. Have a safe travel back home. Thank you so much. Yeah. My new best friend there. So, okay, on that, I'm going to call the meeting adjourned. So this assembly is adjourned officially. So on that, it's an honor for me to invite Knowledge Keeper for the closing prayer, but I'm just going to mention that after the closing prayer, there's going to be the drum, but the meeting is over right now. So on Zoom, it will be, I'm not going back after the drum, so the meeting will close after the drum, so the drum song. So on that, for the closing prayer, I'm gonna invite Elder Edward Purley from Nigaktuk, First Nation. And yes, that's about it. The Knowledge Keeper. No, Edward Purley. Oh, Ed Purley. I'm sorry, I'm not used to calling Elder by his nickname, so I called him Edward Purley. But I hear it's Ed Purley. Ed Purley. Okay.
I'm on the agenda.
Great.
Grand Chief's here, yeah.
Hey. Okay, who's going to do the closing?
Yes, you will get the honors.
Thank you so much.
I got 2 minutes.
3 minutes, I'm kidding.
First, I'd like to request the Grand Council to come on the stage with me. I made them. Just stay with us. All right, thank you. This is working. I know it's been a long day. I just want to acknowledge everybody that came, other territories across Canada. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to apologize a little bit as I wasn't here on Tuesday because of family urgency, and so I'm here today. I'm trying to combine the welcoming and the closing together. So bear with me, and I'm going to go through it as fast as I can. First of all, I'm introduce myself, Grand Chief Norman Silboy, Gisamo of 7 districts, Mi'kma'ki. Government in this territory over time immemorial. My bloodline goes back over 125 years on Grand Council. My grandfather was Gabriel Silboy, who was first elected Grand Chief in 1918. And when he was elected, within months, epidemic broke out, the Spanish flu, and it lasted 3 years. I'm sorry to say, when I became Grand Chief in 2019, again, within months, another epidemic broke out, the COVID. It's been more than 3 years. In those times, it was hard for everybody, as our traditions were stopped to keep everybody safe. My grandfather was charged in 1928. He went to court for hunting muskrat off-season. He pleaded his case in court. He told the judge, "We have signed agreements with the Crown of England allowing us to do what we were doing prior to arrival or pre-contact." And today I say this is the present basis of our UNDRIP. I don't want the rest of Canada to imagine what we were doing before contact. That's the basis of our UNDRIP. My grandfather's teachings, he said, "You are rich if you're healthy." I turned it up a notch. Our nation is rich if our nation is healthy. He also said, "Don't get fooled by the fool's gold in Ottawa." What it meant was, once we had everything available to us, in short of paradise, and today we're fighting over crumbs. He also said, "We are strong if we're united." And I say, when we are divided, we are weak. Our faith is strong. When all the world was closed because of the pandemic, we still had indoor mass at the Sacred Island, Minigu, at Unama'ki. We've been having these masses since 1742, and we had it for every year for 281 years. Mi'kma'kiws embrace the Holy Seal since 1610, when Grand Chief Member 2 was baptized at Port Oil. Grand Council always believed in keeping the faith and protecting the nation. I would like to acknowledge, he's not here today, he left, but I know he had to go, Dr. Littlechild and Regina Crowchild for being at this conference. I met them a few times, I heard them. I was honored to hear them again and respect them greatly. So I'd like to ask Captain Don Francis to close with a traditional prayer and leave the AFN Assembly today with pure hearts. Olalio.
All right. And the other was in the witness camp, which in this camp, which you will in this camp, and the church. Nuchin and was all been, Chief to the other was in Megad, my was all the done. Chief to in we are on the mula, ladies, and now they was all gay. Tell each other, Chief to up there and they said, my mammy again. Tell them no, let's me, up here, go Clemo to the enemy on the no. Tell the upstick to you, we're not definitely, up here in this camp, tell the upstick to win. Well, dear, Morgan, Mogigarly, Miss Uncle, when she'll go where you are doing, at the edge. And always in this camp, which in this camp, you will in this camp. Well, I'll
Thank you, and be home safe with your family and your communities. Walalio.
Jimmy Gwitch, thank you very much to both knowledge keepers for this wise and teachings closing prayer. On that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Eastern drummers. They will play a closing song, and so I'm looking at Keegan. So you can go. Thank you very much.